campaigning ended. However, we do know that the parties were improved. We know that voting, or I beg your pardon, campaigning ended yesterday, or 24 hours to vote to open. Campaigning ended. However, we do know that the parties were doing door-to-door, house-to-house campaigning. And with the leadership of both parties still on the ground, you could tell that some level of subtle campaigning and coercion is ongoing. That is way better than having to be turning into fisticuffs and fights. So how could all of that convert people to go out to vote? And will they actually go out to vote? What will inform their voting pattern? Our reporters have given us indications that everything has been good so far. Not the best, but then it's been way better compared to the last rerun in the Ablekuma North constituency. So thumbs up for all the key security agencies and the stakeholders when it comes to Ghana's electoral system. And we are hoping that by the time polls close, it will be all hail and hearty, and we'll be here to report that for you. But Beatrice, I mean, the key issue now would be that for a typical constituency like Akwatia, where you would have expected that, having been part of Ghana's electoral cycle for all these years, they should be confident and comfortable to go out to vote. Issues of the presence of the police shouldn't be intimidating. What do you make of the reports we've had so far?
I mean, quite interesting there. And I think we were talking earlier during the break that people hear things and news items differently, how they are interpreted. And so, yes, they might have had elections in their constituency for only how many years? I mean, even if we talk about the Fourth Republic alone, from 1992, right? They've had elections, and so they should be used to it. The dynamics are not the same, and if we go back to the fact that by-elections have also been equally characterized by a number of violent activities, then people are a bit cautious when they want to step out to vote. And earlier, even from morning, we heard both MPP and DC saying that the numbers that were coming in were not encouraging. But if what I saw from Judith's polling station is anything to go by, it looks like people have monitored what has happened so far, and they know that perhaps the environment is safe for them to go out. And so it seems that the energy is picking up in the polling stations within the constituency. Right. And so let's hope that indeed people will turn up in their numbers, they vote, and per the time, polling closes at 5 p.m. and things just move on from there. Really.
Yeah, certainly. So what we do know now is that I'm sure the various candidates, the two key candidates themselves, have been doing subtle campaigns. What we are picking now is that the NDC candidate is in the queue, or is now headed to his polling station to vote. We'll try and bring that picture to you, the viewer at home, so you also get to know what's been going on. And then again, he has a story of his own, considering how he even became the candidate of the NDC, being a lawyer of the candidate of the NDC in the 2024 election, and having to, through the primaries, now be the candidate on a ticket of the NDC in itself is an interesting story. Some of the dynamics we've been looking at have to do with whether or not the candidate that he represented in court would have his followers still back him, now that he's hoping to annex the seat from the NPP and represent them in Parliament. That probably may not be on the minds of those many other NDC supporters in the constituency going to vote. But on the side of the NPP, though, what we're also picking up is that the leadership have actually gone to encourage him and his supporters to try and go out and vote. Christian Yale is our man who's watching this for us. Chris, thank you for joining us. What exactly is the situation where you are?
All right, so Martin, right now here at the Takrowase SHS, the NDC parliamentary candidate Bernard Bediako has just come to vote. This is his polling station where he votes every election time, and so just as it were and just as custom demands, he has just come here at the SHS. He waves smiley. We'll try to see if we can pick some few words from him to know his thoughts. Lawyer, so I know you've been able to tour some few areas. What has been your own impression so far? What has been the process for you?
Very, very good. I mean, peaceful. That's the very first prayer we made, that the election should be peaceful. And so far, so very good. I've been to about 2/3 of the polling stations we have in the constituency, and I'm very impressed with the way the security officers and the Electoral Commission itself and then the electorate have conducted themselves. It's been very peaceful. And the turnout, it's okay. It's still picking up. Today is a market day for most of the communities around. And so I'm sure a number of them went to the market, and hopefully they will come in the coming hours to come and exercise their franchise. There's been some expectations met in some polling stations, some overwhelmed, because I went to some polling stations and coincidentally these happened to be my strongholds, and you could see that the average turnout at that at those polling stations have increased. And so you can understand why it is like that, because that remains my stronghold. I mean, these are places that I hail from and all that. Beyond that, I think it's all well and good. We've come
all well and good. So what is the outlook for? We've heard you earlier made statements very confident of victory. What is the general outlook going into 5 p.m. when polls come to close?
The election, as for the win, is a done deal. I can assure you, we've been in the game for a while. So we understand when it's going well for you and when it's not. I can tell you on authority that I've won the elections. What we are working on now is the margin of win. And so I can assure you, call me in the next 2 hours and I'll be able to tell you the margin. As for the win, we will gather again.
What makes you so confident?
The people who vote are not from the mass. They are with us. We talk to them and they tell us, even as I landed here, they speak to me with their eyes, very little subtle ways of...
You don't fear delegates? You don't fear voters?
I've been in this game for a while. Trust me, I've been in the game for a while. I understand how it works. Look, even before, I made it clear that I'll win the elections. I never said so before campaigning. But after campaigning, I said it. Because these are people you engage. When you talk, they talk back at you. And you can make meaning out of anything they tell you. And so, I know what they've said. It's not time to discuss. When we are done and the gap is declared, we'll talk more about how we got here. But I can assure you, it's a done deal.
You're talking about gap, widening it. Being very confident the way you speak, should it go otherwise, would you accept it?
Why not? But they won't. I mean, I don't even have a choice. You cannot do anything about an election you won or lost. There is no alternative. If you lose, you lose. What will you do? And I'm a lawyer by profession. So if there is anybody who encounters loss in things we do, I am, because I don't always win my cases. You may be so confident, but sometimes the judge, and in our case, it's even interesting that as a lawyer, you go to court, you lose a case, the judge will give the reasoning and tell you that you've lost. You are obliged to get up and say thank you to the judge. So you can understand the kind of person I am. I am a game man, I understand. But in this particular instance, I can assure you that it's a win. We have barely 3 hours to go. And so if you are a politician of this magnitude and you cannot read the mood of the people, then I do not know. But I can assure you, I have been able to read the mood. And it's a win, 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 and win.
92.7.
Okay, and so we just had an interaction with the parliamentary candidate for the NDC in Akwatia, who has largely expressed confidence yet again that it is a done deal for him. But I mean, just in for anything, let's just try to get him to speak the tree a little to see what he says.
Electoral Commission for your Majuma Senior say. Bambo for the Unyankupun Shroud, or my BBA as professionals, Emma BBNC, so far BBN soon see. I feel so. Omwet say a year omte or my name a crew ha a year more to a banner so ubia comporting home ubia yen yes so yen yes so be a ubia so far onyamia don bibia koye kama bibia koye
koye kapato problem no uhwe one way to abana bato no sign on ho no e was so
okay so so unim say by election
All right, and so basically, Bernard Bediako, who is the candidate for the NDC in the Akwatia by-election, is just re-emphasizing the main point yet again that it is a done deal for him. He sounds very confident, but that was one very question I posed to him that, see, looking at how confident you are sounding, should it go otherwise, would you accept the result or not? He says he will accept it. Of course, being a lawyer as he is, he does not win all his cases. That is an interesting thing to say indeed. But then we still continue to monitor what goes. He has just come to vote here at the Takrowase Senior High School where he votes. He makes the point about the fact that this is his stronghold, and so mostly his engagement and interactions with those voters who have shown up so far to vote. It just sounds, and per the expressions worn on their faces, it looks like things are tilting in his favor, but he has always maintained that it is a win for him. However, whatever the voters decide is something that he'll go with. He does not fear them indeed, because he's been in this game just like he says, but it also paints that interesting picture about the fact that no matter how it is, no matter how it goes, everyone is ready to accept the outcome of the elections, and there are more people who continue to come here at the Takrowase SHS to cast their ballots, and indeed some dignitaries as well who come here to monitor or observe the process and how it is going. And as always, wherever you go, every little distance you make, you see police officers and security personnel who are here to safeguard the process and ensure that everything goes on smoothly and goes on right and goes on well. And that has been the process so far. And so one would only expect and anticipate that even as we gradually draw close to the end of the polls, things would continue to remain as it is. The weather has been very stable, very calm, very serene so far, and it even gives the room for more people to turn up to join the queues without the sweat and all that you have, Martin. And so that has been the update here. But I'm still trying to see if by the time Bernard Bediako is done doing the tree, we can get some final words from him as he departs this area to go to continue to. And I can say, Martin, it is indeed a case that when you come here, everywhere you go, you get to meet one party official or one national figure who is around. They've all been dispatched or delegated to various polling stations to monitor the process. It just means that no one is taking chances and everyone is ensuring that in the end of the day, their candidate gets to win and that they win. And the NPP is trying to maintain the seat, especially when you look at the number of the posters around the town. They mention and make it something that would honor the memory of the late member of parliament for this constituency, Ernest Kumi. And so that is one thing that they want to do as a party in its honor. But NDC would not also give it a chance to let it slide just like that. They want to ensure that as much as possible they win more seats in parliament. And when we look at the current makeup of parliament, it makes it very interesting. One would say that, you know, this is a party that has already gained much of the, you know, dominance over dominance, more or less in parliament. And so just as the NPP decided to withdraw from the Tamale Central election, one would have anticipated that they withdraw from this one as well, but that isn't the case. And so Bernard Bediako is making his way out of the polling station. He's done speaking to the media, summarily saying that he is sure of winning this for his party, the National Democratic Congress. He is sure of clenching this seat. And when you understand that this is not a seat that you say is for any of those two parties, it swings as and when. But when you understand the dynamics really, Martin, you get to understand that, you know, it is one that anyone stands the chance. Let's get some word from the DC of this area.
Okay. He's the regional minister.
Regional minister. Great. Yeah, the regional minister.
All right, Honorable, your observation so far?
Okay, it has been put since morning. I think this is about the 42nd place I've been, and so far it's not been so bad. Some have exceeded, are getting closer to their total registered voters, and some are still. We also believe that after 2, 3 o'clock, a lot of them will be trooping in. But so far, the amazing thing about it is the security presence and how safe the place is. So I'm just taking this opportunity to tell everybody home that election in Denchembo is so peaceful. Those at home who are just darling to come here should all come here so that by 5 we finish with the voting.
Okay. Honorable, from the other electoral areas that we've been to, you've heard issues of vote buying. I don't know if it has come to your notice.
No, nothing like that has come to my notice. I'm still moving on. Maybe I'll meet it somewhere, but I don't know if you've seen it personally, but I have not seen some and I've not heard about it. Maybe this is the first time. Let me keep going and let me hear so that we see what we can do about it.
Thank you. So that has been the regional minister, the Eastern Regional Minister, who just spoke to the media, and among many other things is saying that those issues of vote buying have not come to him. Honorable, we would only wish you the best in this, but just like you said, you'd accept anything that comes out of this.
Oh, no, I don't have a choice. You see, what will you do? You accept, you do it. Whatever happens.
What if the margin is not that wide? That would bring some contemplations.
Well, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, or my opponent, you see what the Electoral Commission does. Except you have reason to dispute it, there is nothing you can do. You don't have a choice. That is the statutory body mandated to do what it does. So if it announces that you have lost or won, it's not as if you have the choice of whether accepting or not. You don't have a choice. You understand? You have to comply. Right. If you have any misgivings, all you have to do is to go to the necessary courts for redress. But we won't get there. We won't get there. Trust me. We will not get there. I mean, my brother, I know it's because you're a journalist. You've picked up your own intelligence. Trust me.
All right. All right. Thank you. So that's it. Bernard Bediako is finally done with his observation and voting here. It just appears that the Takrowase SHS is one key polling station in this area, especially within this constituency where you have a number of the big wigs come here to cast their ballots. He's done and he's leaving, and we so keep we'll pitch our camp here as long as we can, and then also find our way to other polling stations where this is happening to bring you all the updates and all the interesting things that you need to know. But that commitment has been made by Bernard Bediako that, see, whatever happens, he has nothing to say. Whatever happens, he is good and he would accept it in good faith. He has just finished casting his ballot, obviously for himself, I guess so. Back to you, Martin, and the team.
Right, thank you very much, Christian Yali, reporting from one of the many polling centers in the Akwatia constituency. So we are going back to our panelists here in the studio as we wait to see what else will happen, as we also look very closely at the clock. It's a few minutes again past, almost getting to about 2 in the afternoon. We'll definitely keep you posted as and when these numbers do start coming in. So Beatrice, do take it away.
Thank you very much, Martin Asiridate. Interesting conversation from the ground, and the NDC candidate. I heard him say win, win, win. So all confident that he's going to win. Prof, what are your own thoughts on what we heard so far?
Thank you, Beatrice. I think it's very common for individuals contesting elections to think that they are going to win. It happens from the primaries, and then it goes to the elections. One thing that I always remember, Sir John, was him saying that fear delegates. They will see you, they will wink at you, they will smile at you, oh, Mekotramas is here. But it doesn't go that way. I remember one lawyer in the Ashanti region told me that he went to one of these delegates, and the delegate said that, Samantua Mawa, Fufu Amidi, Kase Hiame. If I don't vote for you, the fufu that I'm eating, how do you say kasei in English? The bone should choke me.
Yeah.
Now, he realized after the voting that the guy telling somebody that I didn't vote for him. Yes. So that is how callous some of these voters are. They will see you and they will pretend, oh, well, what for we? No size. And this is the only country that people will give you nicknames and then they will collect money on top of it. They'll give you fans. and they take money. But anyway, why is this guy called Owo? As I said, you know, his guy name, his nickname. I think it's curious for me why his nickname is Owo.
I think that was a question I asked myself when I was in Akwatia just a couple of weeks ago, and I was told by some of the
journalists that. So why would he take that nickname?
They said.
You asked the same question.
I asked the same question when I was in Akwatia about 2 weeks ago, and they told me that that was from some journalists, local journalists, that he said because everybody would die.
So that is his nickname?
Yes.
Hey,
so
anyway.
I didn't hear it personally.
Well, some names, if you take on yourself, it's kind of curious. But I like what John Locke said when he said that a wise society teaches inquiry, not obedience. And I think it is prudent for us to be asking more questions because there are more questions in our system than answers. When we talk about throwing money, and I like the way some of these voters are asking that we need development, that's the way forward. If we think that throwing money at problems solves it, I have to tell everybody who is listening to us today that it doesn't. What solves problem is ideas. So any conferences, any events that you attend, they are asking, what is the next big idea? What is the next big idea? They are looking for the biggest idea because the idea brings money, not that money brings idea. That is why when you pitch any idea, this shirt was the idea first. This glasses was the idea first. The shoes, the houses, the cars was the idea first. So ideas bring money, and we should begin to orient ourselves that way, that we should always be looking for the next big idea. We all know that Akwatia Road is terrible. And if you are a delegate and you are looking for 100 cities, 200 cities, instead of telling these politicians that use the money to build our roads, then we have a problem with you. So we should all be thinking about a common good for ourselves. Then I'm going to talk about the national interest versus the personal interest, which is very key to me. If you look at Singapore and other countries that we get independence with, one thing is clear. They had nationalists who had a clear vision of where they wanted to take their people to. We have individuals who come in thinking about how to make money quick, and then they leave. And we should make sure we don't get those individuals into political power. Let's look for nationalists with ideas that we want this clear vision, we want the people to develop, and then it develops. The other issue is that the real problem starts when we begin to count and collate elections. And when this guy who is contesting talk about some went to the market, so it's a market day for some of the areas around Akwatia. Some also went to the farm in the morning, and then when they come in the afternoon, then they will go and vote. It tells you one thing, the attitude of the people. It means that their priorities is their private life. Their markets, their farms, because politics has not given them anything. Some will tell you that, am I actually? So we should begin to watch those things. When you see apathy in voter turnout, and some areas which had about 530, and now 4 hours, less than 4 hours for the end of the voting, we have just 200 and something. It means that the voter turnout is low. And why are we experiencing this low voter turnout? It's because they are getting tired of the system, the way we banter to do things. So let's begin to know, what do the people want? Development, development, development. I pray that we have jobs for our people, because some of the youth have been going to communities talking to them. You see them sitting, playing Oware and Dame the whole day, doing nothing. And when you ask them, they say, we have nothing to do. Sometimes it's mom and dad, the old man, and then the old lady who have to open their pockets and then give them something to buy food because they have nothing to do. As I sit here, if I tell you people who have come to me that they need jobs, over 300 people. People need jobs. So let's work on that and get them jobs and development. Roads, these little things, schools, hospitals, government should do whatever it can. That's the commitment that I'm asking to help our people, because our people deserve better on that.
And those were really major stuff that the people spoke about. I remember when I was in Akwatia 2 weeks ago, the major thing on their minds has been roads.
Yes.
And the fact that ever since the consolidated diamonds also collapsed way back in 2010, there doesn't seem to be any major business there. So people are involved in petty trading and of course the illegal mining as well. But we've heard the NDC representative saying that you should vote for our candidate because our candidate is connected to the party that is in power right now. And I'm coming to you, Professor Smart Sapon, because you said earlier in another interview that you don't believe that incumbency necessarily, yes, incumbency would influence elections, but not necessarily guarantee a victory. But the NDC seems to be selling the 6 months, or let's say now we have 9 months of the Mahama administration quite well, that if you vote for a candidate, this person is connected to the presidency, getting resources will be much easier to give you what you need, the roads and the hospitals and the schools.
Yeah, so that has been the very regular campaign message during by-elections. In the general elections, you do not know who the president is going to be, but in a by-election, you have an idea of who is on the seat. And His Excellency President Mahama will be on the seat for the next 4 years, or maybe 3.5 years, if you like. And so in Akwatia, the people know who the president is and who is more closer to the president in respect of the 2 candidates. So that is incumbency. And I'm saying that during by-elections, incumbency plays quite a good role in who wins, but it does not guarantee who the winner is going to be. And if you check our records, for the past, let's take the 4th Republic, over 33 by-elections so far gone. This is about the 34th. And you see 4 classical instances where there was a different party in government, but the opposition candidate rather won the by-election. It has happened 2 in the case of NDC in government, MPP winning, and 2 in the case of MPP in government, but NDC winning. All right, so what I'm saying is that, yes, it is the most winnable campaign message you can ever do in a by-election, but it goes beyond that. You and I know in Ghana, there are some section of people in every constituency who are constants. Their votes are simply not determined by whatever you tell them. They will do green, whether you like it or not. They will do blue, whether you like it or not. In Akwatia, out of the 119 polling stations, there are some 45 polling stations for both NDC and MPP who constantly votes blue or green, irrespective of who is in government or who is not. So the determining factor is going to be the remaining, so that will be 90. So that we have just about 19 or 20 something in the middle who are, I don't know, maybe now...
That's like 29.
There are about 29 constituencies, polling stations, who have demonstrated variability in their voting patterns. So yes, incumbency is key, but I don't see how incumbency and the usual, the most winnable incumbency message in by-elections going to change the minds of the constants. For example, the NPP constants who would vote NPP on any day will simply not fall for that message. And those in the middle who would fall for the development message, if it happens that they do not trust the candidate, the personality, all right, so the person must demonstrate competence. By God's grace, these 2 gentlemen are all, in my view, very, very fit for people. I won't mind Mustafa Gbande, who says the other is not fit. But I mean, in their own portfolios, they are fit for the job. At least a lawyer, you can't say is not fit for the job of parliament. Neither would you say a degree holder and a businessman. And I make the point always that in Ghana, if you're able to establish a business and able to manage it over a certain number of years, then you are somebody to be trusted. You're a good man, because people you employ would deliberately take steps to bring your business down. And so managing a business and managing people, we are told he has employed some people in Akwatia, about 5,000 if it is true, or all those things. It's like he's also a manager in his own portfolio, and he has also he graduated with a degree and all those. At least he has the basic qualification to enter parliament and represent his people well. So if the 2 of them are on the grounds, grassroots people, then the tilt of development campaign will go for Lawyer B3. But if it happens that the Solomon guy is on the grounds like a more grassroots than Lawyer B3, then Lawyer Solomon may win, not because campaign development is not a good campaign for by-elections, but perhaps perhaps he got all his constant people, plus maybe his grassroots nature did the good for him. But like it or not, as for development in a by-election, at least my father is on the seat. I am more closer to him, and if you really want development, then it is through me that you can get that development faster. But then it comes to the personalities also. And I heard some sound bites from people in Akwatia, especially those who are going for Solomon, saying that he has been able to do some development in this constituency, and so we trust that he can do development. If those schools of thought comes in there, it means development is still key, except that the personalities is what is making the difference. So I still see it as an open contest. I mean, it favors the NDC candidate, only that incumbency doesn't always guarantee victory. And that's why I made that point. And there is data in history to suggest that it has not always been the case that the candidate whose government is in power always wins by elections. That's why I made that point.
And Mr. Beckman, I haven't heard from Professor Smart Sapon. 45 here, 45 here. I'll come back for your thoughts very quickly. I want us to go to Martin Asiedudate, who has some latest for us. Martin, what do you have from where?
Yes, we do have Godwin Asedeba, who is in the Wenchi area of the constituencies of Wenchi polling or electoral area. So, Godwin, we know that where you are, there clearly are some visible signs of some construction or new developments happening there. Walk us through what exactly you are seeing and whether or not it is as a result of this by-election which is currently ongoing.
Martin, so it is currently happening here, as you are seeing. I am currently in Wenchi, and a lot has actually been happening as far as the road construction is concerned. Earlier, I was able to speak to the NDC's Mustafa Agbande, who raised concerns about the fact that they are not doing this to gain political points when I asked him the question. But in this particular area, the state of the roads here are deplorable, not really okay. And he made mention of the fact that because the election is happening today and they've realized that a lot of cars will be plying the road, they've decided to come in and ensure that they will construct the roads to ensure that the whole voting process will be done smoothly. Currently, I am standing in this excavator that is trying to smoothing the road just to ensure that a lot of people will be able to ply smoothly to the various centers. So if you can please lower it down so that I can descend and speak to some of the residents here. And it has been the same way for the past hour since we came here in Wenchi. And just ahead of me is a polling center where you can see a lot of individuals, especially constituents, who have come in here to cast their ballots. I'll be engaging these residents to get to hear from them how they feel about the exercise. Just on the other side as well, you can clearly see that there's been a heap of sand that has been, poured on the edge of the road, and you can clearly see that before it will be spread, there are some gaping holes that usually on an ordinary day won't allow for vehicles to have a smooth glide throughout the stretch. So, what's your name? You're live on TV3.
My name is Nelly Nestor.
We've just seen that this morning the contractors are here ensuring that they would construct the road to be very comfortable for commuters who would be coming here to vote as well. Has this been the situation since, or do you feel the NDC just came in to do this particular time to convince you people to vote for their parliamentary candidate?
My brother, good afternoon. What you are seeing here is called political scam. NDC government is trying to scam people of Akwatia constituency, and it's never going to happen. This thing is pure scam. If NDC wanted to construct this road is about 5 kilometers. They are doing less than 1 kilometer of it. Just look at from the beginning to the end. It's less than 1 kilometer.
Right.
Yes. If they really want to construct this road, they should do more than 3 kilometers. That means that they are serious. This is a political scam. It's a pure scam. So this thing is not going to influence any vote. By the close of the day, or by the close of today, you will see the result. By the close of the day or by the close of today, you will see the result.
Okay.
Look at. They are doing less than 1 kilometer of the road. Yes, it's less than 1 kilometer.
We have been across some of the major routes, and we've seen that there've been heaps of sand everywhere across the center of the town. So if you are describing just here, we've seen it for ourselves in other areas as well.
So, would you speak generally to the issue? But if you just say here, then I would say it is quite unfair, based on what we've also assessed.
My brother, I am not referring to this place alone. It's all over the Akwatia constituency.
Right.
It's all over. They are just doing some small. Look at this. They put 4 trips of sand here on this place. This place is 3-kilometer road. 4 trips of sand. What can 4 trips of sand do to this road? This one is 5-kilometer road. What can 5-kilometer 4 trips of sand do to 5-kilometer road? So this is pure scam. If NDC want to construct this road, from tomorrow they will lose tonight. From tomorrow they should continue. We want to see asphalt on this road.
Right.
Yes, we the people of Akwatia, we want to see asphalt on this road.
Right.
To be sure, said they want to construct this road. For now, as I'm talking to you now, as this time, 148 is a pure scam to me. This thing is a pure scam to me. Yes, if they want to construct this road, they should carry on.
Right, so you've also been plying the route, and I'm sure you've been through some of the major routes as well. This individual is saying that the NDC is trying to convince the constituents here to vote for them, and that is why they've brought excavators here to ensure that the road is smoothing for easy access. What do you have to say about that as well?
Okay, thank you very much. For TV3, right?
Right.
Okay, good. My name is Francis. What I can say is that, for what I know is that the NDC is capable of development.
Right.
It's not about the election. Because when chairman came around, he told us that we should bring at least 3 people.
Right.
So that they will go to Accra and then they will have a contract. As they came back, you can see the work is going on. So for me, I see that they are ready to work. The NDC is ready to work, not about the election coming on or something like that.
Have you voted yet?
Not really, but I'm now going to vote.
Okay.
And as you can see, this is my voter's card.
Right.
I'm voting at the Presley school there. So I'll be going anytime.
Who are you voting for?
Oh, for now, I can't tell you, but as you can see, everywhere is green. So for me, I'm going for green.
Right.
Yes.
Absolutely. We'll continue to speak with a lot more residents as well. This vehicle that is just passing by has mentioned that it's been a smooth process for them, and what they aim to achieve at the end of the day is to ensure that once they are applying the route, they will be able to have access through it smoothly. So they see it as a developmental project as far as the construction is concerned. But a lot more residents are here to engage with me who are live on TV3. So your friend was saying,
but your friend may be smoking tea. Do not know anymore when you come here, your friend Yaunti.
Yaunti, and we say construction be brave, Koso, or Miamia, or Kromo Hanomose. And then I will walk off home.
Oh, maybe there 2 minutes there. I'm part of a cafe on say. Sa road now we no and Adana Modada. If you say, do you to Kromi Hanomono, Sankanya? Adia Sua, Celestia, Abatua, and Kamoma Sadio, and I be Campono. Who from baby almost starting, any baby Amudisino. And who here, until the Omuya now, and Ada, and Jomo Makisho Namontia said. You and the Omoyan into Anamaya Yabadio
right.
Abatua Bayade, Amam, Yanum, Anacona, Honey free, Yanum de Cobia, until the Oya doing the Pasiano, Yabaye.
Right, so he's basically saying that they've already made up their mind when it comes to exactly what they want to do or who they would want to cast their vote for. And he is going to have a stance and wouldn't really be persuaded by all of the construction that is happening already, because this just happened after they realized that the voting exercise was going to happen here. Into no, may I sure say, what's the one money? Say, Bibia Eba Bekoson and Afido Mo a road no. I want to say, what promo had share. Mu roads no generally in the Senate here, and I more complain you on why I buy Jumebia or Manya for Hoda.
Oh, the Siano, you're quite there. Yeah, I can. I'm on yet. So that's here. And I have if you make the black and what you make blank to Castle. It's Siano, yeah, and Puntoni, a Pocona, so you're quite not Siano, your person and do everything. Someone I must say, I'm not buying also.
Okay.
What I say?
Okay.
By an only Yahubeble, Atibeble, Yamba Amokano, Yahubeble, Atibeble. By Siciano, I say, less you know, ever Cosono, and I'm here. I'm about yes, I do buy. Yeah, my Abamu said, Yamobano, and I got fast about to about it. I'm home. And to the only idea, you I'm with you, I'm on you. Maybe I had you one, you had you one.
Right. So an NDC observer is also here, Stephen Atuguba, who was actually moving away with his convoy from the polling center here, and I'll also be engaging him as well. A lot of the constituents here are saying that the construction is ongoing for the NDC to gain some political points as far as the by-election is concerned. How do you react to this as a member of the National Democratic Congress, and do you agree with what you're saying?
I'm a member of the National Liberation Congress.
Okay.
Leader and founder.
Oh.
But the NDC is my mother party.
Great.
Without NDC, I wouldn't be where I am today. But in moving forward, we are blessed to have a president, John Dramani Mahama, who is a doer. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama would have done whatever he's doing now, irrespective of whether it's an orphanage constituency or not. But it is wise, very wise and very prudent. And I think if the people of Akwatia, from Takoradi all the way to Wenchi, that have been assigned officially as one of the observers, I think it is good for them to make sure Bediako goes to Parliament, because there's a saying in Akan that Akokwa obe onino enori abebesre. And I think I've been here for a while. I've gone to door, I've gone to a lot of houses. Most of the MPP people that I entered their homes and they say, Mr. Tubiga, Mumubi Abani de it is a Yampa Yepempuntu Juma or Yekuruma Hase. Ye did say ye the MPP candidate, ye candidate ne MPP no kona. Assume my emphasobia because Oko, Wanko, and this a majority of Parliament.
You seem not to be concerned about the state of the roads and the question that I posed to you.
The roads, that's why I'm saying that I'm trying to throw it out there for the people who think that JDM wouldn't have done whatever they say now. JDM would have done it, but he bringing it earlier right now shows that when the people, the community of Akwatia allows the PC, Bediako, to have a NDC parliamentary candidate or NDC MP, and also having a NDC what's his name, MCE, together, they will see massive development. Akwatia will move forward. I am happy what I've seen. There's a lot of projects going on, and I'm appealing to the people of Akwatia. They should not disappoint the PC. They should not disappoint the president. Look, we have 16 regions. We have 276 constituencies. The unprecedented projects, roads that is being constructed here that I've seen. I mean, let us all, both opposition political parties, let us applaud and thank His Excellency John Dramani Mahama with Bediako. Bediako is the only person, as the Chief of Staff, has been able to promise that when you bring me Bediako, I being the Chief of Staff, I will make sure that the best Chief of Staff this country has ever had is Julius Debra. The best Chief of Staff that we think when the people of Akwatia delivers the mandate of making sure it's a duty call for the ensemble of Akwatia. It's a duty call for all opposition political parties.
I presume you've been moving around with your convoy for a very long time, and you've also monitored the state of the road network here. What has been your general assessment so far?
We have, the contractor is doing very well, and everywhere from Akwatia itself, coming down to Takoradi, all the way down to Wenchi, that I have driven, the roads, there's an unprecedented road network going on. And I don't think the NDC will be like other political parties that will stop immediately after the election. So whether they will continue, the roads will continue immediately after will continue immediately after declaring Bediako the winner this evening. Everybody should go and vote. And I'm pleading with the NDC people. I am pleading with the citizens of Atakwa. I've gone to houses and I've supported the old age. I mean, from 70, 80 years. I've supported them to the voting centers. And I'm pleading, it's not too late. Let's do house to house. Let us do house to house. And bring the people. But I am proud. The roads are real, the roads are physical. I am seeing the development. I have driven on
Thank you very much.
93 FM.
Right, clearly it looks as though Mr. Atubiga, I should say, is in full campaign mode, especially with a few hours to polls closing. Anyway, so that's what we are seeing in parts of the Akwatia constituency, some new construction. Now, the caveat we are putting across is as to whether these construction work started before the by-election was announced or it was as a result of the by-election. Well, the final verdict lies with the constituents in that area. However, one major talking point has been that of turnout. In the next few minutes, we'll be talking or taking you through how turnouts over the years of election as compared to the national average have been quite different. It looks like people of Akwatia like to turn out to vote. But as the show continues, we've been joined in studio by Johnny Hughes of Johnny's Bite. Yes, if you do know him. He's joined us in studio. Hello, Johnny.
I think I'm good to see Dr. Stephen Atubiga.
Yes.
Then I was looking at him and watching with Al. Thinking, is that the same Stephen Atubiga who literally denigrated the NDC, you know, took them to the gutters and is now back, and every least opportunity keeps talking about the fact that the NDC is the mother party, etc. I really want to know what the end game is for him, you know, on his own resources and, you know, crisscrossing the Akwatia
like the fact that he says that I've gone house to house to campaign.
Exactly. 119 polling stations. It's quite interesting. Well, time changes. It's only a fool who doesn't change his mind, perhaps.
Certainly.
And change is only the only constant in life. But we're going to talk about the figures and some of the key highlights from the Akwatia constituency. We do know that the Akwatia constituency itself has lent itself as a swing constituency. 5 times they voted for the NPP, 4 times they voted for the NDC. This could perhaps be the leveler and the bragging right. One for the NPP to say that, well, we still have a hold on Akwatia, and for the NDC to say that going to the 2028 elections, we possibly will be able to clinch it for ourselves. Our men are on the ground. We'll bring you all the fine details as we have already done. The no-holds-barred analysis by our top-notch panelists will also be there. But Martin, let's take a look at the Akwatia figures, though. The national turnout, indeed. I'm sure we can begin safely from the year 2000, because if you go to 1992, the NPP didn't participate. In 1996, there was a competitive election.
Absolutely.
The NDC won. Then in 2000 comes in President Kufuor, and that was when, again, the NPP came in strongly and won. What more do we know, Martin?
Yes, so what we're looking at now is the fact that when you look, so this is generally the voter turnout, and it's been one of the concerns that have been raised since morning, and with about 2 hours of polls to end. Are people still going and now rush to the various polling stations to try and vote? And we are comparing it to the national average. And you can tell clearly that for the national average, so these two lines, the red and the black, the red is for the turnout for the constituents of Akwatia, and then the black is for the national turnout. So what we are looking at now is that from 2000 up until even today, or the last major election we had was in 2024, constituents of Akwatia have turned out averagely more than the national average. So it just gives an impression that they seem to like to want to vote, or they like to participate in the democratic process. So in 2000, where we are starting from, we have 63% as the 63.4% turnout rate as against 62 for the national average. Again, fast forward to 2024, they even came out more, so 90.9%. That's almost 91%.
That's right. This was in the second term of President Kufuor.
President Kufuor, yes. And then 85% was the national average turnout. And they managed to maintain that in 2008. Again, that is when an NDC party came, so there was a change in government. So it moved from 90.9% or 91% to 88%. So there was a slight dip from what the turnout was in 2024 if you compare it to 2008. I should look at the numbers very, because 2004 and 2024 seem to be mixed up. If you look clearly, the national turnout in 2008 was a major dip, because there was a major drop from 85.3% to 69. Let's say even 70%. So that tells you that the national average turnout in Akwatia was low. But the constituents themselves came out to vote. Again, if you come to 2012, when the NDC was still in power, that was the time of Professor John Evans.
No, this was John Dramani Mahama's own election.
Yes. Then the constituents turned out in 86.1% as against the national average of 80% or 79.9%. The national and the constituency average both dipped in 2016, but that was the year Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, became president. And if you look at the turnout, still Akwatia was high, but both national and constituency averages were lower. So 73.9% for constituents of Akwatia, and the national average was 69%. It went up in 2020, 83% for the constituents, and then 79% for Akwatia for the national average. And there was quite a gap that opened in 2024, the just ended election, and constituents of Akwatia came out 70% as against 59.6%. But we should bring in the fact that in 2009, there was a by-election in Akwatia, which was very violent, for which reason the security thought that they needed to ensure that history does not repeat itself, where on the back of that they've sent over 5,000 police officers for a by-election. Very unprecedented.
That's really, if you ask me, the 5,000 men on the ground is really an overkill, because it's, for me, it's a matter of systems, and it's a matter of knowing that this is a flashpoint, because we declare places a flashpoint and we leave them until the next election. But if it's a flashpoint, what else are you doing to ensure that it doesn't remain a flashpoint, so that you don't have to marshal 5,000 people to Akwatia? I mean, look at the UN ratio of one policeman to how many citizens are there in Akwatia, for example. And if we take 5,000 policemen to Akwatia at this point, what does it mean for the national security itself in terms of internal security? It's a big conversation that we must have. We must not all lose sight of the fact that we are all not in Akwatia or at Akwatia at this material point in time, and that things could be happening in many other places. Is the police up to the task, especially now that we know that we've been told not to bring the military and, you know, people wearing balaclavas into the conversation. But if you look at the figures, you notice that 2000, 2008, 2012, 2016, and if you like 2024 are different standpoints within the Akwatia turnout points that have reflected the change of a government. This was in 2000 when President Kufuor was coming in, 2008 Professor Mills, 2012 John Mahama, 2016 Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, 2024 John Dramani Mahama. And Akwatia has always tilted towards the government that's coming in, except for the 2024 elections that went the way of the NPP, which was contested in courts, in the Kofi High Court, etc. But then again, the dynamics in Akwatia also will tell you that beyond the mining, there are many other things that the people of Akwatia are demanding, which the political class may have to be paying attention to them. The fact that it's a strictly swing constituency in itself is a story to tell. That's one. Point number two, if you listen to the campaigns and the people's reaction to the various campaigns, some of the ladies were blatantly saying that, look, we have been raised with money, and so we love money. And so if you come here and you don't talk the money talk, we ain't going to vote for you. That's one conversation. How do we depart from it, especially if we're looking at a national conversation that says that we must not monetize or commoditize our politics and our, you know, it tells in all of the you know, what do you call it, the turnouts to go and vote. Even though you talk about 2008, then 2009, where it was violent, you see the dip right there. It tells you a particular story. This was the Kufuor era, the second term. Look at the big shoot for Akwatia itself. And then you come, they didn't see that kind of shoot. The only time they saw that kind of shoot again was in 2020, which was almost close to that. But in 2012, even with the, you know, all the messy votes and all the sympathy and empathy that John Mahama had enjoyed at the time because of the demise of Professor Mills, he had waged a 3-man campaign, etc. It didn't shoot up to that point. So politicians, if they really are concerned about, you know, holding on to Akwatia. They must be bringing their A game forward, I tell you.
Certainly. So the other key things we are looking at would have to do with, you know, the general by-elections we've held in the country since 1992. And the current by-election ongoing in Akwatia is the 34th by-election since the fourth.
That's correct.
You know, the current dispensation that we are in. And out of the 34, or the 33, it has swung either way, but one party has dominated. So since 1992, we have had 33 by-elections. Today is the 34th one. The retention rate, which means the percentage rate of a party retaining the seat in a by-election is 82%. And we will look at which party has actually been able to retain whether or not there's a by-election. And then the flip rate is about 18%, where the opposition...
Party A had the seat, a by-election is occasioned, then Party B wins
during a by-election. Certainly. So that's the flip rate. So it's just about 18%. So what this tells us is that the possibility of a party retaining the seat in a by-election is high, or has been high over the last few years.
That is, if certain conditions pertain,
remain constant.
That's right.
Yes, but it also doesn't mean that it is a constant. It means that there's certainly some level of change, but relatively very low, 18% as against 82% possibility of a retention rate. The NPP will hope that this statistic would work in their favor, while the NDC, as we speak, is hoping they flip it, because they are currently in government but do not have the seat.
But you see, Martin, this conversation about this 82 and the MPP's hope to clinch on or to hold on to the Akwatia seat is quite shaky, because you've come to realize over time, since 1992, that there hasn't been a by-election largely where you have a party in power losing to a party in opposition. The way we play our politics around here, we're always looking at how to align with the party in power to be able to get the piece of the national cake.
Yes.
Unfortunate as it may sound, it is the reality. So you find that in certain different places, you find the MCE or the DC belonging to another party, and then the MP belonging to another party, and the MP's party may be in opposition. You'll find how the constituency suffers for a very, very long time. The people of Akwatia voted in sure hope that, well, the MPP was going to win the 2024 elections. Now, with the benefit of history and the knowledge that they have now that the MPP did not win, and now the numbers in parliament are overwhelming in favor of the NDC or the majority in parliament, even if they decide to vote for the NPP, they would have to do that based on the fact that they're well convinced in their minds that, well, the government will not play the same old politics that others have played in the past. But there are others also on the ground who have been talking to us, who tell us that, look, why would I want to do pitch and toss with a party in opposition when I can quickly go and vote for a party that is in power and start getting it? Which is why you started questioning the road projects that are happening there, whether or not it started before the by-elections were announced, or whether it started at the announcement of the by-election, or whether it started when the campaigns, you know, kicked up into high gear. We saw the same thing in Asin North, didn't we? We saw the same thing in many other places, Edreso and many other places. Politicians tend to take the citizenry and the electorate for granted. And the electorate must now let the politicians know that we know our left from our right, and that we will not fall for some of these your matra makwe tactics anymore. You know, so these are the schools of thought on the ground.
And again, I mean, the constituents will definitely be thinking about what you've just indicated. And, you know, and Dr. Tubiga, a few minutes ago when we were talking to him, put out a local Akan proverb that akukwa obe onini. So in this case, indirectly telling the people that if you want the developments to continue, he says the road is physical, the road is real. If you want your people to enjoy these kinds of benefits, you certainly would want to align with the government, which is the government of the NDC.
Again, then somebody will question Dr. Tubiga's locus in making that statement, and how that is grounded. How close is he to power, and what influence does he wield within the NDC? You know, it takes a deep voice and a voice of influence and connection to be able to say, I am promising you this, and it's going to happen. It's going to materialize. As it stands now, his membership within the NDC and his affiliation to the NDC is quite shaky. If you monitor the conversations on social, and it's on Facebook, people are throwing shades and jabs at him as to whether or not his NLC.
How come
exactly. You get the point. So if he's making a promise to you, again, maybe we should add that to his list of proverbs that he has.
Certainly. So you're still watching your election command center, and clearly we are bringing you developments from the Akwatia constituency, where the constituents are hoping that by close of day they will have nominated or picked someone who will represent them in Parliament. Our guests are still with us here in studio, so I'm handing over back to Beatrice to continue that conversation while we monitor what's happening on the ground and bring you all of that right here on your election command center.
Indeed, Martin, thank you so much. You and Johnny Hughes. Quite an in-depth analysis of what we've seen as regards Akwatia and even the national situation when it comes to voting. And we'll be going into that bit about what it looks like, a constituency that has seen or that has been more interested in voting, even above the national, average, and yet this is the kind of developments they have in that town. But I want to start from this road construction, as it were, currently ongoing there. And there's actually a question from someone asking whether this is part of the big push thing that, the president has been highlighting, or just like we heard one of the people we spoke to say, is a scam. Why are you doing it now?
I was supposed to speak after.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, Prof was talking about the issue. Yeah, Prof was talking about incumbency and whether incumbency was going to play any role in today's elections. But you see, incumbency would normally play a role when the margins are tight. If the margins are tight, then it becomes easy to flip. In the case of Akwatia, if you could see, in the last election, the margin was a bit tighter. And so certainly incumbency would play a role, especially when people have seen physical development. This argument of this is a scam, of course, if somebody had done it previously, this government wouldn't have to come and put sand on the road. So there are people who appreciate that effort, that at least we are seeing development, we are seeing some road construction for the first time, maybe in the last 8 years.
Like Hatubiga, he told us straight ahead.
So incumbency will certainly play a role in today's election. And also, another factor which probably we've not spoken about it today is even the mode of selection of the political parties themselves, how MPP selected its candidate, whether it's going to have any effect on the elections, whether people were satisfied with the fact that they didn't allow democracy to prevail, but they instead of allowing people to contest, they selected one person to contest. A dead person, someone dies, and they select Owo to replace the person, and that's quite interesting. NDC decided to open up and allow democracy to prevail, to elect someone to lead the party. The person also happens to be the lawyer.
Quite an interesting circumstance.
Yes, so we are going to see how these two situations are going to play out and whether they are going to have any kind of effect on the elections. But certainly there are people who would always want to align. Of course, the kind of system we have is that normally MPs in a ruling party normally tend to have advantage over the MPs in opposition in terms of getting development projects to your constituency. So certainly there are people who would consider that and would not wonder in the survey by
is it Musa Dankwa?
Musa Dankwa said about 46 or 48% of the people were concerned about development. They want to see development because the irony is that if you go to most of our mining areas, the major problems there are their roads. That is a paradox that we need to try to decode, because why is it that where we get our money mostly from gold, their roads are very poor.
I mean, to an extent that even since CD, the Consolidated Diamonds, that company collapsed, as at 2024, I understand that the country got about $8 or $6 billion from just illegal mining of diamonds in Akwatia alone. Imagine if that company was still in place.
So the point is that certainly there are going to be varied reasons why people would vote today. And I'm saying that certainly incumbency will play a role, given the fact that the area over the years has been abandoned. Politicians have ignored them. If you look at the pictures we've seen in respect of their roads, they've been ignored. So they want to take advantage of the situation. And don't forget, this election will also be a precursor for the 2028 elections. So whoever wins today would want to maintain the seats. And so the question is, how is it going to be? If NDC guy wins, will the NDC then focus on the constituency to send more projects so that the guy will win in 2028? Or if people vote for you because of the promise or because of what you've started doing, if you stop, the effect is that it's going to affect you in 2028. So it's going to, the dynamics are a bit, it's not clear as to, but if I would say that given what is happening, it's likely the NDC guy will win this.
It's likely the NDC guy would. And Professor Smasapon, I realize you're reacting a lot. Even when I mentioned the scam and Atubige's response and what Mr. Beckham just, told us. Bachman.
Yes. So, as for the likelihood of Lawyer B3 winning, it is a likelihood, and same as, and because of the nature of the constituency, if you hear the analysis, it's been in, out, blue, green, like that. So at least what we are so sure of is that the third guy, Owusu Asante guy, there are three, so we will talk about the two because that one we are very sure it won't come anywhere close. But what we are very sure of, respectfully, I mean, with all due respect to,
where is he going to eat? In which bowl is he going to eat from?
He doesn't have a bowl.
No, what are we be able to eat from? NDC's bowl or MPP's bowl? It will certainly have effect.
But there are independent candidates in Parliament, so.
But you see, but even in his case, he has done well. You see, let's applaud the LPG. At least for putting up a candidate. They usually don't do well, but they try as much as possible to participate in almost every elections that we do conduct. It is better than the other political parties who shows off only 3 months to general elections. Show off action. Yeah, just 3 months. When you hear IPAC meeting, go check the list of political parties who would register to attend the meeting. And now we meet at Akwatia, and we have only 3. Do you get it? So please, political parties do not just exist by name, all right? Take interest. It's not about winning or losing. Be part of the democracy we are building. You have registered to be a political party, and these are occasions where political parties are called to duty.
And I think that's a point Mr. Bachman made earlier, that they should be mindful that they are part of the country's development and not just there to win elections.
No. They need to be told that. And, I mean, some of them have fine names, fine history, but you find them only 3 months to 2028, if you like market somewhere. The 3 months to 2028, then they will nominate one person, go and be flag bearer, this one, this, that. We are gone. Please, it won't help us. But, I mean, back to the subject matter, what I'm saying is that as for the 2 of them, the likelihood of one of them winning today is a certainty. But then, my point was that, and like the analysis was showing, in our history, once we have occasions where 4 occasions, political parties in government did not have their candidates win a by-election, 2 going for MPP, 2 going for NDC. It means that we wouldn't make it automatic that once you're going, even though it favors you, like I said, the most winnable campaign in a by-election is the developmental campaign, and who was the key to development. But in 4 instances here in Ghana, it has turned out to be different. We don't know how Akwatia is going to turn out, but it is not like a straight jacket. He's going to be hard worker. He saw the way the NDC and its senior members invaded. If it was a straight jacket, perhaps a level of energy and engagement we saw wouldn't be there. So let's see how it turns out. But then the consensus matter my brother spoke about. I think consensus is also part of democracy, just that it is used sparingly. It is not the usual means of selecting leaders in democracy, but there's been many occasions where under democracy, consensus has been used. And so it is just, I don't know what their meeting how their meeting went about. I was also expecting a primaries until I heard that a meeting has gone on regional level, constituency level.
And there was selection.
There was selection. It is part of democracy to build consensus where necessary. In fact, we encourage members of parliament to build consensus and not to be walking out anytime the opportunity comes. It is democracy. It is part of democracy.
Is that a subtle jab at one of the
no. But no, see, in our history, we've had, even with the 137, then this is sometimes walked out of parliament.
Yeah.
So I'm just speaking generally that sometimes let's build consensus. And then I would want to see their individual contributions, because these two guys are real constituency people. And so occasions like this, be able to say that these are my offsprings, my people. When I come to Akwatia, at least I have these people who I've helped one way or the other, pro bonos, establishing firms and recruiting them and all those things. And they have all trooped behind me to help me in my campaign and all this. I usually don't like the idea where people will have to come from Accra and elsewhere to invade a local constituency in constituency campaigns and those things. But, I mean, you can't also say people should stay in Accra while the epicenter is at Akwatia. But as much as possible, let's have the local people lead the campaign and get involved in all those things. But it's all good. My point is that democracy, and then the Owo, Beatrice, the last one, the Owo, I thought it was perhaps a name, a response to a name. You know, in Akan, some names have their response. Yes. So, for example, I don't know whether it is true. I stand to be corrected.
Upon Chicheku.
Upon Chicheku. Yes. When I was told that President Kufuor was Diewu, I don't know whether it is a matter of fact.
But Diewu is a name. It's different from Owo.
Yes. Oh no, Owo is in it thereabout. But once it's a nickname,
your guy name is Owo. That's dangerous.
Especially when Owo is selected to replace somebody who was
taken by Owo.
That's interesting.
Yes.
But once it's a nickname, I think we will not. Please forgive us.
And I'll be coming to Johnny very shortly, but there's a message from Reverend Emmanuel K. A. Kwao, and he says, I would like to commend you, Professor Inokenchi, founder of the Enoch Servant Leadership Foundation and Dean of Business and Communication at Academy City, for insightful contributions on the ongoing TV3 program Election Command Center on September 2, 2025. Your articulate discussion on the Akwatia by-election showcasing your commitment as a trusted peace advocate. Alongside Dr. Ebo Bachman, who's...
Doctor, I don't want that.
You don't want any problem from GTech?
Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Ebo Bachman says he's not a doctor yet. He doesn't want any trouble from GTech. No. So alongside Mr. Ebo Bachman, whose contributions on election monetization are equally noteworthy, Professor Entry, you exemplified the values of servanthood and leadership that can guide Ghana towards a more dignified and peaceful future. Together, your involvement in the Peace Council could significantly contribute to restoring integrity in our democratic process. God richly bless you all. So that's a message coming in from Reverend Emmanuel K. A. Kwao. Johnny, here's what you have for us from the other side.
Thank you, Beatrice. There very interesting conversations there. We know that Stanley Niblo is at the Buedua Lorry Station, one of the polling stations, 119 polling stations. He joins us on the phone line now. Stan, good afternoon. Thank you very much for your time. well, Stanley, but we know that there are 119 polling stations in Akwatia. There's a particular point there. These are live visuals, as you can see on your screens. Very buff gentlemen right there. They are not clad in any party colors. We do not know if they are vigilantes or they are ushers or bouncers. We don't know how to describe them, but we can clearly see that they have a lot of flesh on their bones. And Stanley is at the Boedua Lorry station in Akwatia. Stanley, good afternoon. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Stanley. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, I know that you must be crisscrossing the constituency, but what did you find at the Boedua Lorry station, polling station?
So I must first of all say that this place has been very calm, but quite calm. About 2 hours ago, a number of hefty men or bodily built men trooped into this polling center. And also, it's actually holding 2 of the centers. And so the hefty men trooped into the centers, and everybody was thinking that, okay, these people are just coming to observe the protest.
Stanley, you'd have to speak up for me. I can hardly hear a word. You have to reposition yourself. You're fighting against the wind. Yes, it's better now.
Great. So I was just reporting that the entire process has been very calm since morning. Right. But about 2 hours ago, a number of bodily built men or hefty men walked into the station. Came into the station. This lorry station is actually hosting 2 of the polling centers. And so when they came in, everybody was thinking that these people are just coming to observe the process to a point and then retreat or go back. But when they came, they have been here and they've been intermittently moving around the polling center. As I speak, they've gone to converge at one of the entry points into the auditorium or the premises of the polling center. I spoke to the people, I spoke to some of the police officers, and they said they are just observing them, they are observing their movement. And that when they came, they did not ask them anything, they did not question them, they did not even call them and ask them anything. But what the police officer told me was that they are just observing their movement, and that whatever transpires in Ablekuma North, they are going to ensure that they are not going to leave anything to chance. So they can look around, nobody's going to ask them anything. But once they try to foment trouble, that's one, they are not going to allow them. And so I must say that the process, like I said, I indicated earlier, has been very calm and peaceful. The electorates have been going through the process to exercise their civic franchise. As I speak, one of the polling stations has about 624 registered voters. And as I speak, about half of them have gone through the process successfully. Right. The police deployments have been very massive over here. And then there is other teams, other backup teams also patrolling the community. So every 1 minute you will hear a siren of a police siren going around the community, just trying to fall any chaos or prevent crime. And so I must say that everything is moving on smoothly, but these people are still lurking around, and we hope that by the time polls will end, they are not going to foment any trouble.
Do we know if they are within the perimeter where the electorates are supposed to exercise their franchise, Stanley?
So they've been coming in, and so just a couple of minutes ago, one of the regional commanders who has been detailed to oversee activities of this polling station moved in with some men, and he has given them say to cordon off the entire electoral area. Right. So if you are not a voter, you'll not be granted access to that perimeter. But then there is a bigger space. It's a low station, so people have been trooping in, and vehicles too have been trooping in. They are working, they are running their usual routine or daily routine, and so people come in to board vehicles to their various destinations. But I think there is a very huge place that people can just wander or roam about. The police are numbered, they are highly beefed up, and they are observing things for themselves. The
Maria, the Black Maria vehicle, the prison on wheels, Have you seen it around the area?
Yes, of course. So the Black Maria, it's not just one, but a number of that vehicle. And then also there are police deployment. You know, the IGP, the police management board, which is from earlier, they just indicated that they are deploying 5,000 men. And so some, as part of the deployment, some of the 5,000 are going to serve as backup teams. And so a number of them too are also patrolling like an indicator. Some are in pickups, they are wielding arms. Others are also on motorbike. And then those who are also using the Black Maria. So these three categories of protection or individuals are also in operation. Every 1 minute or later every 5 minutes, you're going to hear a siren of a police vehicle moving around the community, signaling that, yes, the police is in charge of this election.
Thank you very much, Stanley. We're grateful for your time, and keep safe there. Well, from Stanley, we go to Christian Yali, who is at Takoradi, and that's also one of the polling stations or polling areas in the Akwatia constituency, one of the 119. Chris, thank you very much for your time. Good afternoon. And Chris will join us shortly with the update from there. This is your Election Command Center. We mentioned to you earlier that we'll bring you top-notch coverage. And so far, we're delivering the goodies to you minute by minute, second by second, so you get to be updated on what's really happening at Akwatia, because you can't be there. We will be there. We are there. And we'll bring you all the fine details on your Election Command Center. This by-election has been occasioned because the Member of Parliament, Ernest Kumi, died intestate, and he has to be replaced so that Parliament can be complete. Yes, Chris.
I personally want to start having what you call much more direct engagement with our friends on the other side, MPP, so that we can build this. Shall I call it? We should be able to have results at all moment.
And a lot of utterances have been made heretofore. I spoke with your candidate a while ago, who made that strong commitment that, see, come what may, he is confident of winning. However, should it tilt the other way around, he would accept it. As a lawyer as he is, he loses cases in the court and all of that. What would be the position of the party? I know that you want to win this seat as well, but what would you do if it does not go in your favor?
I mean, there's nothing we can do. I mean, like every competition, you do the best you can. I mean, hoping that you can win. But if at the end of the day, the people say, no, we want the candidate of the MPP, why not? We need to accept that and then go back to our drawing room. I mean, our drawing board and re-strategize for another day. And I think that's how it should be. I mean, and I like what the lawyer said. That's a temperament. The problem is, you see, many of us pretend to be democratic, but even in our personal engagement, there's no democracy. Because whenever a situation where we have to take a loss, we don't want it. Yet when there is a victory, we are happy. I mean, you can live life wanting to always have victory and never having a loss. Even our everyday engagement shows that there are moments where you win, there are moments where you lose. So that's how the education must go. Sometimes I appreciate it's not always the leaders who cause the problem. Sometimes the followers who themselves are over anxious. Some of them simply maybe they tease each other, and I don't want to lose out, they will tease me, so that creates difficulty.
You have too many seats in Parliament. Why didn't you just choose to back off from this one and let NPP take it, just to honor their late MP?
I mean, we appreciate that, and I think that's a conversation that we can have going forward, to be able to have a certain convention that when maybe an MP passes away, there should be a convention to be able to simply allow it. I mean, it's a conversation.
There are some who even make the point that in this case, we can just allow the party involved to just select someone to replace the MP without going through a by-election process.
But you must appreciate the Akwatia constituency issue is a bit different. This is a constituency that,
how different is it?
As of December 7, after the polls were conducted, we had a very, shall I call it, a serious dispute that actually had drag in courts. So you can appreciate that the people of the constituency wants a closure. These are people who turn out on December believing that they are choosing NDC to be in parliament. At the end of the day, MPP was declared. The candidate, then MP who was the candidate had taken the issue to court. The people deserve to have a closure. They also deserve an opportunity to be able to say, listen, well, at the end of the day, this is what the situation is. And I think this particular one is one that we need to be able to set the record straight for the country to know who truly won in Akwatia. Because we believe in Akwatia in December, we won. MPP, of course, was declared, but we believe that given the nature of what happened in December, today we'll be able to establish that properly. So it's good for the country to establish that properly.
And those who say that maybe all of these legal gymnastics and co put so much pressure on the late MP.
I heard Baumi actually say that. He did? You know, sometimes I listen to him and I cannot believe it. That's a vice president. And and this is a level of intelligence. I mean, to believe this. So when Baumia together with Nana Akufo-Addo went to court after the loss in 2012, why did John Mahama not die as a result of the protracted court case? What about the many NDC people who have been taken to court? And also, to be honest, sometimes I think Baumia should simply decide to shut up instead of wanting to speak all the time. Because sometimes when you speak and you portray that level of sometimes I want to be nice.
It is.
I want to be nice because I was going to use a word that because sometimes these things ask you to use words that are much more appropriate. But I can just tell you that the infantile logic is shameful. It's shameful for somebody who was a vice president and somebody who is aspiring to become a leader of this country. But maybe it's good for him to speak more like that so the people of Ghana will get to know the level of his capacity. Because for me, it betrays how very low his level is.
But very soon, we have post close. What is that commitment to peace that you make here right now and the message to everyone who watches you right now?
I think we've said it, that we are happy about the process so far. We encourage our supporters to continue, cooperating with the security agencies. We are happy on the other side as well. The MPP supporters also have conducted the same so far. I think that's the way it ought to go. That's the way it ought to go. No matter what the contest is, let's allow the will of the people to always prevail at the end of the day.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much. So we've been engaging the General Secretary of the ruling National Democratic Congress, Fifi Fiavikwete. Let the will of the people prevail. Whatever the outcome is, you allow that to prevail. You allow that to be the final say of the people. And he believes that in so many ways, among many other things, whatever happens to be the outcome of this would determine or would confirm who indeed won the election in the last session when it was held in December 2024, whether it was the NPP that won it or it is the NDC that won it. He has answered to a number of the concerns that have come up so far. This happens to be the debate grounds here in Takrowase. I want to see if I can engage the presiding officer shortly just to have an idea. Okay, he's gone on break, but I just want to have an understanding of the figures. What is the turnout looking out so far?
The total, 581, and then the total distance that we have now is 354. So we are expecting at the end of the pool, we are expecting not less than 400 voters to come and then exercise their voting rights.
But mostly in all elections, even during the main elections, how is the turnout looking like?
Oh, it has always been the same. Yeah, it has always been the same. They have been coming out in their numbers to vote mostly. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So far, an impressive turnout, you should say. But when you look around you, indeed and really, you see all across personnel from the Ghana Police Service officers who have all pitched camp here, mostly relaxed as it should be, because the process has been very calm here so far. We've had few reports of vote buying across other centers of the constituency where the by-election is happening, but when you speak to officials, they tell you that, see, we've not witnessed or seen that. Earlier, we saw the Inspector General of Police, Christian Tete Yohuno himself, together with some of the top officials of the Police Management Board, touring a number of these polling stations to ascertain for themselves how the process has been. But across the divide, really, when you ask everyone, they're all preaching the same message: peace, peace, let the will of the people prevail. Back to you in studios.
Thank you very much, Christian Yali there. Christian Yali earlier in that conversation with Fifi Fiavikwete, who's General Secretary or Chief Scribe of the NDC. I must say his blunt knife really cut very, very deep there. But this is your election command center. And we'll hand you over now to Beatrice, who has guests seated. We've been joined also by Mr. Kuto, who is joining the panel now. Beatrice?
Indeed, Johnny, you're right there. Quite strong words from the General Secretary of the NDC, especially regarding the former Vice President, who is also hoping to be the flag bearer of the opposition NPP going into the 2028 general election, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Let me acknowledge the presence of Wanda Victor Kuto, who is lawyer, also a member of the board of the VRA, the Voter Authority, as well as a national executive member of the governing NDC. Sir, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Since you just joined us, let me first get your thoughts on what you've seen so far from morning till now. The by-election started around 7 a.m. and there have been a number of conversations around it, your own observations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon to senior members here and to our viewers. So far, so good. I mean, this is an improvement on the by-elections that we've had. We're all in this country, the Ayawaso West Wagon, terrible. But I mean, so far, so good. Even Ablekuma, there were some challenges. Yeah. But the difference was that in relation to the Ablekuma, there were some steps the institutions were seen to be working. You understand? Under the MPP, apart from the Ayawaso West Wagon, I think we had the Asin North by-election. That election also appeared to be very peaceful, but what happened was the monetization. And it was clear that even after the election, there was some song around Chaso Poku Sekano Yedi. You see, but today you will not see that influence of money and what have you. So this is victory for democracy.
Oh, we had one of our reporters saying that the people were waiting for their palms to be all going out to vote.
So largely there was victory for democracy. And today the NDC wins is a victory for the people of Akwatia, because they will have the opportunity to be part of the government. You know, unlike the general election where you don't know who will be from government, today we know that the NDC is clearly in government, and we need the people of Akwatia to join us so that they can also get a fair share of development. And I can assure you that by 7 p.m. today, victory will be declared ours. We know what we have done. They've seen the difference. I mean, they've seen the city is stabilized. They've seen that inflation is down, depreciation is also down.
You know the city is rising again?
Oh, I mean, if you look at where we took it from about 17 to, 17 to a city of 16. No, even if it was 15, we've done remarkable work. Yes, within 8 months. I mean, this is what we promised, keeping faith with the people. There's no fee-stress policy. I'm sure the people of Akwatia have benefited in some way. You understand? The Youth Employment Agency has learned some model, the community, fire, police. So the system is working. Assemblymen, about 25 million Ghana cedis has been disbursed across the country, including Akwatia. You understand? So I'm saying that they need to reward this government. They need the people of Akwatia will today tell the people of Ghana that they believe that any government that is performing must be rewarded. And there's this saying that the reward for hard work, for good work, is more work.
You don't think it's too early for you to conclude that the people of Akwatia must reward the governing NDC?
No, but when you say too early, I don't know what you mean, but 8 months of governance is what we can judge the NDC by. We can't judge the NDC by the future. At least you can judge us by this 8 months. We've done something. Judge us. That is our scorecard. And I have no doubt by 7 p.m. today, the people of Akwatia will join the NDC. And we've always said, when the matter was in court, we've also had a view that we actually won the seat in 2024. But of course, there are some discrepancies and all of that. So today, you will see the real victory. Musa Dankwa has predicted a 53% victory for the NDC. I do not think people will be doubting Musa Dankwa. If you look at his performance in these years, I do not think Beatrice, I do not think you would doubt Musa Dankwa's polls.
We look forward to getting the results at the end of the day. But I want to come to you, Professor Enchi, because I realized you were reacting when the General Secretary of the governing NDC, Fifi Kwete, was speaking to our reporter earlier.
Yes, Beatrice, I talked about the thought process of the people that have made Singapore and those that we attain independence with have moved forward. They had nationalists who were visionary, forward-thinking, and they rallied the people behind them in development. We are far behind in development. But I think we need to educate our listeners and Ghanaians about some of the lies that politicians use to deceive them. Now, if you look at Kumi's issue, he died 2 weeks before MPP's national conference here at Legon. Did you see the party even doing a minute of silence for Kumi? They forgot about him. They just forgot about him. And that scares me, the way we do politics in this country. 2 weeks before national conference of your party, and what I was expecting that the party would say that, can we all rise for 2 minutes of silence for our departed brother? There was nothing like that. They were thinking about, by-elections. What is this? What is this power that we are looking for, that we forget our brothers and sisters easily? The other thing is that the family of Kumi went to Parliament where he works and presented to the Speaker that he died of heart attack. Is that not what is there? Yeah, that's all. That is there. It is recorded in the Hansard. That is what the family reported to Parliament. Now we are hearing there because there was scuffle there. They attacked even the General Secretary of NDC. Some people were attacking them.
That's what we heard earlier.
Yes, the chairman.
I mean, Johnson has
yes,
said,
and I've seen NDC posting a lot of things that 20 people should be arrested. Now, if the family that he belongs to are saying that he died of heart attack, how come that a political party goes and says that it's another political party that killed him? What is this?
Just saying the pressure of the court case.
We all have pressures. We all have pressures. There are 5 diseases that kill any black man on this planet. Heart attack, blood pressure, cholesterol, and stroke. So these are our genes, our genetics. It is in there, everywhere in the world if you're a black man. So how come that we turn everything into politics? That is my worry. Everything is turned into politics. And the people are becoming more discerning. Ex-President Kufuor have said it. The people are becoming more discerning that you don't have to go and lie to people about A or B or C. But those who are perpetrating violence in our communities, and I want to end on that. I have said, and TV3 have quoted me, that the Peace Council was too late in going there. We have a lot of institutions that are supposed to help build our democracy. Now, democracy is supposed to be maintained, the way we also maintain our buildings. So, good water, good air, good food, talking about right to vote, public education, NCC, where are they? Public education. The people are supposed to know their right. They are supposed to know that the police are a friend. When you come out to vote, nobody will do anything to you. They are supposed to know these things. Look, when you are in the cities, the way you think is different from somebody in the village, the way they think. We have even friends that we went to school with. And now they see you, you try to go to them. If you don't call them, they will see you and pass. You have to make the attempt to call them and shake hands with them. They know you, but they will pretend they don't know you because it's like they are no more your class. You have to get to that level and then talk to them. And that is very important to me. The way we are doing politics and insulting at each other and doing that, do we even know that what the journalist asked? That, we have to go through a process and select somebody. What about if the person is an independent candidate? Do you go to the next of kin to select that person to lead the political party? And we are having a situation where even somebody told me they are going to have a rejected ballots party. Rejected ballot party, because always the rejected ballots are more than all the other political parties. NDC and BB have taken over 95% of the total votes since we returned to constitutional rule. That means that just 5% is fumbled there, and over 3% of that is always rejected. You see, so we should think about growing our democracy. Let the third force, other individuals also come in. But if now is a winner takes all, so if MPP wins, they sack everybody in NDC. There were some people in NDC who told me that
When MPP won, they did not even allow them to enter their offices.
Is that not the kind of politics
Yes,
practice?
and then when NDC came, there are still some MPP people in office. But we have to grow our democracy in such a way that if you go to any advanced world, the states, let's say United States, the states have their own police, the states have their own rules, the states have their own park system, so the states do everything. You don't need the federal government to do anything for you. You don't lose your job because another government has taken over. You have your job. But we have a situation here where when your political party loses, then that is a public announcement that you've lost your job. So you should begin to look for another job. That shouldn't be the case. You know, why we are doing this to ourselves, I don't know. But we have to realize that we are one country with one common destiny. God in his wisdom made us all Ghanaians. When you travel, you have a Ghanaian passport. You can naturalize in another country, but your country of birth is there, that you are Ghanaian. So when you do any stupid thing in that country, they will deport you to your country of birth, which is Ghana. That is why I love this country. This country is so beautiful that if together we build it, when I'm traveling around, a month ago I was in the States, you can't get coconut or you can't get corn to buy anywhere. But here by the street side, you can buy anything. You have to go to mall to buy everything. But here, you can buy everything by the roadside. Any food that you want.
So life is made easier here for you.
Here. Anything you want, you can buy them. And when you are going to buy something, look at the way they will wear you. Look at the way they pamper you. Oh, honey, oh this. What do you want to buy? We have a beautiful culture that we can really nurture it and make life beautiful for us. The way politics is tearing us apart, I don't like it. I want us to unite and build a country we all love, because God in his wisdom planted us here, and we have to make it beautiful.
We have to make it beautiful. I'm coming to you, Mr. Buckman, because you were actually on the floor before I crossed over to my colleague, Johnny Hayes. Yes.
Yes, let me add this point that, yes, we are going to have a very successful election today. I mean, if you consider all the things we've seen from the police and even how the political parties are conducting themselves, you're going to have successful election. But having successful elections should not be the only yardstick we have to use as a nation to measure the success of our democracy. I think democracy must benefit our people. Democracy must produce development. And if you have a situation where, as I said earlier, a political party is going for an election in a constituency, and that political party is not able to tell the people that when I was in government, this is what I was able to do for you. So vote for me again. And that is a problem. It means democracy is not producing the kind of results we have. People play the game just to win power, but not to win power to do something for the people. And it's so clear in what has happened in Akwatia in this election that the previous government, I believe their campaign message should have been that when I had the opportunity to govern you in the last 8 years, these are the projects I was able to do in this constituency. So on the basis of my performance in the constituency in terms of developmental project, vote for me. That was missing, and that has been missing in the conversation. That should tell you the kind of sickness we have as a people in terms of our democracy. So, yes, as I said, I mean, if you consider the fact that the numbers, this number one is not going to make NDC any different in terms of having
the supermajority,
the fact that it's not going to add anything to the NDC. I think those who need to benefit from this are the people in Akwatia. Because the NDC, they need a number, but for what? Yeah. MPP needs the number, but for what? But the people in Akwatia, they need somebody who can represent them effectively, who can certainly bring something home to the people, which is quite significant. So these are some of the things people have to consider when they are voting, that the political parties need one seat. For what? What do we also need as a people from these elections? And I believe that if I'm from Akwatia, I will be more concerned about the development of my area before I consider whoever I'm going to vote for.
And indeed, that's what we saw in that last survey by Musa Dankwa with Global Info Analytics, development leading. But I'm coming to you, Professor Smasapon, because earlier I mentioned, based on that analysis by my colleagues Martinez, Edudate and Johnny Hughes, that Akwatia seems to be above the national average when it comes to voting. Doesn't it worry you that the town doesn't even have any development? They are struggling with roads, and when you go there, it's like one major thing on the lips of the people there, and infrastructure for both education and health.
And to add to it, you get to know that Akwatia is also a mining town that contributes significantly to the GDP of this country, but still doesn't benefit from what he brings onto the table. So it's quite pathetic. I feel going forward we should learn to manage or measure our needs. So I don't know what the local government system does to support some of these conversations. So, or maybe it gets to a point and it truncates. Budgetary supports do not come to get those projects done. But we can't keep doing this to ourselves. At least, if by close of a term, one district may have more development than the other, it's fine.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have to be that some districts had development and some had zero, like nothing. All right, and we have to choose our development projects. We must choose those that gives us multiple benefits. When we open the roads, when we get them, there is a road from Techimantia, that Techimantia road.
In Akwatia?
No, elsewhere,
Okay.
somewhere in Ahafo region. Before you could access the Techiman road, you needed to have come to wind either through Techiman or through Kumasi. But that Techimantia road that was constructed has reduced travel time between the Ahafo and the Bono East side drastically by well over 2 hours. So some of these projects must be done. Projects that have multiple benefits so that it opens the place up. Those who are into mining would have a smooth way to their businesses, farmers especially. That area in the 4 districts, there are some 4 districts including Akwatia, the Kwaebi Brim, the Denchemore, the Chimansa, and the other area, the New Ebrim. Apart from the mining, they are the hub of palm fruits and palm oil. In fact, Unilever and other companies that uses the palm fruits in producing oils and soaps and those things, they go there, they have agreements with the farmers, and then they buy right from the farm gate. But go and see the roads they use in doing this very, very important business. So, yes, let's try to know our needs and let's respond to them, even if we can't respond to all. Let's have selected ones that are very important to the districts and have multiple benefits. Have them done so that at least we can open up their local economy and development will kick in. You just do the things you want to do, and development will just kick in.
Indeed.
All right.
Thank you very much, Professor Smasapon. I'm coming to you now, Johnny Hughes, because once again, you've got some update for us.
Yes, thank you very much, Beatrice. And we'll go straight to Wenchi, New Wenchi in the Akwatia constituency. Eric Mawenagbeta is on the ground, is standing by with some updates for you on your election command center here. We're also live on 3FM 92.7, and Eric Mawenagbeta has the fine details. The new Techiman polling station actually is one of the most populous out of the 10. There are 10 most populous polling stations out of the 119. New Techiman is one of them. Eric Mawenagbeta has a hold on it. His eyes and ears are on the ground. His boots on the ground, and he's there, right there in the constituency. Eric, please take it away.
Right, Johnny. Just a short while ago, former police, one of the former police chiefs, Kwesi Fori, along with the former Minister for Interior, Henry Korte, they made their way here. The tensions here have been simmering. It's been at a certain level for quite a while. There's been heightened police presence here for over an hour, 2 hours tops, if I can be honest. We've seen different personnel with respect to the police service as well. And it's all in relation to 2 groupings who are here. Groups belonging to the NDC, groups belonging to the NPP, all around this particular polling station. There are 2 polling stations, in fact. There's a Presby polling station here at New Wenchi, and then there's a primary school polling station as well over here. That has become the center of attraction for all of the, call them what, private security of the 2 respective parties who've been here and that has caused tension for quite a while. We've seen that the national leadership of the NPP, the national organizer, as well as some of his personal security detail, they've been stationed here for a very long time. In the short period, or not really a short period, but in the time that we've been here, we've as well seen a lot more in terms of reinforcement from the police. We've seen as well a lot more persons associated with both sides in terms of private security as well coming here, and that's what it's been. Tensions have risen to a certain level, but the police has been navigating the situation, urging calm from the both sides, even though that I must mention that this hasn't affected in terms of voter turnout. It hasn't affected the process of the election continuing, as the NPP, because this is their stronghold, continue to go around finding people and bringing them and making sure that they are voting. That's a task that a lot of them have been involved in. They've gone to clinics, they've gone to hospitals. There's a clinic around here, but they've gone to bring somebody who was very ill to vote as well, seeking to show up their numbers as well. But it continues to remain very tense here. Just behind my camera person, if he turns for you, you see the sheer numbers in terms of individuals who are stationed here, private security detail of both parties who are all waiting. Then if you look across the football field, because they are the goalpost area here, the other goalpost area, you find vehicles parked as well, of persons, security detail, of parties as well, all present here, and it has raised the tension level here to a certain degree, but it continues to be calm because of the increased presence of the police who are dotted around all of this place and making sure that peace prevails. Not quite sure what happens from here on in, but if you go to other polling stations, you realize that they just use tapes to cordon off the area. But over here, based off on what happened earlier, we came around, they got briefing as to what the situation is and the security situation up until now, and we continue to monitor it. They've made their way out of here after receiving that briefing, but this particular polling station, the two, continue to remain of particular interest to the two political parties who are here monitoring, even though the police appears to be quite in charge of all that we've seen, despite tension levels rising to a certain degree.
Thank you very much, Eric. Mawena Egbeta, here's a man there, Nwenchi, joining us here with some more updates on your election command center. It's going to get much more interesting because Mr. Musa Dankwa will be joining us shortly, and you know, once he joins us, some figures. He's been making some projections as well based on research, and we'll get into those fine details. But first, the 10 most populous polling stations out of the 119 polling stations in the Akwatia constituency. Martin has the detail, and I'm walking right to the screen so we could have Jojo about it. Martin, I know you know the figures. Share with me what you know.
Right, so what we do know now is that we're looking at the total number of polling stations in Akwatia, and we have extracted the top 10 or the 10 with most numbers.
Out of the 119.
Out of the 119. And this is because this actually can change the dynamics of whether the votes go to party A or party B.
Right.
And so we do know, and then you just spoke to Eric Maronagbeta, who mentioned the new Wenchi polling center. Now that particular area has 699, which is the second highest number of registered voters in the constituency. The first is the Deba Ground New Wenchi. Then we have Presby Church New Wenchi, SDA Basic School Takrase, and then we have the RC Primary School in Bodia, and then Deba Grounds in Okumaning. So 704, 699, 671, 670, and 660. Then the rest are Presby JHS New Wenchi, Yoruba Mosque Akwatia, Main Gate Bodia, and then LAJHS Tupremang, and then we have St. Paul's Presby School also in Bodia. Now these are the top 10.
Top
now,
10.
if you add all of them, it gives you a total of 6,644.
Right.
And that represents about 12.7%
of the votes.
Of the total constituency.
In the constituency.
Yes.
So that's a game changer.
And that's quite significant. So whoever is able to annex majority in any or all of these constituency polling centers is likely to tilt the vote in their favor.
Right.
And if you are talking about 12% of total votes,
that's right.
That's quite significant.
That's quite a number. I spoke with Wisdom Safo of our research desk earlier, who told me that he's been doing some digging, that whoever wins the new Wenchi polling stations, right, it stands a greater chance of getting that seat, because there's a historical antecedent or precedent to that those who are doing the new Wenchi win end up winning the total. So let's see how it goes. But 12% is quite a number, more than 10% of what you have in there, the full constituency.
Yes, and this is the total number of registered voters, 52,000 people. We do not know whether all of them, certainly not necessarily all of them, but the sizable chunk is expected to come out to vote. So if you get 12% of this out of just the top 10, that is quite significant.
At this rate, when you have somebody who was not so well, who still insisted that they wanted to vote, that's something to show you that you're getting more out of this 52.
Certainly.
You're sure to get about what, 80%? Because we have seen 80%, 90% before in the last graph that we showed. Yeah.
And so these are the total number of polling stations out of the 119. And again, we're told that if you look at the eastern region alone as a block, the constituency in question, Akwatia alone, gets about 2.9% of the total constituency vote. So that's quite significant when you're talking about the national numbers or the regional numbers. So, and this is just like a brief profile or a background. And some of our panelists have been talking about what the constituency has represented nationally, what they have offered to the national coffers, you know, and what they'll be looking out for the people in power when they do win the power. How can they help them maximize the natural resources and or benefit from what they also contribute to the national coffer. So it's quite significant, a constituency in the eastern region. And in the coming days, we'll definitely look at beyond all the politics, what else can the people
a striking similarity is that Akwatia is a mining community, right? You go to Obuasi, same. You go to all the mining areas that bring us all the gold, the bauxite, the diamond, mention all the minerals that you have. But you go to those places and you find that they are far away from development. They look like the forgotten parts of the country. And consistently over the years, they have been trying to get the attention of the people in power, either to legislate, to formulate policy, to benefit them so they can get a fair share of the national cake. Will that paradigm shift happen, based on the results that will come out of this? I certainly hope that the people of Akwatia also get their due share, like the people in Adansi and Obuasi and many other places.
Right. Well, so as it stands, what we have done so far is to just keep you in the loop of developments right from the morning up until now. The next team is taking over from us, but what we are certain of is that we are less than an hour away from polls closing, and when it does close, sorting will begin. We'll go back to the grounds and speak to some of our reporters to get the...
you're running ahead of yourself. It's about 2 hours
to go. So it means that a lot is still happening, and people who are yet to go out to vote are being encouraged. You could tell that the likes of Fifi Kwete and the senior leadership of the NDC and the NPP are still there, asking people to go out and cast their ballot. If the numbers do rise, from what we started picking up in the morning, it looks as though there's a possibility of a low turnout. But we are hoping that people actually go and express yourself and be part of the national conversation. And at the end of the day, you can also stake a claim.
That's right. That I was part of.
I was part of this exercise.
One thing that's been said. I mean, Musa Danquist said it. I've heard Ben Efson say it. I've said Mr. Bentel of Imani say it. Many other persons have said it, that it looks like this election is going to be in favor of the NDC. But that could also spell complacency for them, because then they'll say, well, if Obiasi we need the end.
Yes. They really need to whip up people to go out.
Yeah, I mean, it all boils down to the final whistle and when we start counting. We don't know the result, you don't know either, but if you stay here, we're sure to bring you the final results here on your Election Command Center.
Beatrice.
Indeed. I mean, quite an interesting conversation from your end as well, but I have to wrap up with my panel here, and I want to take your final words. I'll start with you, Professor Inokenchi, in about 30 seconds, or we can make it 1 minute.
To the people of Akwatia, I think this is your time to get some developments. For far too long, mining areas have been suffering on development. Roads are terrible, water system. I'm told that the best food that they eat there is ammonia benquine. And it's, you know, we need to take care of these communities, not only during elections and by-elections, but all the time. And I'm also urging the media to hone in more on development issues. Enough of the politics. Politics should not be a POS of our life forever. Let's talk about development, our bad roads, our infrastructures, which are dilapidated. Let's talk about schools and our hospitals. The more we talk about that, politicians' attention will be drawn to that, and the people will get all these infrastructures.
Indeed, Mr. Bobakman.
Yes, as I said, let's our democracy be for the people. As I've always said, if you look at the definition that was given to us by Abraham Lincoln, it says the government of the people by the people. But the bit that says for the people is missing. 92.7. And so let it be for the people. And let the people experience real development in their lives. It's not just about winning an election. This is not about football. You are not winning to get points. You are winning to ensure that people who voted for you, and it's because of the system you run, whether the moment you get more than 50%, it is presumed that everybody voted for you. And so development must be shared equitably so that some constituencies will not be neglected like what we're experiencing in Akwatia, for example. Let's spread our development. Let people benefit from what belongs to them, which is democracy. Politicians, don't be chopping the people's money. Don't be eating people's money. Allow the people to enjoy what belongs to them, which is democracy. Don't be the thieves of democracy. Be the drivers of development on the back of democracy for the benefit of our people. And I think that's what we should do as a nation.
Indeed, Mr. Bachman. Thank you very much. Professor Smasapon, your last words?
Yes. So what I would say is that so far it's been so good. The police should keep their focus so that towards the end we do not encounter anything that will mar the beauty so far. Yes, it's a human exercise, so I've seen some 1 or 2 scuffles somewhere, but at least it's manageable. Let's not see any degeneration towards the end. And polling agents, kindly keep your pink sheets well. Electoral Commission, you to monitor your pink sheets well. At least let's have a very smooth coalition exercise and the elections declared latest by tonight, so that tomorrow morning the people of Akwatia can go back to their normal activities and for the economic issues to be discussed again. We don't want to discuss any issues apart from the good of Akwatia and the Republic of Ghana. So far so good. Let's wrap it up very, very well. All stakeholders, please keep focused, don't disappoint the country.
Let's wrap it up very well, and I'm coming to you, Mr. Victor Kuto, and your final words. But in addition to that, earlier you were saying that the people of Akwatia should vote for the NDC's candidate because you think he has access to the government in power. Should they decide to vote for him, how do you expect your candidate to work hand in hand with the district chief executive for Denchembo, Umar Okutu, to ensure that they are collaborating well to bring the needed development to the area?
Oh, I mean, as it stands now, I have no doubt that in just about 4 hours from now, the NDC candidate will be declared winner. I mean, I have no doubt that the people of Akwatia will reward the NDC for investing strongly in the National Apprentice Program. 21 million is gone as of now. The Ejunwara Program, 34.5 billion Ghana cedi is gone. The no-fee stress policy. The people of Akwatia will definitely want to be part of the ruling government. But like you said, if you turn the coin, if you the unlikely event that the NDC does not win, I mean, the NDC is very democratic. The NDC doesn't victimize. I mean, our track record is there. But I have no doubt. I mean, bottom line, that within the next 4 hours, the NDC candidate, Lawyer Bedu, will emerge victorious.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us on the panel. This is still your election command center. Of course, we've had Professor Enoch Enchi, governance expert, with us. We've also had Mr. Ebo Bachman with the Movement for Change. Of course, Professor Smart Sapon, also senior researcher at the Kumasi Technical University, and the man you just watched and heard there, Wanda Victor Kuto, lawyer, a member of the board of the Water Authority, as well as a national executive member of the governing NDC. You don't want to go away. We're returning to Akwatia to bring you some videos and interactions of what's happening there. My name is Beatrice Edu, and the next team will be taking over quite shortly. Don't go away.
Security, so far so good. Our concern usually regarding security will be during the counting and then the coalition. That is where usually we have challenges. So far the security, we are okay with it. As you can see, there's a heavy deployment of police personnel here, and this is good. But usually after voting, during the counting process, and then during the coalition process, that is where we've witnessed some of these unfortunate issues. That I will just reiterate that they must beef up security around this period, especially getting closer to the end of polls, during counting, and then during coalition. That is where we will expect that they would also deliver. I mean, the IGP has said that this is going to be one of the most peaceful by-elections, and we are going to hold him to those words. But so far, so good. Thank you very much.
What is worrying is the turnout. I mean, we could see more observers than voters. And I don't know what is accounting for that. I don't know what is the reason for this. If I'm left to conclude, I think that disappointment may be one of the reasons why the turnout is low, especially when the MPP process in selecting who their candidate wasn't transparent. A number of persons wanted to contest. They were prevented from contesting. I must say the former MP was prevented from contesting. The constituency chairman also wanted to contest. Unlike we, the NDC, giving room for other persons to want to come in and contest, where we got one out of that, that's Lawyer Bediako. The MPP didn't have that. And so probably the people who didn't see a transparent process in selecting a candidate, who also feel that the candidate they brought is not the kind of candidate that can bring in the development that Akwatia needs, might be the reason why they are not coming out. But it's early days yet. We want to see how the process will go as the time tickles in. But so far, within 1 hour and some few minutes, the turnout is not encouraging.
And I'm confident. So we spoke to Nanabi and Salah. So yeah, and then you are also important partakers of the process. So when you also see something, you also prompt the security personnel and agencies that this is what is happening, so they can also act. They may not see everything happening.
Talk to the people, yes. You know, all the political parties, and you did. Exactly. And you didn't stay in Accra, but you have also come to the ground. You were there, you had meetings with them again on the ground over here, yes. And today you are on the ground. Yes. I'm so surprised seeing you. And this is one of the wonderful terms of this new management of the Peace Council. Yeah. I think we will continue to work. And when we work together, I think from here, I'm sure Tamale will come. And then we shall meet there. We shall meet there too. The people are comporting themselves. Okay. And then the electoral officials are also working without any fear. And then the police are also giving the protection they have to give. The day is still young. We hope that just as we start, it will go through the process like that to the end. At the end of the day, we all smile, having a peaceful election. Thank you.
People of Akwatia were concerned that the numbers of police personnel here likely to intimidate them.
It's not intimidating, it's for peace. The presence of police is for peace. You know, our issue is that anywhere people don't have police, they say, bring police, we need police, we need police. Now we have brought police. So be peaceful and come out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, so far, I think what I've seen before 7 o'clock, polling stations have been set up, and I think that's a good thing. It's in line with the regulations for the conduct of these elections. In terms of security presence, yes, I see the men in the black here. We are expecting that they will ensure compliance and protect all installations, including you, the media.
This is an MP. Winning the election, no. Winning the election, no. 17 days back, no, you're gonna have. 17 days, no, you're gonna have. 17 days, no, who you. Where? I am so sad. I am so sad. So me won't say, Azwaka, no oba Akwatia. Me alaji masaud me see me batamale. Na Azwaka to me ba Akwatia. Me won't say. So Munkachira Azwaka say. Munkachira
Anya yiri shela yerma. Mponna anya ba. Mponna yiri anya ba ma. Tanya tanya isbisekan. Your mod
3FM 92.7.
I'm
Security, so far so good. Our concern usually regarding security will be during the counting and then the collation. That is where usually we have challenges. So far the security, we are okay with it. As you can see, there's a heavy deployment of police personnel here, and this is good. But usually after voting, during the counting process, and then during the collation process, that is where we've witnessed some of these unfortunate issues. I will just reiterate that they must beef up security around this period, especially getting closer to the end of polls, during counting, and then during collation. That is where we will expect that they would also deliver. I mean, the IGP has said that this is going to be one of the most peaceful by-elections, and we are going to hold him to those words. But so far, so good. Thank you very much.
What is worrying is the turnout. I mean, we could see more observers than voters. And I don't know what is accounting for that. I don't know what is the reason for this. If I'm left to conclude, I think that disappointment may be one of the reasons why the turnout is low, especially when the MPP process in selecting who their candidate wasn't transparent. A number of persons wanted to contest. They were prevented from contesting. I must say the former MP was prevented from contesting. The constituency chairman also wanted to contest. Unlike we, the NDC, giving room for other persons to want to come in and contest, where we got one out of that. That's Lawyer Bediako. The MPP didn't have that, and so probably the people who didn't see a transparent process in selecting a candidate, who also feel that the candidate they brought is not the kind of candidate that can bring in the development that Akwatia needs might be the reason why they are not coming out. But it's early days yet. We want to see how the process will go as the time tickles in. But so far, within 1 hour and some few minutes, the turnout is not encouraging.
And I'm confident. So we spoke to Nanabi and Salam. So yeah, and then you are also important partakers of the process. So when you also see something, you also prompt the security personnel and agencies that this is what is happening, so they can also act. They may not see everything happening.
Talk to the people, you know, both, all the political parties, and you did. Exactly. And you didn't stay in Accra, but you have also come to the ground. You were there, you had meetings with them again on the ground over here, and today you are on the ground. I'm so surprised seeing you. And this is one of the wonderful terms of this new management of the Peace Council. I think we will continue to work. And when we work together, I think from here, I'm sure Tamale will come. And then we shall meet there. Too. The people are comporting themselves. And then the electoral officials are also working without any fear. And then the police are also giving the protection they have to give. The day is still young. We hope that just as we start, it will go through the process like that to the end. At the end of the day, we all smile, having a peaceful election. Thank you.
People of Akwatia were concerned that the numbers of police personnel here likely to intimidate them.
It's not intimidating, it's for peace. The presence of police is for peace. You know, our issue is that anywhere people don't have police, they say, bring police, we need police, we need police. Now we have brought police. So be peaceful and come out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, so far, I think what I've seen before 7 o'clock, polling stations have been set up. And I think that's a good thing. It's in line with the regulations for the conduct of these elections. In terms of security presence, yes, I see the men in the black here. We are expecting that they will ensure compliance and protect all installations, including you, the media.
Single blood dropping, without any cutlass, without anybody being beaten. And we are hoping that we will be able to go through. We will continue to advise. That Akwatia has lived as a family for all this time. And this election should not lead us to anything that will mean that we want to hurt each other. We want to encourage electorates and citizens alike to be law-abiding. Whatever we know that will temper with the running of this election, let us not do it, and ensure that after this election we remain as the same people, united as a family, and then we'll see what development can come to Akwatia. I think that's what should be our focus.
Omu nyinaa bɛhyɛ bɔ wɔ ha. Bɛhyɛ no ɔmohyɛ ne nso no, yɛpɛ sɛ ɔmudi so. Ɛsiane sɛ nnipa no ɛna yɛto aba de ma mo. Sɛ yɛbɛto aba ma mo, na mbɛda ne ntɔkwale a, ne yɛkɔɛ anaasɛ yɛbaeɛ. Na asɛm no nyinaa ne titiri nyinaa, two political parties no. Mokyitaafoɔ ɛna sɛ mokasa kyerɛ ɔmo yie. Yɛn nananom yɛ ayɛfa mu deɛ. Sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ a ɛde asomdwie bɛba. So far nso mehwɛɛ no, biribiara akɔ ne kwan so. Da biara meka sɛ, yɛn Ghana Constitution ɛna ahyɛ sɛ police ɛmmɔ yɛn ho ban. Yɛdwapadeɛ ɛne yɛn ankasa nipadua ɔmmɔ yɛn ho ban. Ɛde sɛ police ba na police say, aha, obiara mba ha, monyina ha. Ɛsɛ obiara te aseɛ. Mebaeɛ a yɛabae mu a ɛmu ayɛ clear yi. So obi diri meka sɛ ɔkɔfa ballot box a, yɛn nyina obiara bɛhu. Yɛn nyina obiara bɛhu. Ne mu yɛ crowded a. Na obi fa mu kora na mu a mobile nsɛmtwerɛfoɔ a mobile kora mbɛdi adanseɛ. So obi ka sɛ ɔfa ballot box a, wɔn na ɛhu. Nipa ko no so yɛ police ni o, so yɛ NDC ni o, so yɛ NPP ni o. Yɛbɛhu nipa ko no. Na nokorɛ ade. Yɛde saa ɛtena a ɛde asomdwie ɛna bɛba. Na afei nso yɛto wie a deɛ wobɛnwi ne biara no yɛn nyinaa yɛ yɛn support no na dwumadi a obedi aboa mansi no na onni na mmoa ɛsan sɛ botae baako na mo nyina mu kuta o da bia meka sɛ wate sɛ presbyfoɔ ɛne methodistfoɔ ɛko ntɔkwa bɛn ɔmo nko ntɔkwa da wohu sɛ roman ne anglican ɛko ntɔkwa da na ade na two political parties ɔmo nyinaa bɛhyɛ bɔ wɔ ha bɔhyɛ no ɔmo hyɛ no nso no yɛpɛ sɛ ɔmo di so ɛsiane sɛ nnipa no ɛna yɛto aba de ma mo ɛsɛ yɛbɛto aba ma mo na mɛda ne ntɔkwa deɛ a ne yɛkɔɛ anaasɛ yɛbaeɛ na asɛm no nyinaa ne titiri nyinaa two political parties no wɔkyitaafoɔ ɛna sɛ mokasa kyerɛ ɔmo yie yɛn nananom yɛ ayɛfa mu deɛ sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ a ɛde asomdwie bɛba so far so mehwɛɛ no biribiaa kɔ ne kwan so da biaa meka sɛ yɛn Ghana constitution ɛna ahyɛ sɛ police ɛmmɔ yɛn ho ban yɛdwapadeɛ ɛne yɛ ankasa yɛ nipadua ɔmmɔ yɛn ho ban ɛdi sɛ police ba na police se aha mo obiaa mba ha mo nyina ha ɛsɛ obiaa te aseɛ mebaeɛ a yɛabae mu a ɛmu ayɛ clear yi so obi diri meka sɛ ɔkɔfa ballot box a yɛn nyina obiaa bɛhu yɛn nyina obiaa na mu yɛyɛ crowded a na obi fa mu kora na for mu background bɛdi adanseɛ so obi ka sɛ ɔpɛ ballot box a wane ɛhu nipa ko no so ɔyɛ police ni o so ɔyɛ ndc ni o so ɔyɛ npp ni o yɛbɛhu nipa ko no na nokorɛ ade yɛde saa ɛtena a ɛde asomdwie ɛne bɛba na afei nso yɛto fie a deɛ wobɛwi ne biara no yɛn nyinaa yɛ dɛ yɛn support na dwumadi a wobɛdi aboa mansi no na ɔnni na mmoa.
And there you have it, royalty speaking some wisdom so that all of us could let that sipping nicely. Now, there are two candidates in this crucial by-election in the Akwatia constituency. We'll take a look at their profiles quickly on your election command center. Solomon Kwame Sumedu is representing the NPP. And what do we know about Solomon? We know that he's a businessman. He's a CEO of Owo Mining. It's a licensed small-scale mining company. He has a party position in Akwatia constituency. He's a party treasurer of the NPP in that constituency. He's a native of Bodia, known as a financier and grassroots mobilizer for the New Patriotic Party in the Akwatia constituency. What more do we know? His strengths. It's a local and roots and recognition. He's a son of the soil. That means that he was born and bred in Akwatia and is highly visible in Bodia. Also, party unity. In terms of party unity, is chosen by consensus, no division. So there was no primaries for him. The party unanimously decided that he should go and represent them in this by-election that would find a replacement for the late Ernest Kumi. In terms of financial and logistical advantage, he comes to the table with wealth from his mining entity that helps to support campaign to reach out to many people. In terms of his strengths, we continue with his youth and traditional ties, and we talk about how he has supported artisans, apprentices. He is backed by the chiefs and elders of the community where he comes from, and the constituency as well, according to what we know about him. In terms of continuity, after Ernest Kumi's death, he says he can frame himself as the heir to Kumi's legacy and rally sympathy votes. And that's why he believes that he is the best choice. And that's why perhaps the NPP unanimously decided on Mr. Sumedu. Now, in terms of his weaknesses, he's never had any legislative experience before, whether at the local level or on the national scale in parliament, or whether at the district assembly. He's never had any legislative experience before. In terms of Galamsey Illegal Mining Association, is a political liability because that's because it's a miner. It tends that his opponents tend to smear him with the conversations that he may possibly be an illegal miner and that he may be involved in some level of illegal mining or galamsey, which has become a big canker in the country. So it's one of the weaknesses and a dip in his campaign. In terms of past questions over his educational credentials, those have come up as well. People are questioning what he brings to the table in terms of his academic credentials. And that also has become a big conversation, especially knowing that he is going head-to-head with a private legal practitioner who's gone to the Ghana School of Law, has been called to the bar, has practiced for some time. People are beginning to question his educational capacity. also is less influential in the Zongo blocks. And if you know Akwatia very well, the Zongo blocks play a very key role in Akwatia. But he has a strategy. His strategy is that he will secure the MPP bases. There are bases in Akwatia that are biased towards the New Patriotic Party, and he says he wants to secure them. Where are these bases? They are Bodia, they are New Wenchi, and the Toprema. Remember that Martin and I told you about the 10 most populous polling stations in the Akwatia constituency, 119 of them. The New Wenchi area we mentioned was one of the areas that if you win those, you are very, very sure that you may be on your way to victory. He says he wants to secure these MPP bases. That is Bodia, New Wenchi, and Topremang. So we wait. Another strategy that he has is that he wants to mobilize sympathy votes around Ernest Kumi's legacy. So some PT parties, some PT votes, some sorry votes, some empathetic votes, some sympathetic votes. He wants to get all of those votes for those who are pained by the demise of Ernest Kumi, who died intestate, and for those who want a replica of Ernest Kumi, he says he wants to garner those votes for the NPP. Well, it's not yet 5 p.m., it's just some 37 minutes shy away from 4. We'll find out how it goes. He also wants to push aggressively into Zongo areas to blunt the NDC's dominance. If you know Akwatia very, very much, the NDC has dominance in the Zongo communities. And he says he wants to put sand in their gari, as you say it, or if you like, put a spanner in the works for the NDC in the Zongo communities, in the Zongo blocks. He wants to destroy that dominance and perhaps half it or erase it completely. That's his strategy. Now, his key contender is a private legal practitioner. It's Bernard Bediako Beidou. So Mr. Sumedu and Beidou, kind of rhyme. Well, what do you know about him? It's also 40 years old.
This year is going to be sweet. I don't just feel it, I know it, because the Luckiest Season 3 is back.
And I'm about to show you how to grab your golden ticket. Just dial *712# and follow the prompts to purchase your ticket. Or go to theluckiestafrica.com, hit community tickets, and pick your lucky number.
Or let the system do its magic. Choose how much you want to spend from 1 to 5,000 Ghana cedis. You can even buy a ticket for someone else. Be someone's hero. Payment? Easy. Mobile money in Ghana or card if you're international.
One ticket can turn 1 CD into 500 times more. That's maths we love. Or your community could win 10 times more. So let's get lucky together. Because luck is everywhere.
Play responsibly. Not for persons under 18 years. This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Fly Emirates to 5 destinations in the Chinese mainland: Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Hangzhou, and Shenzhen. Relax in comfort on board with our world-class hospitality. Explore up to 6,500 channels of entertainment and stay connected.
Click community tickets, choose your number, or let the system do so for you. You can buy a ticket for your boo or your favorite
in the 2025 NDC primary. So in 2024, he represented him as lawyer in that election dispute going into 2025. Then the primary comes and he decides to contest his client and he emerges victorious. He defended Boakye in the 2024 election petition, but in 2025, he ran against him and won. Now, here's the risk. Boakye's faction might withhold full support, weakening the NDC's unity. And we've seen that before happen in Kumewu and many other places where there's a division in the party, and because of that, they had lost the seat, which could have fallen for them altogether. And that's one of the risks that they have there. Also, an advantage regarding this change is that it demonstrates that Baidu's deep entrenchment in the constituency and politics and the NDC's legal and political battle. So, a member of the legal team, somebody who's worked within the party structure, somebody who stood the test of time within the constituency chairman, that could be playing to his advantage. But he certainly is a man, so he will have some weaknesses. What are these weaknesses we're talking about? Internal factionalism is a matter to look at because Boakye's supporters may resist uniting behind him, which is a fact because, well, we're humans. And if they feel disgruntled that you once represented the man that we all support and now you contested him and you won against him, former member of parliament, we clearly may not be able to support you. There are some who are diehard fans of Mr. Boakye Adam who would say, no, we will not follow Mr. Baidu. Also, lower public recognition compared to Esumedu, and the two are going head to head, so you can understand why. Weaker resources than the NPP candidate. We mentioned earlier that the NPP candidate, Mr. Esumedu, is a miner, a small-scale miner. So even though Galamsey has been attached to his name at some point, a smear campaign, he comes to the table with a lot more resources. That's not to suggest that miners have more money than lawyers or lawyers have more money than miners, but according to the analysis that we know and what the detail that we have, weaker resources, so he doesn't have deeper pockets like Mr. Sumedu, and that could also affect him. He is not a native of Akwatia in terms of a home boy, or if you like, a town boy. He is not a proper native of Akwatia, so he's seen more as a Koforidua-based man, whereas Sumedu, his contender, is seen as a man who is a homeboy, who is a town boy, homegrown soil boy. He is seen more as a Koforidua-based man, and that could be one of his weaknesses. But he also has a strategy, just like Mr. Sumedu. He says he wants to maximize the Zongo block turnout, a pin a month and a month from there coming up again. So they're not talking about Wenchi. The NDC is not talking about the new Wenchi area, obviously because the assumption is that they have a hold on it already. So why go and chase? What's in competition is a pin a month and a month from. Now, the leverage that he also has, the national government development promises, and you can clearly see the machines on the road, excavators and all the levelers trying to make sure that the road is more trouble. And Martin has been asking that question for the umpteenth time. Maybe we'll ask, were those road projects sanctioned before the by-elections were announced, or were they sanctioned as soon as the by-elections were announced, or did they start happening when as the by-elections are ongoing? But he says he wants to leverage national development promises, and he's aligned to the government in power. So clearly, he's making promises based on what he believes can be done, especially knowing that he says he has ministerial and governmental backing. Again, one of the strategies is to use anti-Galamsey narrative against Esumedu. We have all been talking about ending Galamsey and how it's destroying our waters and bringing us a lot of health complications and problems. He is going to use that because already the smear campaign on Esumedu is that even though he's a small-scale miner registered and licensed, some say he doubles in Galamsey, and he says he's going to use that as part of his campaign. Heal internal rifts with Boakye's camp to consolidate the pace. We mentioned that it could be a risk factor disadvantage because Boakye's team may decide that they are not going to play ball with him and his team. So these are the two profiles of the two gentlemen who are going head-to-head in this particular election. The first gentleman is Mr. Sumedu, who is the MPP's candidate. Solomon Kwame Sumedu is the MPP's candidate. And then you have the NDC's candidate, Bernard Bediako Baidu. Sumedu comes to the table and talks about the fact that he's the son of the soil. They say that Mr. Baidu is from Koforidua, is a Koforidua-based man. But it's all in the eastern region, and that's a wrap on how the two candidates are faring, what they're bringing to the table. It boils down to the electorate, what decisions they will take at the polls. We just have about some 1 hour, 16 or 14 minutes, if you will, give and take 15 minutes to the top of the hour when polls will close at 5 p.m. and then official counting will start officially. Our men are on the ground. They will bring you all the fine details. And we do know that in the last hour, some heavily built men have made their way into some of the polling stations or around the polling stations. The police have assured us that they have their eyes on the ground, they have their eyes on the ball, and they will ensure that whatever happened at the Blakema North will not repeat itself in Akwatia. We know that there's the Black Maria, or about 4 or 5 of them, the prisons or wheels, and that the IGP, Yohuno himself, says that, well, if you joke, we're going to toss you right in there and let the Lord deal with you. We have 5,000 policemen on the ground. We do know also that we have election observers there. Earlier you heard the chief of the town speak to us, and he spoke a lot of wisdom, suggesting that, well, have you ever seen the Anglican Church and the Catholic Church at each other's neck? Have you ever seen the Presby Church and the Methodist Church at each other's neck? So why would you have NDC and MPP when it's supposed to be a contest of ideas? Why would they have NPP and NDC go at each other and try and try to outdo each other, especially on the note of violence? He says, well, that should not be the case. What the people should be advocating for, if they really care about the Akwatia area, should be demanding for the piece of the national cake, should be demanding for development, and that's a chief that thinks about his people. I'm sure that message resonates deeply with the people, and as the hours go by and as the minutes go by, we'll bring you all the full detail here on your election command center. And we'll let you take a look at this quickly so you can get a firm understanding of what's been happening over the period. Take a look. At this by-election, for example, you look at the figures, and we sourced it nicely to Global Info Analytics. So the red bar represents the baseline poll, and then the black bar represents the final. Who is supposed to be part of this contest is a certain Owusu Patrick, but clearly he's not been too loud enough, and we don't know where he is at this material point in time. But what are their chances? In terms of the baseline poll, if you look at it head-to-head, Solomon Esumedu of the NPP had 50% of the votes per the baseline survey that Musa Dankwa and his team did from Global Info Analytics. Bernard Baidu had 44% of the total number of the sample size and whatever work that was done. But then you look at the final poll, and then Solomon Esumedu has dipped from 50% now to 47%. And then you look at the final poll for Bernard Baidu, and you can clearly tell that he's shot up from 44% to 53%. When Musa Dankwa takes his seat, I'm sure that we can ask him further and better particulars for him to tell us what really went into this. We're looking at the numbers, how many days it took, what period, because we're talking about a baseline poll and then a final poll. And this should be very instructive for those of you who are interested in all of the figures. Mr. Owusu Patrick had 6% in terms of the baseline poll. The final poll, he had nothing. It's called 0, because I'm sure by that time the people had made up their mind where they wanted to go, either they wanted to go towards NDC and NPP. So we do know that since 1992, in fact, 1992 was not a competitive election because the NPP did not participate in that election. The first competitive parliamentary elections and presidential elections that happened in the Akwatia constituency was in 1996. This was the second term of the Jerry Rawlings era. And at that point, Jerry Rawlings' party, the NDC, won Akwatia for the first time in that competitive election. In 2000, the NPP, and interestingly, the Akwatia constituency seems to have voted each time there's going to be a change at the top. At the top means that, well, President Kufuor comes in, President Mills comes in, President Nana Akufo-Addo comes in, and now John Mahama comes in. In fact, in 2024, even though there was a change in government, Akwatia didn't vote for the NDC. But I digress. I go back to it. Now, in 2000, President Kufuor just come in, and the NPP won the Akwatia seat for the very, very first time. So the dynamics in the Akwatia constituency, quite interesting. If you look at the voter turnout, find me the voter turnout, please. Let's take a look at the voter turnout in Akwatia, at least from the year 2000 all the way to the year 2024. And we get a fine understanding of what the constituency has been, how the constituency has been voting. By the way, just to guide you, the total number of registered voters, 52,328 individuals are voting in this election, or are expected to vote in this election. 52,328 are expected to vote in this election. That's about maybe 2.5% of the total in terms of the national voter population. The Akwatia constituency alone takes about 2.5, 2.6% of the vote. Now, there are 10 most populous, what do you call it? 10 most populous polling stations in the Akwatia constituency that should guide you. The total number of votes that these 10 will bring you are 6,644 number of votes. 6,644 number of votes. That will represent 12.7% of the votes. Now, these are the 10 polling stations, but populous polling stations in the Akwatia constituency. The Deba Grounds, New Wenchi, 704 persons are on the register there. Presby Church, New Wenchi, 699 persons are on that register there. SDA Basic School, Takrasi, 671 persons are on that register. Roman Catholic Church Primary School, Boydua, 670 persons are on that register there. Deba Grounds in Okumaning, 660 persons are on that ground there. And then you have Presby JHS New Wenchi, 654 persons are on that register. Yoruba Mosque Akwatia, 653 persons are on the register. Main Gate Boydua, 650 persons are on that register there. LA JHS, that's a local authority, JHS Topreman, 643 persons are on that register there. St. Paul's Preparatory School, Boydua, 640 persons are on that register there. So now, a total number of votes that these 10 bring you is 6,644. That's 12.7% of the total number of votes. That's the 12% of it. Now, if these 10 are accounting for 12%, and the parties, the various parties, whether NDC or NPP, whether Mr. Beidou or Mr. Sumedu, are able to clinch these seats, the one who gets the majority of this is clearly then on the way to victory. You can confidently say that they are on their way to victory. And it's quite interesting, the dynamics in the Akwatia constituency. Very, very interesting. Now take a look, for example, at the voter turnout. And we're starting all the way from the year 2000. Very, very interesting dynamics, as you can see on your screen. In the year 2000, we're looking at the national turnout and then also the constituency turnout. These are two graphs that we put together nicely for you. Now, the national turnout, in terms of year 2000, you find that the national turnout has 62.5%, whereas the the constituency turnout, that's Akwatia turnout, has 63.4%. And then fast forward to 2004, you see that the constituency turnout is 90.9. 90.9. This was the second term of President John Ejekugo for 90.9% voter turnout. The national turnout was 85.3%. 85.3%. And then in 2008, you had a national turnout of 88.1%. And then in 2008, the Akwatia turnout, the constituency turnout was 88.1%. And then also the national turnout was 69.4%. And then you find out that in the 2012, the national turnout was 79.9%, and then the constituency turnout was 86.1%. In 2016, you had 69.1% for the national turnout, 73.9% for the constituency turnout. And then in 2020, you had 79.6% for the national turnout, for the constituency turnout, 83%. And then in 2024, the latest election that we had until this by-election, the national turnout was 59.6%, and then the constituency turnout was 70.3%. It tells you a certain story. Now, the vote percentages that these two gentlemen will get will also be part of the historical profile of the constituency called Akwatia. Now, what do we know about the constituency called Akwatia? Let's quickly get a profile of the constituency called Akwatia. We know that it is a farming community. We know that it is a mining community. We know that top of the mind and the demands of the electorate in that area are conversations around jobs. We know that they're looking for apprenticeship. We know that they're looking for farm implements and farm inputs. We know that they're looking for soft loans to be able to start their own businesses. We know that the people in Akwatia, for example, are also equally concerned about galamsey because it affects the quality of water they drink, the quality of water that their livestock drink, the quality of water that they use to water their farm produce that we eventually will be buying from them. You know, a whole gamut of issues. Akwatia is mixed communities. It has Zongo communities, it has competitive, often NDC-leaning communities. That's Akwatia for you, and they have it right there. In terms of the rural farming towns, you can mention Boidua, you can mention Topreman, you can mention New Wenchi, you can mention Takrasi, and it's an Akan majority community, which means that the Akans have taken center stage. Typically, the NPP leaning. So in the rural communities, the urban part of Akwatia has NDC as their lover boys. And then the rural farming areas of Akwatia has the NPP as their lover boys, especially because in areas like Topreman, like Boidua, like New Wenchi, like Takrasi, it's a Akan majority, typically NPP leaning. The Zongo communities, often competitive, they tilt towards the NDC. Now, historically, it's Ghana's diamond mining hub, Akwatia. And I'm sure you remember the Ghana Consolidated Diamonds in Akwatia. You also remember that the current livelihood conversations, artisanal mining, which is legitimate in most of the cases, but also now recently we have galamsey, illegal mining, which has destroyed a lot of vegetation, a lot of water bodies. It's causing a lot of health problems and health risks and dangers to people around there. But there are also very industrious people who are interested in farming. So in terms of cocoa and food crops, you'll find the people of Akwatia actively participating in those things. They also like to trade. And they trade in all manner of wares, from clothes to used clothing to footwears to name them. All the commodities that you need to put body and soul together, you'll find them trading some in Akwatia. There's a high youth unemployment in the area. They keep crying for jobs, 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 and more jobs. Apprenticeships is also very lucrative in that area in terms of if you want to start it up, yes, but they clamor for it, and in those places, they expect that those things will come to them. And the mining policy are top of the voter issues, because they want the mining area properly screened and properly looked at. As I mentioned to you, 2.9% of the total votes that you get in Akwatia accounts for what they chop off the national average. But, well, we'll hand over now to the next team. We're joining me now, Alfred Nede Akrofio Kansik and Joseph Akablay and Kemini Amano will be joining us shortly. My name is Johnny Hughes. They take over from here.
And we see the movement of the police around. Wherever we just as we were coming, we see the police vans moving, meaning that you are in here for a serious work and to ensure the safety and protection of property and life. And we are behind you in our support, in moral support, and then also with our prayer. Even the police, we don't want any police to be hurt. Even in the course of your work, we don't want any police to get hurt. And we have indicated to them that there's no need, no necessity for violence. We should be able to finish this election without a single person's blood being dropped, without a single person being assaulted, without a cutlass on any other person. And we hope that our message...
what are your expectations of this race?
So, but I think so far with the media, there hasn't been anything untoward. No. So it's fine. And so we are backdoor. So it's a backdoor approach now.
What are your expectations of this race?
So, but I think so far with the media.
This by-election, we've been building up to it quite strongly here on your election command center today, the D-Day. We are all in the 119 polling stations. We have our men on the ground monitoring the situation. They'll bring you some exclusive detail as well as what is happening there in that constituency. This is a day that we were expecting some over 52,000 registered voters in that constituency. But as we have seen, one that is characteristic with by-elections in this country, the low voter turnout is one that we're seeing playing out in this Akwatia constituency. And there's been a number of factors ascribed to it. We'll get into it here on your election command center. These are the dying moments of the polls there. In less than an hour, polls will close in the Akwatia constituency. This is a crucial period, and that's why we're hearing the Ghana Police Service say they're going to send reinforcement to beef up the police presence in that area. 5,500 policemen on the ground. We'll be finding out exactly how things will play out in the next 1 hour before polls close here on your election command center. We're live as well on 3FM 92.7. My name is Alfred Okanse, and I'm here with Joseph Akablay, who's going to be running through the numbers and how things are playing out. And the man who has stuck out his neck with a prediction that the NDC is going to win this by-election, Musa Dankwa is here with you, Blake.
Yes, there's a lot to talk about. I mean, it's an interesting poll, and we all know the work that Musa Dankwa and Global Info Analytics have been doing since December 2024. It's been generating heated conversations here and there, but there are important aspects of it. And a lot of the times, we tend to just focus mainly on the outcomes, the conclusions, the projections. I like to pay close attention to what the people are talking about. What direction do they think the country is heading? What's the president's approval rating? What are the factors that are influencing who they are deciding to vote for? That more often than not enables us to an extent, even though we do not have it in the form of exit poll, so to speak. It gives us a sense of what may have accounted for the outcomes once the numbers come out. And what we'll be trying to do from now until the close of polls and finally collation processes to walk our viewers through all of that. When the numbers start coming in, we're going to make sense of all those numbers and show you how they fit within the historical narrative, what is looking different, what is being consistent amongst all of that. And so it's a lot to unpack at this point in time, Alfred, and that is what we'll be doing in the next couple of hours here.
And we have the men and the women on the ground to bring you everything you need to know here on your election command center. Kemini Amano is seated with the creme de la creme of the men who are on the beat to bring you everything you need to know. Kem?
Absolutely. Over here, it is the men and the woman. And we'll bring all the conversations, as we cover events on the ground. But Alfred, you're right. We're in the last hour of the voting. We expect counting to then take place after that. And we'll be here to bring those moments also to our viewers. But Akwatia is a really interesting constituency. This is their second by-election, Alfred?
Indeed. In fact, they've had their own fair share of troubles.
Absolutely.
That characterized that election over the period since 2008, that the first time we saw, and then there's been the second by-election as we're seeing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you can understand why people are worried, again, because of what, the incidents that took place in 2008 and then 2009 when the actual by-election took place. I am very happy at this point, very glad at this point that we haven't seen that level of violence. What we have seen is disagreements. We can separate disagreements from violence. And I'm happy to know that the police are on the ground doing what they need to do to ensure that there is law and order on the ground. But listen, whether or not Akwatia will follow the trend of what we have seen from 1992 up until the elections of 2024, where it seems to align with the presidential outcome in the national elections, would know in the next few hours as we cover the elections. Because, Alfred, again, Blair will take us through the numbers. We'll see that between the NPP and the NDC, despite this being a swing constituency, we've seen the NPP pick it 5 times. We've seen the NDC pick it 4 times, including that non-contested election of 1992, or the non-competitive election of 1992. And so it is a really important election for the NDC, because they would want to be at par with the NPP as far as who was taking the seat before is concerned. And so we look forward to how it is. I'm sure along the line we'll go into the historical context of the previous by-elections. But I'll move on to you guys on the other side.
Indeed. You touch on the bit about the security matters. And this is a by-election, okay? Even though we saw in at least the last by-election before election 2024, and with what played out, there was a lot more deployment of police personnel. But with 5,500 on the ground, with a by-election that we've seen a relatively low voter turnout, think about what's going to happen on election day itself, 2028. So if you have 5,500 men on the ground because of the matter of the fear of some violence there's been some security analysts, and I know one of them is seated with you, who has raised a question about what is going to happen on election day proper, because we've seen the voter turnout is low. Okay, compared to the 2024 elections, even with the over 52,000 voter population there, just about over 50% we saw voter turnout there in 2024. Now we're seeing in this particular by-election, even though you don't have many people turning up like that out to go and vote, you have these number of policemen on the ground. Security is going to be a big matter going into the last moments of this particular by-election in less than an hour. This is a crucial time. The counting, the sorting, the counting, the declaration. These are the crucial moments of this by-election. And Joseph, now you look at how things have played out from we like to exclude 1992 for good reason, because of that stolen verdict that the NPP wrote. But the NDC won that election.
Yes,
okay?
the NDC
essentially, they had their representative in that particular election, in representing the Akwatia constituency. The same man who won for the NDC in 1992 retained the seat for the NDC in 1996. How did it play out eventually?
And so it's all been one story of the NDC initially taking off and doing the dominance a bit, and the NPP being a bit of doing a bit of consistency in terms of the electoral outcomes. And like you rightly indicated, I personally always want to take off 92. I mean, for the obvious reason that you stated. But if you take that one out, if you come to 96, then you have 2000. Then the NPP takes over. The NPP candidate did 2 straight terms. Then he lost the primaries. Another individual from the same party now comes in and did 1 term. Now, it's interesting to note that Baba Jamal, who had been trying to contest 3 times, had not been successful, now makes an impact and manages to win for the very first time, and that becomes very crucial. But you know the part that you made reference to, the rerun that took place in 2008 and 2009?
Yes.
That was actually, it took place in 6 stations. So it was very similar to what they had in Ablekuma North. And so the matter went through the courts multiple times because the concern had been raised that those 6 stations, irregularities are taking place, electoral malpractice are taking place. So eventually when the election took place in those 6 stations, to be added to what had been already accounted for, Kofi Asari emerged victorious for the New Patriotic Party. Then the next election is what brought in Baba Jamal. Then afterwards, we have Mercy Jemfi coming, the woman popularly known as Amase, as we know her to be. Then there are many who have made a point that, well, the MPP potentially should have allowed her to continue. She lost the primaries, Ernest Kumi came in, then Ernest Kumi loses to Henry Yadom Boachi. Now Henry Yadom Boachi goes into parliament 1 term, Ernest Kumi comes back and defeats him.
Yes.
Then we all know the litigation that took place from there on. It became an issue of should he be sworn in, should he not be sworn in? We know the contempt matters, the arrest warrants, all through all of that. The lawyer who was in the middle of all of this now emerges as the candidate. And there's a part of Musa Dankwa's poll, and when we cross over, Kemini will discuss that with him, that he notes, and I have heard him say that he believes that the candidature change may have or may go in favor of the NDC, as in work for the benefit of the NDC, the change that was done. I mean, that is an interesting point for many, because political watchers will simply say that, well, if you have a candidate who attempted to win, he had won before, and he's lost and he's coming back again, should it not be easier to market that candidate?
That's Henry Boachi Yadom.
Henry Boachi Yadom, yes.
I see. But then again, the NDC holds a different view. I mean, we've had this discussion a number of times. They say that okay, it was democracy at play. This is Bernard Baidu, who was the lawyer for Henry Boachi Yadom, or Yadom Boachi, depending on how you look at it. In this dispute that you referenced after the 2024 elections, they go to the polls, and the lawyer and his client go at each other. Democracy at play. The lawyer now becomes the candidate. And we saw Henry Yadom Boachi with him during the campaign, going around and campaigning with him as well, as to whether that would have a direct impact on his candidature. I'm talking about that's Bernard Baidu's candidature going forward. That's a conversation we're going to see in the next at least 1 hour and over ahead of us. Now, you talk about the relationship between the two as well. It's interesting because now we're getting to know that, in fact, Asumedu is Bernard Baidu's client, right? So Bernard Baidu is Asumedu, that's the MPP candidate's lawyer as well. He's a minor, Bernard Baidu a lawyer. The late Ernest Kumi, an almost freshly minted lawyer, but never became. You sat in class with him, no?
Yes, I sat in class with Ernest.
It's a sad development, But then again, Musa Dankwa is also weaving all of that into his poll, that the people are looking at the personalities, a minor and a lawyer.
And there's something interesting about it. I just want to show us this particular slide here, because this captures what Mr. Dankwa put out here, just to show you how the approval rating looks. And you know, there is a baseline that they use here. And if you look at the baseline, which is the red one you see here, the baseline poll as against the most recent one. So you see Asumedu starting off with 50%, now dropping to 47%. On the other hand, Bernard Baidu takes off at 44%, but his stock rises to 53%. Now, this is very important, and Kemini, there's a part of this that you obviously have to take to Musa Dankwa, because when you put this against what he reports on the president's approval rating, the president of the Republic, you see that whereas the NDC candidate is gaining, that of the president's approval rating takes a slight dip. And again, there's an interesting question that he asked those who participated in the poll. The question of whether they thought the NDC should participate in this particular process. An interesting majority said that they didn't think the NDC should participate in this project. So in this particular constituency election that is taking place. And so the point we're discussing amongst ourselves earlier off air was that it appears that the voters or those who are participating in the poll are saying that, well, we think that the president's approval rating, well, has gone down, but in terms of our belief of who we are voting for over the period, that of the NDC is to the effect that, that notwithstanding, we've expressed how we feel about it, that notwithstanding, the question of whether the NDC should be participating in this process, we don't think that they should be participating. But if they are going to participate, we want their candidate to emerge victorious.
Absolutely. But you see, there's a caveat that we need to put to the first poll that was conducted between August 1 and August 2 by Musa Dankwa, because at the time, Bernard Bedu had not been elected as the NDC candidate. So Musa actually put Solomon Asumedu, who had been elected at the time, against Bernard Bedu, Henry Yadomboache, and then Ali. There were three persons who went to the primaries for the NDC in that constituency. So you can understand why then, now that in the midst of it all, the first poll may not have given us a clear picture of Bernard Bedu's strength, influence, impact, and mettle in that constituency. But fast forward to the August 27, 28th poll, when he had been elected as the candidate for the NDC going into this by-election, then he had time to campaign. Bear in mind, he was one time secretary of the NDC in the constituency. Solomon Asumedu was also a treasurer for the MPP in that same constituency. They have roots, they have grounding, they have some level of influence in the constituency, having held these different positions for the party. But then again, if you want to see a true picture, in my view, a true picture of the strength and mettle of the two, look at the August 27, August 28 poll. Because at the time, both of them had had time to campaign and to reach out to the constituency to sell their message to the constituents. That outcome in the second poll tells a very interesting story.
I agree perfectly with that. Then now the question that I always want to look out for is the factors with greater influence on voters. Very important points there. And we see topmost being development projects, very broad development projects. They again talk about the economy. And let me stay a bit on development projects, because you saw what we brought to our viewers a short while ago. Gordon Asidiba reporting in an area where a road was being constructed.
Absolutely.
And the individuals he spoke, some of them had said that because the by-election was approaching, they had come around to begin the construction. I mean, it's a conversation that we've had many times. And it's one thing that we saw happening mainly before the 2024 December elections. Projects.
Asin North.
Yes, even Asin North.
Yeah.
Ablekuma as well. I mean, in fact, we basically see it happening all around. I remember Ayawaso West Wagon as well, that particular by-election that turned violent. We saw again that particular thing play out. We all see the political parties, they know for a fact that they would have to deliver development projects. We know that. But why is it that when it gets closer to the election process, sometimes days, then we see the key projects taking off. But the people will always tell you that, yes, they want development projects to take place. Economy, very, very important, but it comes 15%. You see the gap there, 42% as against 15%. The people are still interested. They still want the economy, then followed closely by issues of
that
education.
The economy would find some footing in development in itself, right? So you could probably share the spoil between the development projects need and the state of the economy that you are looking at, isn't it?
Yeah. So that is how it looks in terms of those factors, and that influence are likely to influence the voters. And so that gives us a sense of what is on the minds of the people of Akwatia as they've already gone into the various polling booths to cast their ballots.
There's a bit more detail to this that Kemini would get into together with her guests, because Kemini, this picture is getting clearer by the minute. As the constituents go to the polls. You have just about, some 45 minutes. Everybody will see their smoothness level.
40 minutes. Under 40 minutes now.
Everybody will see their smoothness level, and then we'll know what to do next. Kem.
We know who's winning, whether or not Musa Dankwa is right again.
Absolutely.
As far as the predictions are concerned. But thank you so much, gentlemen, for bringing us that base knowledge of Akwatia and what it's all about, right? Let me quickly introduce the gentleman with me on this side of the studio. To my very far right is Dr. Ishmael Norman. He's a security analyst. And then next to him is political analyst, Dr. Jonathan Asante-Otre. And then right next to me is Musa Dankwa, the very Musa Dankwa we have been naming from the very beginning of our coverage today. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. I think, it's only fair that we start off with your general perspective of the by-election so far. I'll start off with you, Doc Norman.
Thank you, Kimini. I think so far, everything is going quite well. And in spite of the huge police presence, some skirmishes have taken place. I think the people of Akwatia have done well. We should commend them. Ghana Police, IGP has also done well, even though I have questions about the quantum of people, police officers.
I mean, do you think it was an overkill or is lesson learned? Because remember, back in 2009, there were a lot of questions as to why the police did not prepare itself enough for a by-election in Akwatia. If you recall, in Parliament, they had chastised the police. The then Minority Leader Osete Mensah Bonsu and Majority Leader Alban Bagbin had chastised the police for, how they handled the by-election as far as, the security and safety is concerned. So maybe that's the reason.
Well, even at this station, Ablekuma North, I also criticized them for not thinking of the worst case scenario. But I think it is a bit of an overkill because it's not sustainable. If we have a general election, look at the constituencies that we have. How many policemen and women are there? 43,000 maybe. By then, 2028, it will be maybe 66,000. Would that be able to distribute 5,500 police officers to every constituency? Even if you add the rest of the security agencies, would they be able to do that? The answer is definitely no. So I think the Akwatia model is probably designed only for
Akwatia.
It cannot be replicated.
We'll get into the nitty-gritties of it, but Dr. Ochre, what's your view of how the election has played out from the very start, 7 a.m. up until now?
Well, I think by and large, they've really done well. We need to commend them. Many were those naysayers who thought that probably we're going to see some mayhem. But you see, nobody takes a decision out of vacuum. The police had so many warmongering statements coming from mainly the opposition. The opposition also behaved in that way based upon what probably happened at Ablekuma North. So they were using that as what? A precaution. So they were warning the police here, they were throwing tantrums here. So this 5,500 people have criticized as being humongous. Well, it is. But the point is that if it has solved a problem that we are all envisaging, that is the cost of democracy. I've asked myself, have we thought about why we still have persistent problem in Boko? It is because of leadership crisis. Somebody is not accepting someone's leadership, maybe land. So people are thinking that, well, this is too costly. But if at the end of the day, it brings out a leader that is accepted by the entire community, peace prevails, development can continue. Whereas the development in Boko, do we have that? We don't. So if democracy is expensive, try oligarchy. Try something else, and you see whether that is more costlier than the other. That being said, have we also thought about the fact that this 5,500 could be a psychological weapon, and that possibly there is no 5,500 policemen there? Have you thought of that? Yes, it could be a psychological warfare. It's a way of letting those who want to foment trouble, right? Bear in mind that, look, the police presence is very visible.
Right.
But do we have the means of counting them one by one to ascertain whether there are 5,500 there?
Doc, you're shaking your head. Why?
Well, because if you do that, if you give wrong estimates of people you've deployed, it means it's a setup to steal money from the public purse.
If only they present, look, at the top level, only a few people would know the security architecture that is going to be deployed. It is not everybody that must have. Some years back, we used to hear that, whether it is for comic reasons, we used to hear that in President Kufuor's cabinet, the late, this veteran man, Courage, the late Courage, right, were told that when they were done with cabinet and he leaves, then they do another cabinet meeting as to whether it was true or not. So it is like the court of Sahindrin. They had caucus, so they were suspicious of his intent.
Are we also maybe perhaps running a little ahead of ourselves, considering that, you know, we are now entering the very crucial point of vote counting, declaration, and the likes. So maybe we'll know whether or not that 5,500 is a true overkill or was actually needed in those times. Dr. Ishmael, but you make a point that if they align with the numbers, so to speak, right? If the number is really not a true reflection of events on the ground or the number of personnel that have been deployed, then they could be using it to, and we don't know. Again, we don't know. It's just your assumption you are making. We don't know if that is the case. You are saying that it's a way of taking from the public purse, and I want you to explain that.
Every intervention, whether it is health intervention, COVID, whether it is Ayawaso Wagon or Ablekuma North, the moment the key responders basically give wrong figures, that is an opportunity to steal money from the public purse. We saw it in COVID. It is not only in this country that first responders steal in intervention. It is one of the big standing factors in disaster emergency in responses.
And what you're saying is that you don't think that is what the police have done.
think that is what is happening.
Very well.
I think the IGP is too honorable to be doing that.
You see, it is not about, not divulging the truth. This is security and intelligence.
No, hang on. No, let's not debate between the two of you. You both can have different views, and that's okay, right?
Let me
come to Musa Dankwa now. Musa, is Akwatia playing out as you envisaged?
It's going to be very close, and the indications are that those who are prioritizing development project is nearly half of the people we've spoken to. So a big chunk are saying developmental project is driving their vote. Then at the distant second is economy. That order has not changed, just that the magnitude of those who are saying development project has increased from 42% to around 50%. That is what we've seen clearly in the data. As to how that impacts the final tally that we have in Akwatia is another thing. Remember, polls are polls. Polls are opinions. They're not actually physical votes that have been counted. If you say you're going to go and vote for someone and you didn't show up, that is no vote. So it depends on who works harder on the ground today and who was able to get their people off to the polling station to go and vote, and who is more motivated. But it's going to be very close in Akwatia.
You think it's going to be one of those close calls at the end of the day? Yeah. You think so too?
Yeah, because I'm of the view that it could go either way, right? It could go either way. But looking at the factors on the ground, the goodwill that the central government has, how it will have to reflect, right? You know, in the macrocosm of, in an area that forms part of the country, right? It is just a macrocosm of the country. So that's the one constituency. We need to see how the goodwill of central government in terms of its policies will reflect in the decision that they take, right? And human beings, every human being is a rational being. Every human being is a rational being, irrespective of whether the person is educated or not. They're all rational beings. So when they see something positively affecting them, they want to react positively or respond accordingly. That's the same thing I said about Ablekuma North. And it happened.
I mean, again, for me, the question has been whether or not this by-election is really as crucial as we are making it out to be, right? Musa, what do you think?
It is not. It's not crucial.
I don't think so.
Honestly, it's not crucial. For NDC, it means nothing in terms of numbers. For MPP, it doesn't change any parliamentary arithmetics. But It's about bragging rights. It's all about just bragging rights. NDC wants to say that we are still in power, we are in power, we are still popular. We want to say that we are still popular. MPP wants to say that, look, we have had a very bad defeat. We have reorganized, or we are reorganizing. Our base is not demoralized, as you are saying. We can pull this off, and if we do, to be a moral booster to our people. That's all this election is about.
I see. Doc, I'll pick your thoughts. Dr. Norman, I'll pick your thoughts on that because I see you smiling, but I want to hand over to the gentleman on the other side.
Sure.
And when we come back on this table, Musa, I want you to speak to a few questions that the gentleman on the other side have raised. For instance, the approval rating for the candidates, Benjamin Bedu, that of the NDC, higher than...
The approval rating is not the same as it's for the president.
It's for the president. That's what I'm saying, right? And the gentlemen are raising questions about that.
We have fresh figures from the
share with me so that the gentleman can take us through a few trend matters, and then we'll come back to your fresh figures.
Right. Okay.
Excuse me. We'll discuss that on the table. But Alfred.
So that point that you made earlier is a very, very important one about whether or not, I mean, the consequence or the impact of the outcome of this particular poll. That's the by-election today. In terms of the parliamentary representation, is relatively insignificant. In fact, it is insignificant for both sides. If the MPP wins, it's going to go to 89. If the NDC wins, it's not going to change their supermajority to third majority status. It's about beyond the bragging rights. You hear, for instance, the General Secretary of the party, Fifi Kwete, say that this election outcome today would put matters to rest as to who won the 2024 election, right? So that's his view. I mean, yes, you can disagree, but he says to the extent that the merits of their disagreement with the outcome of the 2024 elections that got Ernest Kumi declared as MP-elect had not been heard in court before the death of Ernest Kumi.
I mean, that's
his
right.
Death, yes.
That's right, but Blair will tell you that in the 2008 election, in the original December 7 election, when Baba Jamal has said that he, despite Dr. Kofi Asare leading him by some 3,000 votes, he has said that there were irregularities and that election was for him. When the rerun happened, yeah, he did pull some votes, but, Dr. Kofi Asare of blessed memory still beat him, really. And so I don't know if Fifi's explanation has any historical evidence to it, but, let Blair go through the numbers.
Let's see how it looks like. Let's start off, Joseph, with the parliamentary representation, shall we?
Yes, just a display of what Musa Dankwa and Kemina have already made reference to, just to visualize it properly. So we have 276 seats in parliament currently, the NDC occupying this side. So even just by looking at the graphics, it tells you what they have. But it's an important thing to notice that they currently have 183. Now, 2/3 of 276 gives you 184. So you recall when we covered the Ablekuma North one, we said that the NDC now had the 184. And that 2/3 is important because there are certain things you can do in Parliament. So, for instance, if Parliament passes a law, it goes over to the President. The President decides that, well, he has concerns, he's not going to sign the bill into law, and he sends it back with his comments to Parliament. Parliament, by 2/3, can veto the President's decision, and the President will be compelled to sign it. But we know that we do not have a parliamentary situation where that is likely to play out. And so the NDC on their own had 184, but due to the vacancy that has been created in Tamale Central and Akwatia, those are the two vacancies down there. One will be filled, hopefully, before we all go to bed today. That means that they do not have 184 on their own strength. But we do know that the four independent candidates, I mean, they have, it made it very clear from the onset that they are caucusing with the NDC in Parliament. So that is how come we have this situation here that we say that, well, if they want to fall on the strength of others, then they have the 184 that they need. But then the question that everyone would ask itself is that in the last couple of months, we've seen instances where the NPP MPs are even more than the NDC MPs in Parliament, particularly the period around when the appointments were to be made and shortly afterwards. We saw what's happening in Parliament. So it's not a case that there is any key thing ongoing in Parliament such that the numbers may come down to those 2/3 that they need to push through such matters. We are nowhere near any such conversation. So yes, the history makes the point very clearly that it always comes down to the bragging rights of the political parties.
Oh, that sets the basis for this, is it not, as to how things are going to play out. But Kemini, you talked about the history of the by-elections, and it's important because from 1992 we've seen some 34 by-elections. 8 of them have been as a result of the death of the incumbent member of parliament. And the trend in terms of the outcome of all 8 have followed a particular pattern. The sympathy votes play a key role in the campaigning of the incumbent or the party that lost their MP. As to how the sympathy votes is going to play out in this by-election as well, I know Musa Danquah did some testing on that one. Sympathy was really minimal in this instance. We're going to get into that because then also it just shows us a path as to how things have been in those 8. But then majority of it, we've seen it go the direction of the political party that lost their candidate. How would it play out? Would sympathy be a big deal in this one, going into this the dying moments of this poll?
Very, very interesting point there. But just one issue that came up around the table as well, you know, the issues of security around the election, and the point being made whether too much attention is being given to it. I think the history tells us that it's always better for us to generally be safe than be sorry. And we've isolated a number of by-elections that have been very, very chaotic. And we put first this graph here just to show you that a place like Chereponi in 2009, you see the constituency that it doesn't matter whether the constituency is a stronghold of any party or not. It doesn't matter. You just watch what happened there. 1 person was killed, several injured, gunfire and stone throwing erupted. The violence overshadowed the NDC's narrow win there. So that is the story of Chereponi. And a lot of the time when you hear the political parties talk about by-elections and violence, you hear them say that what happened at Chereponi is something that they don't want to happen again. Again, if you move over to Talensi, saw what happened there. Gunshots and machete attacks caused injuries as well. NDC's Azoka Boys and MPP's Burger Bulldogs, those are very, very popular vigilante groups in many times past. And today, in one of the videos, we saw Sofa Azoka in the midst there. You've seen that video, right?
With the second vice chair of the NPP. You know, I understand they are friends. Today, they decided to just show us something small.
Yeah. So supporters of both parties were also harmed as well. That is the incident that took place in Talensi in 2015. Then I also West Wuogon. And let me stay a bit on this graph just to show you something. This is a constituency that the NPP in times past comfortably said that, well, it's their constituency. They were always winning anyways. And so that comes back to the point that it's just the fact that, and there's an interesting research paper that I came across that discusses what causes violence during by-elections. And it makes the point that the concentration, the fact that what this morning Edwin Tamaklo called election tourists, people who are not in the constituency, national executives, politicians, everyone goes there to participate in elections. So we saw what happened in Ayawaso, West Wuogon. Even though that violence took a bit of a different form, armed marksmen stormed polling centers. They eventually identified as operatives of national security. A whole commission of inquiry was set up about that. We saw how a national security operative who per the standard procedures that were established, what was given to the committee, was not supposed to be armed. He said he took the gun, the double gentleman, he said he took the gun from the standby unit that had been seconded there. He took the gun from him and went, and we saw the firing incidents that happened there. Gunshots were fired, 18 people injured. And so that is something that has also left everyone concerned. And so that is the reason why people think that it's always better that we deploy as much as we can do just to be safe.
And in fact, talk about the approach in the aftermath of violence. Kemeni, the Ghana Police Service has, in this time around, been commended now. And in fact, this administration also taking a different turn, because then in the Ayawaso West Wuogon by-election violence, a commission of inquiry was established. They did their work. They put in a white paper. The president thought the then president thought otherwise. This time around, we saw the elections in the Ablekuma North constituency. We've had a number of persons face the law, 8 of them. They've been slapped with 6,000 cedis. The conversation as to whether that was a heavy one or a light slap, that is the consequence of the charge that they were given at the time.
And you have to put in context that they pleaded guilty.
Absolutely.
They pleaded guilty when the matter.
But this time around, they say that. So there are 2 contexts, isn't it? As to whether the persons who were found to have gone foul or fallen foul of the law in the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency by-election commission of inquiry outcome, as to whether they were punished, and that could have also sent a signal. Will this Ablekuma North by-election persons, 8 of them who were arrested, and in fact they pleaded guilty, are being charged, would it be enough deterrence for any violence going into the last moments of this by-election in Akwatia? That's another quick conversation we can have as well.
Indeed. Alfred and Blair, you've put so much on the table for us to discuss. We're now under 19 minutes to the close of polls. It's our continuing coverage of the Akwatia by-election. This is your election command center on TV3. I'm Kemini Amano. Now, I come to you, Dr. Norman, because that's where we left off, right? And you know, the historical trends of by-election that Blair has just taken us through has just brought something to mind, that even though we are saying this is not a crucial election, we can say same for the 2009 by-election as well. Remember that the NDC already had a majority. The NDC had won the presidential election as well. But at the end of the day, we saw how things played out for Akwatia specifically. And so you, as a security analyst, right, are we right when we say that this may not be a crucial election at all, and that, you know, we may be making a fuss out of, you know, nothing?
It is important to both parties. MPP wants to know where they are emotionally, psychologically, where the Ghanaian public puts them. NDC wants to validate its programs. And if they win, it means that the political capital and the social capital of President Mahama is still up there.
Right.
Right. So it may not be important in terms of the activities in Parliament, but it is important optics. It is important in terms of confidence building in NDC. And I believe that the government would not have opted to spend. I did a simple calculation about costing. I arrive at 93 million Ghana cedis.
On security?
Yes.
How did you arrive at that?
The 5,500 police officers only, if we're feeding them at 200 cedis a day. I haven't brought in hotel bills. 200 cedis a day, that's times 22 days, because August 13th up to today, we're talking about 1,100,000 times 22 days, that's 24,200,000. The personnel incidentals, every time you take somebody away from their home in the professional world, you have to give them incidentals, money for incident, toothpaste, soap, and the rest. So I pegged that at 170 cedis. That alone is 24 million. Then miscellaneous, when you put it together, that's 47 million cedis. I have not even brought in the costing for the supervisors, the vehicles, the petrol, and all of that. The per diem of the officers. The superior officers collect about 2,000 Ghana cedis a day.
A day?
Yes. The junior officers, COP may collect maybe 1,500, but the IGP and his cohort will collect about 2,000 Ghana cedis. Then below the COPs will collect maybe 1,000, and then it goes down to about, the last point will be about 700 Ghana cedis. When you put that together, it's a huge amount of money.
So this is a rough estimate of 93 million cedis that we could be spending for security alone.
It will be in excess. There will also be over-invoicing of the suppliers and under-invoicing.
We don't know that for sure.
Due to the economic and social opportunism of Ghanaians, when you are dealing with Ghanaians, with all due respect to my people, you have to always factor that.
You have to make room for it.
You have to make room for bribery and corruption. It's a big factor.
But that's a lot of money to spend on
it. It is. So it must be important to the ruling government, and it's also a constitutional requirement. So as my dear doctor here was saying, it's the cost of democracy, but it doesn't have to be so excessive that we justify it with the cost of democracy. It's just too much. We should look at it as the Akwatia model. and work together with the IGP and Ghana Police to try and enhance it so that in the future it can be deployed nationally. It is a good model to start with, and every time you are doing initial research, the cost may be a bit high, but over time you are able to tone it down, bring it down, and make it more efficient and more effective. So I believe that is very, very costly, but we need to know the exact amount of money involved. This must be made public. Since the IGP is into transparency, probity, and accountability, we should know by now. We shouldn't wait for 2 years before it goes to Auditor General and Public Accounts Committee, because there's going to be stealing.
I see. Very well. Doc, I'll come to you with the question of, there were those that thought that because of that excessive number, and I hope that we can move away from that from after this, that those who thought that the excessive number of police officers, and in fact, I had seen someone comment that there were more observers at the election than there were actual voters who had come to vote, which means that there was voter apathy. Again, historically speaking, one of the worries of the 2009 by-election was that the police presence there was, could cause voter apathy, and indeed it did to a certain extent. Does that come to you as any source of concern at all when we talk about the numbers?
Well, I think it's a double-edged sword. The numbers over there is a double-edged sword because it could repel some voters, put some fear in them, and they may want to stay in their own corner. Others too will feel safe that, well, their presence is to encourage me to go and vote at least. I may not be attacked by any vigilante or a macho person, so to speak. With respect to this security and the budget, I don't know whether they may want to add it to national security. If they do, we wouldn't know the cost. But I think that this is a good call, that we must all know how much was expended at Akwatia. The other question that was asked earlier, with respect to the essence of this by-election, whether it is going to count for anything.
Dr. Santiago, I'm going to come back to you briefly, but let's head to the grant now. Our Christian Yale is joining us from the Takoradi Deba grounds with a quick report on happenings there. Christian, what can you report from where you are?
All right, and so, Kamini, we are currently here at the Deba grounds at Takoradi, which is one of the key hotspots when you get into the Akwatia constituency, where this by-election has been running since morning to now. We have expected about 581 valid voters to have come here to cast their ballot. Just about some 2-3 minutes when I engaged the presiding officer, the understanding was that we've recorded about 400 out of the 581 valid voters or expected voters. What it means is that there's been that significant record of voter turnout at this particular polling station. With just some few minutes to the close of polls here, we've seen that the police, for instance, is ready, and when you check, and as it were in election and all of these major stakeholder engagement, they have this Robocop style armor that they put on, which they use along the line to form human fence. So they are well clad themselves in that Robocop style armor with the type of helmet that comes with it and then the costume thereof, so that whenever the counting is just about to begin, they would be able to form that human fence and then properly demarcate where observers should be and where they shouldn't be. And that is the kind of preparation that they've put in place to ensure that that process of the sorting and as it were the subsequent counting of the ballot papers is done seamlessly. But when you check Kemini, you would realize that there are these red lines here. The briefing we have received from the police is that all observers are going to be behind those red lines, which more or less demarcates the voting area. And so all of this area, no one from the community or from the observers is expected to come within the inner perimeter. What it means is that if you are an observer, you get here, you stand behind, and you witness the procedure as it goes on here. And what it also means is that for the media, for instance, we would not be allowed to crisscross. The police would help us to station ourselves at a particular vantage point to be able to get to capture everything as it unfolds. And so right now you see the box here, which contains all the ballot papers. You see this woman, probably that should be like the 401 or 402 out of the 581 expected voters come to cast her ballot. The momentum is picking up, Kemini, I should say, because when you look at it critically, the electoral officers are getting ready to get the sorting underway and also get the counting done. Let me see if I can briefly engage the presiding officer. We are live on TV3 Ghana. Just briefly, what has been the show today from your end? What are the numbers looking like right now?
Okay, as I'm speaking with you now, the numbers has been very much encouraging. The voter turnout has been very much encouraging. We were expecting 581, but as I'm speaking with you now, we've had 400 voters who has cast their votes. So it tells us that indeed the turnout has been very encouraging.
Very encouraging. So what it means also is that, and as custom is, when it is 5 p.m. and you still have few people in the queue, what happens?
Actually, we started at exactly 7:05, so we will close at exactly 5 p.m. So when it's exactly 5 p.m., we will close. When there is a queue, we will look at them and serve them. But then, when it's 5 and there is no queue here, we will just close and just go straight to the counting of the ballot. We sort it out and then we count it.
Thank you very much. And so there you have it. You have a number of, okay, and I see the NPP's candidate, Solomon Sumedu, coming right now. He just got to this polling station, probably to observe how things have been so far. I will see if I can get just some few words from him on what the process has been so far for him and what he's observed so far. Let me just give it a shot. Mr. Sumedu, can we get just some few words from you? What has been your observation so far?
Sorry. Let me finish. No interview.
Okay, he wouldn't want to. He wouldn't want to talk now. Indeed, when the executives working with him even are just repeating no interview, which means that they just came to observe what is happening here. In fact, this is my first time encountering him, so I would have loved to get some few words from him to know. You also have some big works of the New Patriotic Party, NPP, Samia Uku there in your shot, who is accompanying him. I will try to see if I could get he himself to just say some few things with us. Mr. Uku, just some few words of your observation so far.
Interview for now. We will speak after the.
You speak after the close of polls, okay? He says they will speak after the close of polls, and so it's just largely observation here, just to ascertain for themselves how the process has been so far, and they have received some briefing from the police as well on how the things have been. And so there you have it, Solomon Sumedu, as well as Samia Uku and other executives from the constituency, and also some party officials together with him who have just come here to see. But indeed, it just tells you about the anticipation, and as it continues to build over here, and even with just some few minutes to the closure of polls, Kemini, you reckon and realize that there are more and more individuals who continue to come here, and this is actually a place of interest, because we understand that the NPP's women's organizer is from this area, and you have that of the NDC's parliamentary candidate, also from the same area, in that interview that I had with him, where he mentions that, the interest is high in his case. And so that has been the situation here. They wouldn't want to talk to us right now. They want to speak after polls have closed, but it is just something of keen interest, and how you see that they continue to make the rounds to most of these polling stations. When you look at the road, almost end to end blocked, there are more vehicles that continue to come from either side of the road. And then you see the police also beginning to mount their barricade to properly demarcate, or so to speak, to indicate where the observers should be and where the electoral officers, together with the security, would be to continue the counting, or even before the counting, to begin with the sorting of the ballot papers. Interesting indeed how it begins to heat up here at the Takoradi Deba grounds, which is one of the major hotspots when you get to this area. Kemini, I can confirm to you that there are more residents from the community who are continually showing up here. I really wanted to have a bite from Mr. Uku, but I respect his decision to hold on. Just some few words, after. Interesting.
Indeed, Chris, we'll leave it here with you for now, but I can tell you we are now under 3 minutes to the closing of polls, and I can imagine that's why the crowd is starting to build. But I also have some observations we'll take to a security analyst, Dr. Ishmael Norman, having seen some live pictures from the ground now. We'll stay on the ground just for a tad bit, because now we are connecting with our Joseph Armstrong Goldalogbe, who's been also roving some polling stations in the Akwatia constituency. Joseph, talk to us about where you are and what you have observed.
Coming in with less than 2 minutes to the end of polling, I can confirm to you that we have some 340 people, 483 their ballots, and the police beginning to strategize themselves ahead of the counting of the ballot papers, and you see they are well prepared. Earlier, I just spoke with the former chairman, Honorable Ufosu Ampofo, who is so confident that they are going to win. And he also commended the police for a good job done so far. It's only fears that, after the counting, everything will be so peaceful coming. One other thing I took notice of is that with less than 2 minutes for the polls to end, we have a number of people who have not voted at all. Their reason is that they've not been given any money, and I don't know where the money comes from, and they're all fighting over it, but even without the claim the money was not sufficient for them. Hence,
from who?
They took the money and off they went. And all these people, at least no less than 20, I can count, they did not vote because they did not get a expected amount of money. And see how the police have allocated this place in the community, strategizing themselves here ahead of the counting.
I see. Just Joseph, just hang on for me, because I want us to take a listen to some of those 20 people you had spoken to who said they needed money before they could vote. So now I'll come back to you. You tell us who was giving them money or who had promised them money, if you know. Let's take a listen to them.
No money, no votes. Because you have two delegates about which mean money about 3,000 Ghana cedis, 2,000 Ghana cedis. It's it is here to general election. Because put money for 4 years, run up on China manage. This election, I mean, 2,000 Ghana cedis. Medical talk free, election, I mean, free. Too bad,
but you should be able to vote.
I think there's a kind of the embrace of trouble. I put your constituency and
and you are here to be given.
Hey, what about me? Why are you
You are selling your vote. It's an offense.
And your offense, to me, and your offense.
You can be arrested.
That will be to mention.
What's your name?
Elena Jumbo.
Okay, thank you.
Like what?
So you said no money, no votes?
No money, no votes. Because Akwatia saying, only this can I say.
But let's speak the English.
Nah, I'm in English. No, all time you are for share.
That's okay, but this is the three. So this is the three.
And I don't know if
Okay, then let's talk.
20 billion. I want 20 billion before I vote. Without money, I won't vote. Yeah.
But you're not supposed to be selling your votes.
Yeah, I must to sell.
No.
They are corrupt. They are all corrupt. So I must to sell my vote.
No. But
Well, Armstrong, quickly tell us, did you engage them to know who they're expecting money from? Why do they even want money?
I mean, so it appears it was a business that we were engaged in. They wanted it from both sides. Indeed, some got it from both sides. But one young man that showed me the cash, showed me, I think not less than 1,000 cities. And he claimed he got 400 cities from the NDC side and also 400 cities from the NTP side. And the other 200 people that just comes randomly. Those who are carrying arms are outside the barricaded area, and those with arms are within the barricade. Okay, well, I've seen one policeman also carrying arms also within the barricade. So they are not allowing the media even to get close to where they are doing the sorting out, which makes it much more better. So all the other people around can also see what is happening. Over here, the crowd seems not to be so much. If you go to the Akwatia Lawrence Station, you see the crowd massing up because that place appears to be a bigger place with many more electors expected to cast their vote. That is where we perceive that morning fight between Azoka and then also that of the NPP vice chair. So as it stands right now, polls have closed at this place where I am. I can count 1, 2, 3 polling stations. They've all come to an end, and nobody is being admitted to cast their ballot.
Very well, Armstrong, you keep an eye on events there. We'll connect with you once again. Joseph Armstrong Golda Logbe joined us from Akwatia. Earlier was Christian Niale, who also joined us from the Takoradi Dare background. You can tell from where Joseph is, as he has shown us, polls have closed, sorting has begun, which means that we'll be on the grounds a lot. Alfred and Blay will join me, taking us to the grounds a lot as we bring you those provisional results. But right now, as it's officially known, polls have closed. Now remember that there are certain places that polls didn't start at exactly 7 p.m. They would ask to add that extra time. Also, if you're still in line, you'll be allowed to vote. So until the last person has voted, wherever they are in line at this time, at the time polls officially close, then, you know, we can't know the results, or sorting cannot.
Depends on where the low turnout is happening. If you are a Sumedu of MPP, you don't want low turnout in Wenchi. You don't want low turnout in Akwatia. You don't want low turnout in Apnaman or Bodua East. These are the areas you should not be seeing low numbers. Now, if NDC is able to rack its numbers elsewhere, then that could be a problem. So we need to know where the low numbers are coming from. If you hear the gentleman, your colleague on Takoradi, that's where the MP comes from. That place seems to be very, very high turnout in one of the polling stations. Now that's what we need to watch, individual polling stations or electoral areas, and what the turnouts are in those areas.
Could Takoradi be a decider in this election, or it will be Wenchi?
It will be helpful, but Wenchi, look, Wenchi will be a very crucial decider in terms of the numbers that come from there and the margin of winning for MPP candidate in Wenchi. And so too is Bodua East. Bodua East is a strong MPP area, and they must win there and win handsomely. Akwatia, they win here and there. Some of the areas in Akwatia can be won closely, others. But it is very important that they do well in where they're supposed to do well. In Bodua West, where NDC normally wins, we have to see the winning margin there as well. And Apnaman, which is my hometown, a very crucial electoral area in Akwatia. If it comes with a lower turnout, then the margin of win really could be a problem. So we need to see the figures as they come through.
I'm going to come back to you, and we'll learn what the big wins could be for the NDC as well, or the areas that you may consider, win points or safe points for polling stations also for the NDC. But Dr. Santiotre, you heard from the ground. I mean, we've talked about how developments are important to the people. We know that in the last few days or over the last week, some graders have arrived in town, grading routes and the likes. I wonder what you make of this. Disappointed?
Using development project to bait voters?
Yes.
Well, it has become part and parcel of by-elections throughout.
You don't have any condemnation for it?
Oh, you see, as far as the people are concerned, right, they are seeing some development. But one way or the other, the question they will be asking themselves is, so if you could do this, why have you delayed all this while? Those are the cynics, right? Those who are motivated by cynicism to ask such questions. Because I listened to some guys who were interviewed. They said they have made up their mind, so it is not about, they said, okay, this is a 5-kilometer road, and they can see that you're only doing 1 kilometer. Is it the case that when they are done, you continue? Well, whether they are able to continue or not, they have already made up their minds. So out of 4 people that were interviewed, 1 was positive about the fact that, you know, the NDC government appears to be ready to bring development. And so for them, Akwatia is turning green. Then the other 3, I think the other 2 spoke in such a way that you could see that they were against the green. But my question is, out of this cynicism, I asked myself, when did you notice that your roads were bad? Is it the case that your roads have become bad within 8 months? Or because some of them said that they have been deprived of developmental project. So I have argued that if developmental project is one of the key motivating factors, then it will rather go against the MPP, not the NDC. Because they will count the 8 years, right? The 8 years that you spend that you did not give them those infrastructure development. And then somebody has spent 8 months and is giving that to you. It may be cynical. Is trying to motivate you to vote for that particular party. Others may read in between the lines to say, well, that is positive after all. We never had roads. So we saw what happened at Kumeu, right? You know, overnight they were doing roads. So I was asking whether they will continue once the elections are over. I have not found out anything. We saw the same thing happen at Asin North, right? And as to whether they continued with those projects, we can never tell. So this has become a kind of subculture. But we need to read in between the lines that it is not everybody that can easily be swayed by this. In any case, it is an opportune time for the electorate in that area to benefit from something, right? To benefit from something. That is how, you know, by-elections have become. And it is not everybody that you can win over with that.
Right.
But there are others who may
the
equally
concern
be.
for some will be that, okay, if you're baiting us with this for the election, which means that if at the end of today, Benjamin Bedu loses that, then whatever is happening will cease because it was a bait.
That it is incumbent upon Solomon to lobby and get it continued. Other than that, it will come to harm him. Because in some years to come, they will tell you that, look, if it had been built, then the project would have continued because he had his president in power. So if you are not able to lobby, right, we don't even hear your voice in parliament and other things, certainly they will vote against you should you decide to come back. On the other way around, it is more possible that should Bernard win, right, and even if they do not continue the project because there is no properly signed contract, right, he can use his relation with the party that is in government, being a member, to what? To ask for a continuation of it.
And Dr. Norman, I'm going to come back to you so we talk about, again, you're going to take a bite of what that we've talked about, but we'll also look at the security layouts. When we went on the ground, we saw how the people were outside, unlike Ablekuma North, in certain polling stations and the collation center, when we saw a lot of infiltration, I think that's the word, right, of political, people, politicians and their handlers in the inner perimeter. We don't seem to see that here. I want you to analyze the layout going into the final hours of the election when we come back. But speaking of the ground, let me take you now to the other side of the studio where Alfred Okanse is on standby. Alfred.
Okay, so as you indicated, polls have closed officially. So we have a number of the polling stations wrapping up to start the sorting, and the counting will begin. We have 119 polling stations that elections took place in this constituency. Let's go to New Wenchi Palace A and B polling stations, and my colleague is there for us, and we'll cross over now to get a bit more detail into it. And Judith Brown is connecting with us from New Wenchi Palace A and B. Judith, what's happening where you are?
Right, and so Alfred, as you rightly said, I'm currently here at the New Wenchi Palace A and B, where the election has officially been closed. You can see in your shot right now a human barricade that has been formed by a myriad of police men who are here. I told you earlier, when you connected earlier, that there are over 30 policemen I can see just at this particular polling station. The police presence is extremely heavy, and they form that human barricade so as to ensure that no one can cross into the area where sorting is. You also see in your shot that sorting has begun for both polling stations. As we know, at this particular polling center, there are 2 polling stations, that's A and B, and you can see them quietly sorting out the ballots, as has been. You can see, of course, many of the people came in their numbers to vote for whatever candidates that they deemed fit to lead them as their parliamentary candidate or their member of parliament right here in the Akwatia constituency. And so they voted in their numbers, and we also see a number of people who are gathered behind this human barricade. A lot of people standing here awaiting what will be the outcome of this particular sorting process, which is currently ongoing here. We're going to try and engage with some of them, see the mood. You can see they're very quiet, and they are in a bit of a pensive mood, ready to hear the results of this particular election. I'm going to engage with one of the men who's standing here. Hello, good afternoon. Yeah, good. What's your mood now?
Okay, I'm in a good mood. Yeah, for now.
And how has the process been for you so far?
For this one, I must say it was cool. It was cool. So we did not see any violence around, so everything was cool. Yeah.
And how confident are you for whatever candidate you voted for?
Okay, I'm an observer for NPP, Kwame Asumatu, and surely he's going to be. Yeah.
Okay, and observing the process, you have already said that you believe that it was a very cool process. Yeah. Anything you think should have been done better during this election?
Oh, everything is normal for now. As compared to the previous years, everything is nice. I did not see any policeman humiliating someone. Everyone was cool. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. And so, as you heard clearly, he is an observer right here at this particular polling center, and he believes that this process has been cool. And of course, rightly, as we have also observed, it's been a very smooth process here at the New Wenchi Palace A and B. Everything went on smoothly. There was no form of violence whatsoever that was recorded in this particular area. And so you can see a lot of them who are gathered waiting for the results to be declared after sorting is properly done. I'm going to go on to the polling center A, where a number of supporters are also still gathered waiting for the results, and we're going to try and engage with some of them to see really how the process was for them. Hello, sir. Good afternoon. You're live on TV3. Can I know your name?
My name is Hakuna Emmanuel.
Okay. Sir, how was the process for you? Are you a voter here?
Yes.
So you voted today?
Yes.
And how was the process?
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
No violence?
No. Please, I'm waiting.
Okay, no problem. I'll speak to some more people. And what was your observation of the entire process today?
Everything is going well. Everything is good here. Yeah.
And looking at the history of electoral violence right around 2008 or so, where the electoral process was marred with violence. What would you say this process has been compared to previous years?
I think this one is better than the previous years. So this one is very good. There's no violence here. No, we don't hear any violence. So I think this one is very good.
And do you believe the police deployment was a bit on the high side, or is just the best way to handle the situation?
I think that the police is very good. It's very good. The police presence is here is very good. Fantastic. Yeah, that's what I can say.
And lastly, how confident are you for the candidate you probably are supporting or voted for?
I know my candidate will win, surely win. The whole constituency, my candidate will win.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And so, yes, you heard them here. I spoke to some of the supporters and voters here at the New Wenchi Palace A and B polling stations. Now, you can see the counting has started officially, and you can see the presiding member for the polling center A counting. He's at 90 currently, counting for one of the candidates, and you can hear him raise the ballots up, put them down, counting for a particular candidate. We're yet to find out who exactly these ballots are going for, but as it stands, it has reached 100, and he's counting for other candidates as well. And so of course, that's over 100. They just added that to a number of other ballots that have been counted in favor of a particular candidate. They're going to definitely find out who is getting this ballot. I'm told now that it's the first candidate, candidate one, who is getting these particular votes. Whether or not it is in the favor of the MPP or the NDC, we're yet to find out after the voting. The sorting has been done proper, and so it's still ongoing. As you can see in your shot, the presiding officer or member counting the ballots, many of them gathered here in a pensive mood. We're gonna wait for a while for sorting to be done and everything to end, so that we can bring you the winner for the new Palace or New Wenchi Palace A and B. And so that's currently what's happening here at this particular polling center, Alfred, and we're going to be bringing you more details as and when the results are officially declared right here. But as we've said, the police presence is evident. You can see them behind me.
Let's stay a bit further there. Let's stay there because the counting, in fact, the sorting is ongoing as we speak. And then they'll go on to the counting for the various candidates. And as we do know, the Solomon Asumedu of the NPP was the candidate that was the first on the ballot. And then also the NDC's Benabedu was the second on the ballot, the LPG. Let's hear the counting right now.
31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54.
This is because they are done with the A's results. A's results are done. Okay. They have come to announce themselves. Sound. You really are connected.
Plus 79. Total valid votes 271. Rejected 4. So total vote cast 275. 275.
We have to move. The sorting officially has ended for New Wenchi Palace A, and according to the presiding member, the MPP candidate polled 192 votes. I repeat, 192 votes. The NDC candidate polled 79 votes, and the LPG candidate polled 0 polls. He had no votes. The rejected ballots counted at New Wenchi Palace A was 4, and then the total valid votes cast was 279. And so those are the votes that have come in from the New Wenchi Palace A. We are moving now to New Wenchi Palace B, which is on the same premises, the same center. As of now, we are seeing that the ballots for the MPP has officially been counted, and that for the NDC is currently being counted. Let's now listen to the presiding member to be able to determine really how many ballots are going for the NDC candidate.
31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 74.
We've just heard some election results from New Wenchi A and B, where the polls have closed. Sorting has taken place, and counting as well as declaration of results have officially taken place. In Wenchi, New Wenchi Palace A and B, Alfred, you've got the results for that. We know that the NDC candidate, Solomon Kwame Asumedu, well, let's hear from, polling station B. Judith has got the details.
The MPP had over 200 votes in Palace B and in Palace A, and in Palace B they had over 300 votes. And so, although the NDC has lost, they've made a significant improvement. Let me engage one of the men over here. What is your assessment of the votes that have been cast?
I think it's normal. It's normal. I think last December, MPP win here. This year, MPP win. So I know it's normal. Yeah.
And so, are you happy that your candidate win?
My candidate win here.
Your candidate has won.
Oh no, my candidate
didn't win here.
Yeah, my candidate.
But do you think he's done better in terms of the NDC and the numbers they polled as compared to the votes that were cast previously in the previous election?
Yeah, today we got improved, so we are happy for improvements. I know we are going to win this election. Yeah.
Right. Many thanks for your time. And so you've heard the voters' constituents right here in Akwatia. We are at the new Wenchi Palace A and B, where the MPP won in both polling centers. Of course, compared to the last election held here, they have reduced in their numbers in terms of the votes they had. In the Palace A, they had over 200 votes last year. This year it has come down to 100 and about 94. And then, of course, in Palace B, it has also reduced from about 300 votes to over 190 votes as well. Reporting right here from New Palace or Wenchi Palace A and B, and voting, sorting and counting are officially done.
Oh, now Judith Brown with those details from New Wenchi Palace A and B. So at least we know that in this particular polling station, Alfred, based on what we have seen on the ground, the NPP candidate takes the lead in New Wenchi. And again, the gentlemen here are already telling me they are not surprised by the outcome. But you do have some numbers to go over with New Wenchi Palace A?
Yes, indeed. The New Wenchi Palace A, from what we got from the polling station, the electoral commissioner, that's electoral commission officer there at the polling station, Solomon Asumedu, the NPP candidate there polled some 192 of the valid vote cast as against Bernard Bedu of the NDC 79, and Patrick Owusu of the LPG, Liberal Party of Ghana, Kofi Akpalo's party, he had 0, and the rejected ballots 4. So the total valid vote cast there was 271, and the New Wenchi Palace B, we had Solomon Asumedu polling 190 votes. So you see that, yes, indeed, this follows the same pattern of the NPP in that New Wenchi Palace A and B polling stations. But let's stay a bit further in the New Wenchi area, because if you go to the New Wenchi police station, there are also 2 polling stations there. The New Wenchi police station A, we have the results, as was earlier declared. George Quinn is going to be joining us in a bit. But we're going to cross over shortly to Christian Yale, who is at the Deba Grounds, Takrasi polling station. And Chris, let's find out what's happening where Chris is right now.
3, 4, 5, 6,
7, 8.
EP, so we just the sound for you
10.
as he counts.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 67, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Fatai boom. Fatai boom.
So once they've counted up to 100, they tie those ballot papers before they begin counting the rest of the ballot papers. That is still for the NPP's parliamentary candidate, Solomon Esumedu. So he continues from 101.
That is 101. 2, 102. 3, 103. 4, 104. 5, 105. 6, 7.
And so counting is over for the NPP's parliamentary candidate at the Takoradi Deba Grounds polling station, where Solomon Esumedu has polled 107 ballots out of 581. And very shortly, they will move to count that of the NDC's parliamentary candidate. They do that in order of their position on the ballot paper. And so NPP comes first before the NDC's candidate would follow. And so once the counting is done for the NPP parliamentary candidate, they'll move to the NDC's candidate. This is the Deba Grounds polling station at Takoradi. And Solomon Esumedu has polled 107 votes out of the 581 voters. And very shortly, the NDC's parliamentary candidate, the presiding officer, is just about to begin counting for Bernard Bediako Bedu, the NDC's parliamentary candidate. So we go to pick the feet from the counting.
5, 6, 7, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99,
Let's take you back to Takoradi.
90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179, 180, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, fam. And you'll be on fam. And you'll be on fam.
All right, and so the counting is just ended here at the Takoradi Deba grounds. Let me briefly run you through the numbers for here. The total expected voters are 581, and then at the last counting by the Electoral Commission's presiding officer, the NPP's Solomon Esumedu had 107, and then you have the NDC's Bernard Bediako poll about 293, and so those are the figures. So Bernard Bediako has 293, and then you have NBP Solomon Asumedu have 107, and then the total expected voters are 581. I can say that it is all jubilation here. It is all jubilation here, and you can understand it also because this is where the NDC's candidate hails from or comes from, and so almost everyone around is jubilating at the figures. But quickly, let me also run it through the results as we have it from other polling stations within Takoradi. And so when you go to the town mosque within Takoradi, the total numbers were 437. The total expected voters are 437. The NPP's Asumedu had 90, and then the NDC's Bernard Bediako had 230. The rejected ballots are 2. Let me run over that again for Town Mosque, Takoradi Town Mosque. Total expected voters are 437. NPP's Solomon Asumedu had 90. NDC's Bediako had 230, and then the rejected ballots are 2. And then you have Takoradi Methodist, which is just some few meters from the Deba grounds. Takoradi Methodist, total expected voters are 248. And then the NPP's Asumedu polled 84. And then the NDC's Bediako polled 162. And then the rejected ballot again 2. Let me run over that again for you. Takoradi Methodist, total expected voters 248. NPP 84. NDC 162. And then rejected is 2. And so those are the figures, the official figures that we have received so far from this area. Let's try to see if we can get some reactions from these voters here who are so happy about the outcome of the polls.
Lawyer no wafa ache MPBia emfri Takoradi hada na afi edie yenso yanya nipa ofri Takoradi etina ze MP ama anadi nkunim
asa yenyan kan wie yanti I don't know obeka say benya MP ofri Takoradi say yenyan kan wie ye
wa wani twa se na de ne siko bia no wa ngasa ohu wa utie bebia awmadi kan akan na aye NDC ni no na waje nti ano de yan nkwa pre hu biem ya jama omo.
All right, so he believes that per the results that are trickling in, it is the NDC's candidate that will win. But we wait to see the final collation as it would happen. But you see that there are lots of motorbikes that are floating the streets. People who are sounding the vuvuzelas. There are persons who have loaded themselves in vehicles and moving up and down, all in jubilation. just at the fact that the NDC's Bernard Bediako has won at least this polling station and some nearby polling stations as well. And so it's all joy, excitement here, but once again, that is just some early days yet, because there are about 119 polling stations across the Akwatia constituency that this exercise is being held at. And so until the final declaration and collation is done, one cannot run into conclusion yet. But for them, so far as they have won it at this particular polling station and nearby ones, that is just enough for them, especially within the Takorase township, because then you have the NDC's candidate hailing or coming from a native of this particular community, and so that gives them so much joy, that gives them so much excitement, so much to celebrate about. We are just about to move to other polling stations to bring you all the updates by way of the numbers and as it were, but you still see on the streets that there are more and more people who are celebrating this in this constituency. Let me see if I can pick your shot, your thought quickly.
From Samuel Nabu, the same boy said, Lawyer Bedia, Bedia Bay, Maya, man, one kind of boy, no be any to my own Hubia, and say, I buy a D.
Okay, so he wants Bediako eventually, if he's declared the winner, to help the natives of this community get much more work to do. Employment is one concern for him. Then our kafa about to at least a hasen himself and this in enough for our hase akababi bebrea aka yeguso yekai basen awaka.
Oh, the person can say no credit him say ye would you say they are NDC in bed a baby lawyer Bediakono. Then to make us tell my own school my lawyer Crano. Otimi boy my secondary school now Mahama de ba blog no and I'm no sudi nya ba ko kromwa. Say tam no ko school no my lawyer kra. Ansa no we school and na be lawyer was say ensan to abama no my MP. E den na che say ye to abama no be MP a. Ontimi fa bi fufro emle ye kromwa. Eti ye de ye wogidie say ye to abama na ye nu ye ho da. E den ya obeboa o man no empuntu no ye ono so no betimi di empuntu aba. Eti aye ni je say ya wini wa ananya hankwa na ya wini baby a ya wini enti o ya MP ba ko pe.
Thank you very because say Takorase e put on the pen. Put your pen na say lawyer ona me put o abra me di o me di MP kra no o me put o enti e pe say obedi o nyini baby a na o me put o na Takorase enya put o na ku enum asama no.
And so basically what they are all saying is that even before Bernard Bediako of the NDC would contest this election, he has done a lot for them in this community. They mentioned the community day SHS, where that polling station is that he himself built together with the Eastern Regional Minister. And so we just continue to witness and as it were, the celebration and the jubilation as it is happening in the town. But let me pick this senior citizens' thoughts as well. Then I will kafa about to.
I know na kano e putu papa no tibi say ya di ani to no so a ye kura ye ya ka ma che eti ani to e putu keke e putu no ye hwe ne nsaka no eti e pacha ma konyo sina e aka mu dodo se de oba ye ni oni pa o tibi say oba bo en pa na e mebu na e ba no obi abeya adwuma dade aye ani to ye na ye ogidie o ni mu say e se to abama no.
It's all about development and progress for the community and jobs for the youth in this area, in this community of Takorase, where Bernard Bediako hails from. But when you check onto the street, you realize that there are more and more people who are springing up and showing up just about this time in utmost celebration. Many who are flanking the flag of the National Democratic Congress, and most of the youth, the gentlemen who are also riding motorbikes up and down the street in this neighborhood or in this community of Takorase. But just about now, I can also indicates that the police, just as it were, are still guarding the place. And then very soon, the result, as we have had it, would be entered onto the pink sheet and sent to the appropriate quarters where the final collation is expected to take place. And so the party agents are here observing every step of the process. We just can try to see if we can pick the writings onto the pink sheet as it is happening, and then we'll take it from there. But it is done here at the Takoradi Deba grounds, where the NDC's Bernard Bediako has won, and at least 2 other polling stations that we have visited to get the final result, like the Takoradi Methodist polling station as well as the town mosque. Those 2 other places, we know that Bernard Bediako has taken the lead. And then when you listen to the rest there, when you listen to the town folks, it is just one message, that if he is declared the winner at the end of the day, then they expect him to do much more for them. They expect him to drive much development and also bring them so many jobs, especially for the youth in this area, which is one of the calls that, when you listen to most of the senior citizens that I have engaged just a while ago, they're making, that they expect him to do much more. One of the points they make really is that even before he would show interest in this race, even while he was in the law school, he championed the interest of this community,
right,
and ensured that they benefit from a number of projects, developmental projects. And
right.
So they're just anticipating that once he carries the day, he would continue those
the development projects there, as you indicated them, Chris. It's early days yet, yes indeed, but then again, this is the home area, that is the particular Takoradi area where the NDC's candidate Bernard Bediako hails from. So it's instructive that we got the results from this particular area, the Takoradi area. It tells a clear story of Bernard Bediako's dominance there. And in the Takoradi Deba grounds, the Solomon Asmedu of the NPP polls on 167 of the valid vote cast as against Bernard Bediako of the NDC 293. The same story in the Takoradi Town Mosque polling station. The NPP, Solomon Asmedu polled 90, Bernard Bediako polled 230 as the rejected ballots 2. In Takoradi Methodist, Solomon Asmedu polled 84, Bernard Bediako 162. And let's cross over now to New Wenchi, because a New Wenchi polling station has, the New Wenchi police station has 2 polling stations located at the police station in New Wenchi. And George Quaining is our man there. Now, George, we understand that the New Wenchi police station, polling station, A and B results have been declared by the Electoral Commission officer there at the polling station. What does the result say?
Yeah, thank you so much, Alfred, for having me. A very good evening. We're coming to you live from the New Wenchi police station, polling stations A and B. And so after 10 hours of vigorous voting, the exercise has finally come to an end. And so, as you rightly mentioned, there are 2 polling stations. We have A and B. And so A has total voters of 445 and B has 444. So let me just run by the outcome of this very exercise. And so for A, so the total valid votes were 235, and the NDC's Bernard Bediako polled 79, and the MPP Solomon Asmedu polled 156, LPG 0, rejected ballots 3. And so at polling station A, the MPP won. Let me just run by you that of the B. So B, total voters are 444, and total valid votes were 244, and the NDC polled 83, and the MPP 161, and LPG polled 0, rejected ballots 3. So also at B, the MPP won. And there's some sort of excitement here, and I would want to just engage some of the constituents to let you know what they feel about the outcome of this very election. And so there are some few gentlemen gathered here. Very good evening, guys. You're live on TV3. You're live on TV3. I know some of voted here. These guys voted here, and the outcome is out. The MPP has won for A and B. And C. Who is saying? How do you feel? I am strong. And so, I don't know, no matter what you do, MPP will still win this place.
other places. In fact, this year, no, a vote, no, a drop here. Look at turnout, no, so a drop here. And a percentage is a drop here. So this is what I can say about.
So, but it's not surprised, say MPP winning.
Yes, it's no surprise.
But Chami area Bianca, I am more like NDC, and I be a baby with you.
Within
Akwatia. No, Akwatia.
Enabano.
There are places where NDC won.
Yeah, Enabano.
So that's Gwedu Lorry Station B. MPP polled 111, and then the NDC polled 323. So clearly, it's a stronghold of the NDC. So until the coalition center is done with the results, we cannot really confirm whether the MPP is leading. So these are some constituents here who have also expressed some sort of confidence. They're saying that this is a stronghold of the MPP, and so it's not surprising that the MPP has won. But as you can see, the ballot boxes have been sealed by the Electoral Commission. They are conveying them to the coalition center. So we gather all of the results and give it the final verdict of this whole exercise. So there were more than 50,000 voters here at the Akwatia constituency, over 120 polling stations. So the exercise is finally over. Is it going to be the NDC's Bernard Bediako or the MPP Solomon Suwede? So this is the outcome here. So the MPP won for the A and B. So let me just wrap up with him, and then I think we spoke before. So finally, after 10 years, we are done with this very exercise. And what has been your impression? So for me, I think security was tight here. Apart from that, what do you think?
Well, I think it's been well organized. I have to give credit to the EC and to the police, particularly the manner in which they organized it. I mean, the police did not wait for anything to happen. They were very preventive. Once a motorbike comes closer, once any unauthorized person comes closer, they ask the person to stay away. And they have maintained peaceful cooperation so far. And I think our colleagues from the MPP too have behaved quite well. Apart from a few skirmishes we heard about in Akwatia and the rest, I think it's been generally peaceful. And the results coming out so far put our party in a very good position.
But I've also seen some results towards the Sumedo of whatever 332, more than 332 votes for the NDC. So I think you have to relax.
Oh no, but I can appreciate also that this is an MPP stronghold. Don't forget that the diseased MP, this is his home. Obviously, there will be some sympathy votes. There will be some people who still want to maintain where they stand. But of course, it's a game of balance.
Right, that's George Quenning there, and at the New Wenchi Police Station polling station. So the New Wenchi Police Station polling station, there are two of them. The New Wenchi Police Station polling station A. These are the results as has been declared by the Electoral Commission officer there at the polling station. NDC's Bernard Beidou polled 79 as against the NPP's Solomon Asimedu 156. The LPG's Patrick Owusu had 0. In fact, a number of the polling stations we visited so far, the LPG is yet to register any vote at all. So we'll see how things play out. But this is the polling station A of the Wenchi Police Station. Then we have the polling station B at the New Wenchi Police Station. The NDC's Bernard Beidou 83 and Solomon Asimedu of the NPP 161. LPG 0 again. So as we have been told, this New Wenchi area is a stronghold of the New Patriotic Party. And so it is of no surprise that we're seeing these results go in favor of the candidate that is Solomon Asimedu, the minor in this particular area. That's the New Wenchi area. Now we're going to go straight to other areas in this particular constituency, Akwatia by-election. This is your election command center. Let's go straight to the Akwatia Lorry Station. Akwatia Lorry Station. My colleague Joseph Armstrong Godalogbe is going to be joining us shortly for the Akwatia Lorry Station. We understand Bernard Beidou of the NDC polled 333 of the valid vote cast as against NPP Solomon Asimedu 83. These are the provisional results as have been put out at the Akwatia Lorry Station polling station. That is NDC's Bernard Beidou 333 as against Solomon Asimedu of the NPP 83. LPG 0 again. Rejected ballots 1. This is for the Akwatia Lorry Station polling station. Then we have Bwedua Lorry Station. Bwedua Lorry Station, we have the NPP candidate, that is Solomon Asimedu, 127 as against Bernard Beidou of the NDC, 282. 127 as against 282. And Kemeni, Bwedua is a place where You have Musa Dankwa mentioned a number of times this particular area, Takrasi and Bwedua, that we're seeing things play out in this particular area. That's a Bwedua area. The NDC winning, that's the candidate there, having that victory based on the provisional results that we're getting from that polling station. That's the Bwedua Lorry Station polling station. The NPP candidate, that's Solomon Asmedu, 127, as against the NDC's Bernard Bedu, 282. If you fast forward and look at what's happening, for instance, and the polling, the town council hall, Akwatia Town Council Hall polling station, the NPP, Solomon Asmedu, polled some 193 of the valid vote cast as against Bernard Bedu, 154. This town council area, in the 2024 election, we saw the NPP win there with a greater margin than what we are seeing now. But the margin has actually closed a bit. Now, Bernard Bedu polled 154 as against Solomon Asmedu, 193. So just a difference about 42 thereabout. So we see as well this same trend of the gap closing up as against what happened in 2024 at a number of the polling stations. In fact, if you look at the AME Zion Church polling station, the NDC's Bernard Bedu polled 118 of the valid vote cast with the provisional results that we've gotten, plus the NPP Solomon Asmedu 107, a difference of just about 11 votes between them at the AME Zion Church. This is what we're getting now. Rejected ballots 3. Let's cross over to Joseph Armstrong Goldalogbe, who is this particular AME Zion Church polling station. He also brought us some results from the Akwatia bus station as well. Armstrong, tell us what's happening where you are. If you can unmute for me, Armstrong, and let's hear from you. Unmute for me so we can hear you. That's Joseph Armstrong there from the AME Zion Church polling station, and the results have been declared there. We'll cross over shortly. Yes, I can hear you clearly. Tell us what's happening where you are.
So you can see the jubilation right behind me. Immediately after the counting, we took to the streets and we are jubilating because we told ourselves happens to be the stronghold of the NPP. The last election we had here, the NPP won this place massively by the council now. The overturned, and the NDC candidate has won this place as a state. And we saw some NDC executives coming in here to throw money in the air. We saw them throwing money in one city, five cities, into the air. We see the supporters reaction for the money. I saw few of those footages. We can show to our viewers.
All right.
So that's what is happening here now.
Joseph, we're struggling to get a clear connection of the sound to you, so rectify that so we hear you clearly. But Kemini, one thing that we're seeing quite clearly with all the polling stations we've visited so far and the ones that we're yet to, and the response we're getting from our correspondents on the ground, is that security has been beefed up. You recall the IGP, Christian Teteyono, did indicate that there's going to be some reinforcement when the sorting, counting begins. And we've seen the fully armored police personnel lined up at all of these polling stations when the counting is ongoing, before the declaration as well. We wait to see what's going to happen at the Coalition Center. That's where the final action is going to be, is it not?
Absolutely, indeed. And, you know, you were given the numbers earlier. The gentleman on this side and myself, we've been going through those numbers and see how or what trend we are seeing. But if you're here with us, we can also tell you that, you know, in the next hour or so, we'll bring you a comparative analysis of the results that are trickling in and what we have known to be the results from the previous elections. Alfred did a little bit of that, but there will be a full scale comparative analysis of these numbers. In the meantime, there's been a lot happening on the ground. There's still so much more happening. We'll continue to lace our conversations with happenings on the ground. But let me come back here into the studio. If you're just joining us, it's still our continuing coverage of the Akwatia by-election. Counting is going on, we can't say, in at least 100 polling stations at this point, because we have brought you those results that have been declared in maybe about a dozen of those polling stations. We'll get you the actual numbers, but if you look at the bottom of our screen, as the numbers trickle in, our internal systems will be collating those numbers and announcing them at the bottom of the screen. But we'll also bring you those live conversations as well. Back here in the studio is Dr. Ishmael Norman, security analyst, Dr. Jonathan Asante-Otri, political analyst, and Musa Dankwa, who's trending so much on social media at this point. And we know why, Musa Dankwa, because you almost always predict the outcome of elections in this country. And, for those who think it's going the way the prediction was, they are already singing your praises online. But I want us to look at the numbers that have been announced so far. Any surprises in there?
Look, I mentioned earlier, even before this program, that for MPP to win, they need to rack up the numbers in Wenchi. They need to rack up the numbers in Akwatia, and the numbers in Bodia, and the numbers in Apnamai. What we have seen in Bodia is a total collapse of MPP.
Why do you say that?
In Bodia. We've seen the numbers that has come through so far. And this is the hometown of Sumedu. And if you can't pull that off in your own backyard, that is telling. And then Akwatia, the numbers are looking not great either. Then elsewhere where MPP is losing, NDC is losing, they are closing the gap. They are performing better than last election. Look, in the exit poll, I'm going to reveal it for the first time here, about 16% of Ernest Kumi's voters have switched their vote to Beidou. In the final poll, it was 24%. In the exit poll, down 16%. When you lose 16% of your people in the last election today, you will not win. I have said that. And look, data, you can disagree with it. But at the end of the day, it will come through. One thing I also want to mention is that if NDC wins, it is because they done well in the minority ethnic groups. In the exit poll, among the accounts, MPP 50.5%, NDC 49.5%. But the Ewes, Ghana Dangbase, and then the Mori Banis were lying to us in the exit poll that they voted for MPP. That appears to be not true.
I see. I want us to understand the demographics, but what you're seeing on your screen at the moment is some intense jubilation on the ground. Alfred will connect soon with our correspondent on the ground. And again, this is what our correspondent was referring to earlier, Alfred, about an executive throwing money in the air and then people trying to grab the crowd, trying to grab the cash that was flying in the air.
The exact identity of the said executive is not too clear in here. But Kevin, I take a very light exception to Mr. Dankwa saying that the Ghana Dangbase lied to them during the poll.
We both should.
You and I should
Plus
not be
Dr.
happy
Norman.
about that.
We all should.
We shouldn't be happy about it.
We all should, right?
Absolutely.
We don't lie.
We don't lie.
But here is Musa Dankwa. What we did was tactical. We did it on purpose.
I agree with you because, you see, in Asinov as well, the polls were showing that these groups are going to vote for MPP. And on election day, they abandoned them. Today, because, see, exit poll is quite sensitive. And this is the second time we're doing it in the country. And because by election, everybody's mind was there. So our people will not really be seeing the truth from these people. So it is very inconceivable in elections in this country today for these ethnic groups to break heavily towards MPP. It is inconceivable.
I see. But since you have very limited time with us, let me stick with you just a little bit, right? And understanding the demographics, we've talked about the minority groups, and what do the demographics look like?
Look, the people with senior high and tertiary far outnumber the junior high and no education in Akwatia. If Beidou wins today, it is this group that has pushed him ahead. And then again, you look at the the religious groups, surprisingly, Christians are less than 50% in Akwatia.
You don't say?
Yeah. There are this traditional religion, 15%, no religion, or 15%. So it's heavily kind of different demography. Elsewhere, when you check, 71% Christians, Muslim 21%. The rest are small. In Akwatia, it's a different ballgame.
But so in terms of rolling out the numbers, right, definitely based on the demographics, right, the minority groups are showing up. The majority groups are also showing up. But the outcome we are seeing, what does it tell us about how people are voting in Akwatia?
It tells me that, one, you see, I said to someone this afternoon that I'm not concerned about the outcome. Because while the polls were saying that 42% we're going to prioritize development, in the exit poll, it was 50% or thereabout. Much higher than the exit poll. Which means that those who were voting for a candidate because of the development are outnumbering the rest. Once that is true, I was still having confidence in my numbers, regardless of what these guys are telling me that it will be. But see, that one, you don't necessarily lie about the priorities that you used to vote. But when it comes to mentioning them, they're being to play tricks there. So there are so many ways I can use to triangulate and catch them out. And I caught them out from that analysis that, okay, if half of them are saying developmental project, there is no way NDC was going to lose.
Indeed. Again, counting is ongoing. We are waiting for all those numbers to trickle in before a decisive winner will be announced. Musa, there are those who are saying that, look, it would appear the NDC is winning in its strongholds, NPP is also winning in its strongholds, so perhaps this is too early to call.
What's going to happen is that we've seen NDC is overperforming in the last election. That's what you look at for. And because the gap Ernest Kumi won with was just 2,000, it is only a matter of time that that 2,000 will disappear.
Right.
Once NDC is doing better in the areas they don't usually do well, even in Wenchi, I'm hearing that the guys were saying, oh, he's done well compared to last time, doubling his numbers. So it's a sign that
I see. We'll see how that plays out, Musa, and I hope that you could give us 10 more minutes. But let me go back to Alfred on the other side of the studio. Alfred, what's happening? Why are you taking us?
Let's go straight back to Joseph Armstrong Goldalogbe, who is, in fact, visited a number of polling stations as we speak in the Akwatia constituency. He has been to the Lorry station and then other places as well. He's giving us an update over there. Joseph, kindly tell us right now where you are and what is happening. You talked about the celebration and the number of polling stations that you have visited so far. Tell us what's going on there.
Yeah, you see a lot of people standing right behind me. All they are waiting for is for the next money to be thrown into the air. Because earlier we saw a GH thrown in here, and the next thing we saw was 5 cities, 1 city being thrown into the air, and people were just rushing for it. I shared that video with you earlier. I know you appreciate it, so you can look for a UNC. Yeah, so you see people are gathered here waiting patiently for who is coming to throw in money into the air. So it's about jubilation here now because this place, they thought the NDC candidate was going to lose because normally the NDC that wins over here. But this time around, the vote has changed. It has gone in favor of the NDC, which is why we have told the NDC constituent executive came here to throw the money to thank the electorate here. So all they are waiting for now is who is come to share the next money.
You're actually going
No, he's...
Now, one of the things that we're seeing there is a celebration behind you, and we're going to keep an eye on how things are playing out because the polling station AME Zion Church, we have that result as well. As declared by or announced by the EC officer in that AME Zion Church polling station, Bernard Bedo of the NDC polled some 118 of the valid vote cast as against the MPP Solomon Asimedu 107, the LPG 0, rejected ballots 3. Now we also see that same story play out, and interestingly, the bus terminal in Bwedua. You hear Musa Dankwa reference Bwedua a number of times. The NDC, Bernard Bedu, polled some 323 of the valid vote cast. The NPP, Solomon Asumedu, 111. 323 as against 111. And this is a difference of over 200 votes. Now, in the valid vote cast, there is 434. Rejected ballot, 2. This is the bus terminal in Bwedua. Then you have the Bwedua Presbyterian JHS new block. We also have that results coming through right now. NPP's Solomon Asumedu, 109. As against Bernard Bedu, 98. So you see in the Bwedua area, the polling stations, NPP and NDC are winning. But when you look at the margin of victory at the polling stations that the NDC candidate wins, the margin is wider as against the polling station that the NPP candidate wins. So, for example, let's stay on this one. For the bus terminal in Bwedua, the NPP candidate polled 111, that's Solomon Asumedu, as against Bernard Bedu, 323. That's a difference of over 200 votes. Now, in the same Bwedua area, Presbyterian GHS new block, the NPP candidate polled 109. Then you have Bernard Bedu of the NDC polling 98, a difference of just about 11, as we've seen there. So a 200 vote difference in one polling station in the same area, Bwedua, then in another that the MPP wins, just about 11 votes difference in favor of the MPP candidate. The same in the Bwedua Presbyterian JHS old block. So there's a new block. The old block polling station had the NPP's Solomon Asumedu polling 117 as against the NDC's Bernard Bedu 98. And guess what, Kemini, for the first time we are seeing at the polling station, the LPG's Patrick Owusu polled 2 votes. 2. Yeah, so at least he has something to his name. This one at the Bwedua Presbyterian GHS old block, 2 votes for Patrick Owusu of the Liberal Party of Ghana, Kofi Akpalo's party. Fast forward, if you go to the Palace Square A, Palace Square A, and I want our viewers to pay attention to the bottom of the screen. All what I'm reading to you right now is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. So pay attention to the bottom of the screen because we're updating the results as they come through thick and fast here on your election command center. And so as just keep an eye out there, we're giving you all the polling station results coming through on the ground from our people who are stationed across the 119 polling stations. We have a strong team already at the coalition center where all the action will take place and the final declaration, official declaration made by the Electoral Commission as to who has won this Akwatia by-election at the end of the day. So stay with us here on your election command center. Palace Square A, expected voters were 482. And per the provisional results put out, the NPP's Solomon Asumedu 192, NDC's Bernard Bedu 79. That's Palace Square A. Let's go to Palace Square B. NPP's Solomon Asumedu 194, NDC's Bernard Bedu 74. That is Palace Square B. Now, this is how things are playing out because, and I know you have Musa Dankwa with you, and as you did indicate, there's quite some work that has been done ahead of today. Let's take a look at what he found out, Kemini, in this particular area, the Bwedua area, and what we are seeing now, that both MPP and NDC are winning at the polling stations in the Bwedua area, but the margin of victory for the NDC is wider as against that of the NPP.
Indeed, very much so. And Musa, I think that's something that you had alluded to a little earlier about, where the MPP could have its numbers in Bwedua and where the NDC could have its numbers in Bwedua. I mean, based on the numbers that your people are also collecting, what are you seeing in Bwedua, East and West as a whole?
In the exit poll, Bwedua West, where NDC wins, NDC was getting around 60% or more of the vote there. And in the Bwedua East, where MPP must win, they were getting around 53%. So they were quite below par. And if that kind of numbers pan out, and that's what we are probably seeing now. So in the Buedua East, you see the gap narrow. In the Buedua West, you see a very wide margin for NDC guys.
I mean, if at the end of today, Solomon is not able to, based on the projections you are making, that his performance at the end of today is likely not to surpass that of, the late Ernest Kumi. Is this a rejection of the candidate, or could we even call it a rejection to start with, of the candidate or of the party?
I think it's more of the candidate. This one, it's more of the candidate. Because if you look at the support the candidate was getting among the elite voters in Akwatia, it was quite bad. His support was coming just from the junior high guys. And even with no education, it was split in the middle in the polls. I'll have to look at the demographic in the exit poll to show us. But the exit poll will not show us true picture because of the ethnic groups that were not telling us the truth. They were probably telling us something to make us feel that, make them safe in wherever they are, because they are minority in those areas. And it's not very uncommon. It's very common in the consensus where those ethnic groups are minority and they are kind of dominated by their accounts. When you are in that environment, I will not tell you my vote is quite right, or I voted for Mr. A, meanwhile it was Mr. B that he voted for. So those may account for some of the differences we'll see in the exit poll. But the poll was showing neck and neck, almost 2 points between MPP and NDC. And when NDC is behind by a few points, it means they are ahead. I've said this several times that NDC always outperform the polling numbers. So when I saw the gap in the exit poll, I knew NDC had won.
But I mean, because we are looking at candidates to candidates, head-to-head comparison of the candidates, when we look at the fact that the NDC is also performing better than their 2024 candidates, right? Is this a matter of Bernard Baidu being, endearing, or it's also a matter of the NDC backing of this candidate, or maybe even both?
Boachia Dom was very unpopular. If you speak to people across the constituency, you could hear that. And I think tactically it was good for him to have been replaced. And we did it with this candidate. And unfortunately for MPP, they went first to pick a candidate. So NDC knew which one could be better than the MPP one. So they went for lawyer Bernard Baidu. Now, if you look at the stature of these personalities and how they can handle issues regarding parliamentary affairs, certainly the lawyer would do a far better job than a minor.
You think it played a role?
Oh, yes. I mean, there was a lady I heard on Facebook. She was saying that they are struggling to encourage their children to go to school because of mining. Now, if somebody comes there and he was trying to promote mining, it means her kids will look up to him as a role model. But she wants the kids to look at the lawyer as a role model.
But it's a mining community.
But the problem is that majority of the voters in Akwatia have senior high and tertiary, and they're not in the mining pits.
And of course, there was a negative publicity against him. They said he's a galamsey. And that is what
but I think
got
he's denied
from...
those. He's denied those accusations of being a galamsey. He's also denied.
So once you have, if you lose the elections in general, then it means that what you denied.
The propaganda works against him.
Yes.
I see. But I mean, generally, what's been your thoughts about the numbers that we're seeing? Again, Musa Dankwa is telling us that when you look at the numbers, right, where Baidu loses even, his numbers outperform Wache Yado, right? So what could be working for the NDC from your point of view?
Well, my brother said it could be the individual differences. But we also need to think about the party itself. Is the party well organized at the top? Here is the case. We found out that the NDC top brass, the top brass of the MPP, got into the constituency some few days back. When the NDC top brass have been there for weeks and even for a month and so on and so forth. So you guys were not ready. Secondly, how do you tell me that Well, we don't want to contest Tamale Central. Therefore, you should also decide to reject in contesting, Akwatia. The MPP that we know, if it favors them, will not put forth such a proposal. They will go as far as they can to wrestle that particular seat from you. So how come you came with such a proposition? Psychologically, it tells me that you knew very well that you're going to face some challenges at Akwatia. So there is that insincerity. It is a Trojan horse that they put forth. And the NDC did not buy into that. The other thing that, I believe Dr. Brian Echampon told them that it was very bad for them to decide not to go to Tamale Central. You don't go to elections just because you are going to either win or lose. You need data. That is what my brother does best, interrogating data. So if you don't contest, what data are you going to use to interrogate for the next elections? Because you may have to know why you lost, how you lost it, right? What kinds of things are you going to put in place to ensure that in 2028
they've done that.
you'll be able to? You are not contesting.
Remember that's
You are not contesting. So what data are you going to use?
No, I'm a bit confused. Perhaps I trailed off in your
Yeah, I'm saying that.
But because if it's about the NPP and collecting data and knowing where their shortfalls were in the 2024 elections.
Not that.
Okay.
I'm saying that you are not contesting in this by-election, Tamale Central.
They are not. That's
yes.
true.
So what data are you going to use? You are going to use a data that is probably outdated. The current one will be the by-election.
Oh, so for you,
yes.
You think that Tamale Central by-election could have been a testing ground for them?
Yes, certainly.
To check the pulse of the North.
You don't go in there just because you are going to lose. No. You need data. That will help you, right, in your strategy henceforth. Now, listen. I told the NDC, for example, that...
I'll let you finish that point, but the dynamics are not the same.
They are not.
Is first of all, it's a swing constituency.
I agree.
The NDC had even said that in the 2024 election, they won that place. In Tamale Central, that's a safe seat for the NDC.
That is why they are not going.
Yes.
So that's why I said that gift that they gave to the NDC is a Trojan horse. So they didn't buy into that. But you see, in Kumewu, for example, I said, probably over here, I said, the NDC can't win. But what they intend to do is to ensure that they show up their vote. Now, if they're able to do so, they will use that to calculate for all the other constituencies in Ashanti region. And if they're able to replicate that throughout the other constituencies, MPP will be in opposition at the end of 2024 elections. And that is exactly what happened.
Well, too late for them now.
Too late. Well, they can decide to go.
They can decide to change their mind.
There is an MP who says that once they lose, he's going to resign. So let's see if he will keep his word.
Well, Musa,
maybe we don't know the final
Musa, hang in there for me. You go. Doc, yes. It would appear that every time I'm coming to you, we have to go on the ground. I promise when we come back to the desk now, you have your say on matters arising on the ground now. But Alfred, where are you taking us?
Yes, and it's good that you reiterate the fact that Musa is going to be with us for quite a while. But so live here on your Election Command Center. Now, let's cross over to the Coalition Center right now, where the entire consolidation of this entire exercise will be. That's where the action is going to be at the end of the day. And Eric Mauna Egbeta is there for us. And Mauna, tell us what's happening at the Coalition Center in preparation for what's going to be happening in the next few hours, in the next few minutes ahead of us.
The results tabulation is currently happening just behind us. So what happens is that from the 119 polling stations, we know that when the results come in, they go through the back.
Unfortunately, we have a little connection problem with Mauna's sound now. Let's cross over back to Mauna. That sound issue has been rectified now. We'll give you an idea of what's happening at the Coalition Center right now. Mauna.
Yes, Alfred, can you hear me now?
I can hear you clearly.
Right, so what I was saying is that we're at the Coalition Center right now, where voter tabulation is fast underway. If you just look behind us, those are EC officials and then the respective presiding officers who've been returning with polling station results on pink sheets, the results declaration form as we know it, for arriving there and then going through the paces one after the other. Projector behind them, and you're seeing that white board, if we can call it that, for purposes of for lack of a better word right now, where the results are going to be projected. And if you know quite very well, by-elections which have happened over the course of the last few months and possibly years, you realize that hardly do we get the two main political parties at a coalition center at the same time. More often than not, when they do their own tabulations, one realizes the election is gone, and so they do not turn up at the coalition center. It's happened quite a number of times. It happened at Asin North, and it's happened when there was the Ajiso by-election, amongst many others. The NDC was not present at Asin North. The NPP was not present. What we have here is both parties present. Michael Ochrebefi, a member of parliament for the NPP, Rashid Tanko, computer, is a deputy director of elections for the NDC, all here at the same time, amongst many other things, having a hearty conversation with confidence to a certain level between the both of them that they will nick this. But behind them is that projector which will subsequently be displaying the provisional results as it comes through. We're inside the coalition center, but outside it's a heavy police presence since when the results from their respective polling stations. And so this is what it looks like. We've had to, I think in previous elections, they've had to call it a strong room amongst many other things when it's a national elections and it has to do with the presidential race. This is a strong room at Akwatia right now where all party reps, particularly for the NPP and the NDC, are here going through and monitoring the development as it continues to trickle in, Alfred.
Mauna, a bit about the presence of the two political parties, the NPP and the NDC, there. We see a lot of activity right behind you. You had indicated yesterday that the Electoral Commission said they were putting other measures in place.
Township is heavily choked, particularly when you're coming from Boedua headed towards Akwatia, where the coalition center is. It's very heavily choked. In fact, we had to tag along with the police sirens as they were coming through to be able to beat the traffic and make it here. And that's the only means through which the ballot boxes can come here with the presiding officers. They are in the company of the police who are moving here with the sirens blasting pretty loudly, and then there are police officers on every stretch of the road paving way along the traffic stretches to allow for these ballot boxes and the presiding officers and the respective agent as well to accompany all of these boxes to this coalition center, and then they begin to come in one after the other for the results to be tabulated, and then subsequently it will be projected on the screen, Alfred. Company which has been here. There's been a lot of talk about the fact that it went down and all of that. It's a very huge place and they have quite a number of facilities. This is where the coalition center is for starters. Now, when you come here again, this is where the police have been lodging. And so all through, if you just make your way away from where we are right now, and it's unfortunate we cannot step out immediately to be able to paint that better picture, but there's a stretch of road, a dusty road, which takes you right in front of this coalition center. You go a few, say 100 meters, that's where all of the police, form police unit vehicles, the armored vehicles, and most of the vans and the likes are stationed. They are top brass of the police service as well, all housed at facilities just 100 meters from here. There's a huge field which we were on late yesterday as well, where the IGP was interacting with the men. It's under 100 meters from where we are currently, and that as well is completely taken over by the Ghana Police Service. This is where they've been, this is where the equipment have been. If they are flying the drones to monitor the elections, just outside where there's that field is where the drones will fly out from. And so this entire area, I must confidently say, is completely encapsulated by personnel of the Ghana Police Service. That's why you would have to go through minimum 4 checkpoints, heavily guarded with vans and the likes, just before you make your way here. And so in terms of security, and that's why I mentioned even earlier that even a former member of parliament of this area, Baba Jamal, for the NDC, is struggling to be able to make his way here. He's gone through the first barrier, the second, he's not gone through the third. As of the time I went past him, before he will even get to the entrance here, where he will then be ushered in, and there are huge numbers in terms of the police personnel who are here. They have a list of individuals who are supposed to be here. So even for us as media personnel, when we got here, they have the list of media persons which are allowed in here. And so not every media house actually is allowed in here. Then they ask for specific numbers as to how many people are coming in here. And it's the same for officials as well who will be expected to come in. I mentioned again that even for presiding officers who are coming here, there are police officers, not EC officials, police officers who have forms and are manning them and are taking account of which polling station you're coming from before you make your way back there, then you're ushered in here. So the security presence, I must say, is quite very tight, even as we continue to monitor and look out for what will be that final result and that final declaration from the Electoral Commission officials who are here, Alfred.
So it is expected that you would have some members of the general public throng this particular area. Any idea of how far they are from this location? I mean, is there any barricade outside, just to give them a view of what's happening inside at the Coalition Center where you are right now? There was talk about a screen being mounted outside for the general public who would want to see
50 meters to this place, because there are residential apartments within this particular vicinity where people, this is their home, and so they will be, so like if I say 50 meters away from here, we've met persons who stay here and work here, and they are just some 50 meters away from us. They are there, but they cannot make their way here. They can say they are in a bit of a close proximity to the happening here. There is no projector outside which is displaying any result. The one and only projector I have seen is this one, which will be displaying the result inside here. And so outside of persons who live here, have businesses here, and so they can say they are in close proximity to what is happening to inside this place, which they can't even see. All other persons, supporters who are chanting either number 1 or number 2 on the streets of Boedia up until Akwatia and the likes, are all they will all have to watch it on TV3, your election command center, Alfred.
And thank you for this. And that's what's happening right now at the Coalition Center, where, I should say, all the cookie will crumble right there. And Mauna, great detail ahead of the entire exercise that will end at that location, the Coalition Center. And what we do know, the security measures that have been put in place there as well. Already we have the representatives of both the MPP and the NDC are also there as well. But then again, there is another issue that Marina indicated quite clearly about the security measures that have been put in place there. And Marina, you couldn't have given me a better answer than that when I asked about the general public and how far they are from this particular location. This is the place to be. They have no other alternative than to watch you bring us all the detail from the Coalition Center on TV3 and across media journal platforms on your election command center. Meanwhile, there's jubilation, as we're hearing right now, at the constituency office of the NDC. That's what we're seeing right now on the screen. We do not know exactly what they have heard, because the declaration of the official results will be done, all things being equal, before the end of day today. And in the minutes and hours ahead of us, we will get to hear the official declaration by the Electoral Commission. But the presiding officers at the various polling stations, we understand, are also making their way with their results as for certification at the coalition center as we speak. But what you're seeing right now is the scene at the NDC constituency office in the Akwatia constituency. The people are jubilating right there, and you don't need a soothsayer to tell you why, because they believe that Bernard Beidou, that is the candidate for the NDC in this Akwatia by-election, they believe has also won this election. But we here on your election command center, we are ticking all the boxes to make sure that we wait to hear from the Electoral Commission officially. But what we can tell you is to keep an eye on the bottom of your screen, because we're getting updates trickling in thick and fast from the ground with the announcement by the various presiding officers at the various polling stations, giving us updates of what is happening at the various polling stations. 119 of them. So yes, we've got almost 100 of them so far. So there's quite a path to travel before we get the full complement of what is happening. But that is going to be the responsibility of the Electoral Commission. The returning officer for the Akwatia constituency will have that singular duty at the constituency coalition center to declare who has won this election after a period of intense campaigning ahead of this by-election in the Akwatia constituency. And Kamini, the conversation about security at the coalition center, because it's crucial. We've seen what's happening at the polling stations, where 30 police personnel were deployed to man the polling station, sorting, counting, and declaration. But the most important, the crucial aspect of this entire exercise is what's going to be happening at the coalition center. And that area as well, we understand there's a heavy security deployment there. That's number one. And there are 4 checkpoints you have to go through. That's number 2. And every checkpoint has specific requirements that you have to meet. Former MPs and officials of the political parties are having a tough time going through it. It's not one that you just show your face and then, you show your ID card. The ID card is not enough. They're looking for something more before you go through the second checkpoint. That's what's happening at the coalition center right now. There's a lot that has been put in place to ensure that the integrity of the process is assured. Then we're also hearing that there's actually a list of persons who have been certified to be at the coalition center, not just anyone. So if you get in there and your name is not on the list, you're not allowed access to the coalition center. Also, we're getting to know that not all media houses have been allowed there, but obviously the Electoral Commission cannot do this without your election command center being at the coalition center. So TV3 is there with Mawana and the team to bring our viewers everything that's going to be happening in that constituency coalition center, every minute of it. So stay with us. This is the place to be on your election command center. And even presiding officers are having their identities checked again because you can understand a lot can happen. We've seen very dangerous miracles happen in elections in this country. Kemini.
Indeed, it's a whole machinery as far as security is concerned. I'll hear Dr. Norman's thoughts briefly on that. But Alfred, listen, 5,500 people. It's no surprise that the police are putting 30 police officers, or at least 30 police officers per polling stations. They have to account for the numbers that they have taken to the ground. And I think that, it's good to see that people are there, people are jubilating, and the jubilation is clean. It's without problems. Nobody is, questioning why one other person is jubilating a little more than the other or taunting them with jubilation. But let's come back to the desk while we see those live pictures from Akwatia. That is the constituency office neighborhood where jubilation is ongoing, dancing, singing, all of it ongoing. We'll bring you some sights and some sound from there a little shortly. But Dr. Norman, we've seen how the security layout has been. So far, so good.
Yes. I suspect that because the police itself were not very happy with what happened at Abrekuma North, they decided to do a pilot study to come out with the best practice. As we sat here talking and talking and talking, and we will see replication of this internally, but at a minimum size of police that will be deployed there. I have come to the conclusion this is a pilot study.
You think Akwatia is a pilot? And
It's a pilot study.
If it's a pilot,
and
would you say they've done well?
They've done very well. Very well.
I see. What do you think is working here? When we look at the layout, you can tell that there is that human wall of police officers. We have the barricades keeping the space open. Talk to us about what you see as far as the layout is concerned.
Kemi, I was here with Emmanuel Cotin when on this same station during Blokuma North, when he suggested that there should be at least 3 perimeters, and then I give credit to where it belongs. And then there should be this kind of wall to prevent anybody from entering into the zone, the extreme security zone, where the counting and everything is going on. I sometimes don't believe that they listen to what we say on your programs, but I have come to the conclusion that they are listening. They do. And that's what you are saying.
I see. So when, again, you look at this layout, we expect that at the Collation Center to will have a similar layout. And as explained by Moena, it is heavily guarded by police officers. They're going through the checks for everybody. But you also see that, unlike in the Ablekuma case, where political figures, known faces, were just allowed to go through the system, the police have changed. We can say that the police officers have changed a little bit as far as, you know, putting their foot on the ground and standing on business, right?
I'm quite proud of them that so far we've gotten to this point with very little skirmishes, and it shows that they do listen. They are modifying their role, and they're going to develop a template for monitoring. And they're going to develop a template for monitoring elections as we go forward.
I see. Let me bring in now Dr. Jonathan Asante-Otre. So far, we're hearing the numbers. Security is looking good. People are jubilating. Nobody's throwing fists in the air or anything like that.
Careful.
Talk to me about your view on this matter.
It is often said that the end justifies the means, right? This, of course, explains why we've seen a change in the organogram of the tactics that they used. You know, if you just oppose that to what happened, you know, at Ablekuma North. We even got details to the effect that the police were given body cams. Yes. That is for their own safety. So you see, the police took the warmongering proclamations of the MPP seriously. Operation Firewall, we are going to defend ourselves and all that. And there must be an attacker, right, before you can say you are going to defend yourself. So if there is nothing like an attack, then what are you going to defend? So what the police did was to do preemptive security. They prevented any of such skirmishes from happening before they would curtail it. So such preemptive style of security, you see, is something that probably they may be using as their template. Then maybe they will rely a little more on technology than the human intervention.
But if they could do all that, why do you think Ablekuma failed?
They never thought that. You see, it was just 19 police stations. That ought to have been managed. Besides, it has been blown out of proportion. It was only one polling station that incident happened. The rest The rest was incident, violent-free. You see, so it is just that incident that has been blown out of proportion. Out of 19, it was only that place. But you see, this is politics. You do not expect your opponent, right, to be top-dressed in that particular issue. They will have to harp on that to their advantage. And that is what they did perfectly. And unfortunately, they have rather, you see, they have rather woken the slumbering, what is it called? Dog, right? That is the police, to send a whole machinery to that place. Now the real mandate of the people will prevail. So I was telling you behind the scenes, probably this explains why the General Secretary Fifi Kwete said that they are here because they want the real mandate of the people to prevail. Exactly is what has. So he's been vindicated.
Well, it would seem so. We'll wait for the final results.
Well, if you look at
the declaration to be done.
Because the data we are looking at
we are still collecting. You know, it's 119 polling stations.
Yes.
Now we are about 2 dozen.
That's all.
Announced. You know, as far as the trickling.
Shy away from the total. 2 dozen.
No, not shy away. 2,000 declarations. Excuse me. 2 dozen declarations that have been made, as far as we are, you know, concerned in our collection.
Well,
so we'll wait for more to come through, and that's why Mawenek Beta is at the collation center.
100 out of 120 that I have indicates that the NDC candidate has 15,000.
I cannot work with your figures.
Yeah, well,
so let us verify our figures or get it straight from the collation or polling stations as they come in. So
that is why you put a caveat.
It's the Indomitable Hero Pack promo. The goal is to win a trip to Disneyland Paris. We all have 8 comic books, right? I have won a PS5 in the weekly draw by entering the code through the USSD. I won a TV last week and that is so happy. I just entered my 8th code to indomigana.com. I cannot wait to win my bicycle. I really hope I'll win my tablet. Now, what we all need is the final comic book to enter the grand lucky draw to go to Disneyland Paris. The hunt starts now. Allez! Buy Indomie Hero Packs. Collect all 9 comic books to enter the grand draw and win amazing prizes, including a trip to Disneyland Paris in the Indomitable Hero Pack promo.
Little contribution to that. When you throw out such money, you are risking the lives
of your own people.
Yes, of those people.
Yeah.
Because we are going to struggle
to snatch the money.
So it is equally not proper. You know, because people are poor. Anyway, the euphoria, you are caught within the euphoria. So sometimes you could have decided that when they've gone to a beer bar, drinking pub or something, Charlie, you guys should have this. That is better, well organized. But if you throw it in the midst of the people, I remember as a young boy, they threw toffees, and I just grabbed one.
And somebody
stepped on my hand, this part, my knuckle, it was gone. So things of that nature.
Let me see if it's back. Let me see.
So many years
all Dr. Norman is taking a look at that.
So, I mean, it is not in the interest of those you are trying to do.
Indeed.
Yes.
Let's go back into time and hear from the former member of parliament for the area on the ticket of the NDC, Alhaji Baba Jamal. Let's take a look at it.
Or somebody has tried to snatch ballot paper or whatever. So generally the elections has been completely free and fair. The police has also shown a lot of professionalism. So far we have not had even an incident where we have a police citizen incident. The police have shown a lot of maturity, a lot of professionalism, and I think that it is good for our democracy. So far, if you ask about my observation, I think that we have done well and it's not been too bad.
How do you see NDC's chances?
Oh, even these two polling stations that I came here and the level of the vote, the turnout, has given me even more hope because I know this place is our strongest hold. So when I even look at the first one has 592 people, 400 plus have voted. This one has 613, over almost 400 have voted, 382 or so. So it gives me something that if the turnout is good here, and so far we've gone round, especially Bodia, which is our strongest hold, the turnouts have been very good. And so I can assure you that with the campaign that we have done, with the message that we have sent, and coupled with the fact that it is the government in power that can give people development. And that is what we have, the message we have sent to the people. We are very confident we will carry the day, but in the next 1 hour, the polls will end. And then we are very sure we'll be able to win the elections.
I don't know if this has come to your attention, but...
Lawyer Baba Jamal is former member of parliament for Akwatia. We've talked about him a lot in the beginning of our coverage here on TV3 and on 392.7 FM. Now, we've just been talking about the number of polling stations that have come in so far. Our correspondent at the Collation Center in the constituency, Mawana Agbeta, has just been reporting to us that some 50 of the 119 polling stations have come through with results. And based on what the Electoral Commission is reporting, we have 69 more, obviously, 69 more polling stations to come through. Now, of the 50 polling stations that have been looked at, there were 80 rejected ballots. The total vote cast in that is 113,216. Bernard Bediako-Bedu of the NDC is polling some 7,916. Asumedu Solomon is polling some 5,190. And Owusu Patrick of the LPG is polling some 30 votes from across 50 polling stations. Now remember that we still have some 69 polling stations to get results from. As of now, the NDC's Bernard Bediako-Bedu is in the lead. It's not been announced winner yet. That's not what it means. But it means that of the 50 polling stations that have been taken in at the Collation Center, the NDC candidate, Bernard Bediako-Bedu, Triple B, is in the lead. But let's bring that to the table at this point. Dr. Jonathan Asante-Ocho, any surprises there? I know you were already in a hurry to take us to Promised Land, but these are the numbers so far.
So, you see, you need to look at the whole issue from a general perspective. You cannot squarely put the blame on the candidate of the MPP. Neither can you sing praises solely of the NDC's candidate so far. The point is that the MPP at the central level is in a disarray. We have a situation where the leadership, those who are gunning to lead the party, are throwing tantrums at each other. Unguarded statements, the sense of this and the sense of that which will come to harm you. So the point is that, are they well coordinated to go to the constituency in unison and campaign for Solomon? They are not. So you will see that... Even
after all the big names that we saw
Yes, you will see that they will be going there individually.
The vice president?
Yes.
The general secretary of the party?
All what they were doing... A lot of
big names.
What they did was uncoordinated.
It's true.
When you say uncoordinated,
Yes.
what do you mean?
So for example, we don't have a similar situation as they did at Asin North. Though at Asin North, they did not allow Charles Opoku, to lead the campaign, which affected them. Jechi Kwesin was leading and was assisted, and that inured to his benefit in terms of sympathy vote and other things. And you could see that they had mammoth rallies and other things coordinated, just that the people were disgruntled because of what they took the man through. They were not ready to vote. In this case, there is nothing of that sort. There is nothing of that sort. All what we saw is a former president whose approval rating as of November 2024 was somewhere 22% or 24%. You send such a person to that place, what is he going to sell? Which people are going to listen to him?
Party folk.
Is a baggage for the entire party, truth be told. So such uncoordination is what has led to such probably another disaster incoming or in waiting. The other part, you need to look at the individual who is contesting. What is his profile? Even the very first time he had the opportunity to speak, he was inarticulate.
Is that the case?
He was. He was inarticulate. And you need to express yourself. Of course, this negative tag of Galamsey, though he's probably a small-scale miner doing his work, making his money, but as long as Galamsey was the fifth item on Musa Dankwa's poll, right? You have the development project, you have the economy, you have jobs, you have education. I think Galamsey comes fifth. So you will have within the demography those who are not ready to vote for such a candidate, right, representing that percentage. So it boils down to the character, right, of the candidate. What is his human relation? Is it the case that because of politics, suddenly, right, he's going into the homes of people? Is it the case that when people meet him in the street, they greet him, does he respond? So these are some of the intangibles that obviously people will use against you. Now let's come back to the NDC, for example. And as I said, it cannot entirely be the, what's it called, the hard-working, Bernard, right? 3 Bs.
Yes.
That might have resulted in probably the incoming victory. Since you don't want me to say that there is a victor incoming.
We still have 69 pending.
All right, impending.
So
right.
Incoming victory is even it's far-fetched.
It's far-fetched.
Yes.
Okay. So you look at it. You remember the very argument that I made with respect to Ablekuma North.
Very well. Let's go on the ground now. Alfred, what's happening?
To Rashid Tanko Computer, Deputy Director of IT and Elections for the NDC. He's at the Coalition Center in the constituency right now.
Work for the constituency, did your man's job. We were mourning, we didn't start early. And they were all over the place, making all manner of promises and accusations upon accusation. But we have our plan. I told you, when my boss died in the morning, he gave us the blueprint, 7:45, as how to win the Akwatia by-election. Then by midday, we were told he died. So we implemented it to the letter to make sure that we win this election and win it massively. Thank God the people listened to the good work of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. His performance as a president for the 8 months has inured to this kind of resource. Because the people saw that, yes, this is a better Ghana. The Abampapaba prices that we used to buy here, they were saying it. Bag of rice, 1,000 cities. Now they are getting 600. Farm inputs, prices were so high. Now it has reduced. So they wanted to deliver a verdict as a confirmation of the performance of the government. So we are not surprised. And we said it, that we are going to win. They thought we were joking.
Many thought this would be fiercely contested. I mean, I was at Winchi. I've been based there for quite a while when I was here at Akwatia, and then I've moved to other areas. What was the strategy in terms of the campaigning? Because from what we're understanding, the difference could be in excess of 2,000 votes. You have the projections from your strong room. What could have done the magic for you in terms of turning some of their strongholds into yours?
I am saying that I told you people time and again, NPP doesn't have stronghold any time soon that we go into any election. They don't have strongholds. They don't have. 2024 revealed their secret that the perception that they have strongholds in some constituencies, that myth was broken in 2024. We flipped about 20 of such constituencies. Kumanov was one of them. When we went there for the 19 police, we told we were going to flip it, and we did same. So when we were coming here, I told you people, the media, that look, don't be saying Akwatia they have strongholds and strongholds. We have a strategy. We considered all the 119 polling stations as red zones, up for grabs. Depending upon the strategy you implement, you can flip it. Because the people are also rational human beings. They want development. What is the essence of voting for a party that will only give you press conference? I mean, that is what they are concerned themselves to. You vote for a party that will bring you development. And they saw that, yes, the party that can bring you that development is NDC. And you have a president who knows what it's about. He has shown enough to the good people of Ghana that, look, this is a president you can trust. So they were voting with that mind. And that is why we dealt with them. We dealt with them on that thing. We have gotten all the 119.
You've gotten all the 119. What are the numbers looking like from your stronghold?
From our coalition, we are at 18,177. That's 54.10. Whilst MPP is 15,249, 45.39. I told you.
What's the voter turnout like based on what you're looking at?
Yes. I will look at the other part, the whole data, and bring out the voter turnout. But I'm sure it's very valid. Yes. The victory street is here. It's here. They can see it. It's here. We have beaten them hands down. There's no indication. Nothing is there. Very clear. 119 polling stations. NDC has won with 54%. Yes. They can see it.
Show that to the population.
We have done it. They think we are here to joke. Look at it. Look at it.
I want you to show that to them.
Yes. This is what we declared. Yes.
Like you projected, we've had other people within the NPP speak tough, speak big in the lead up to this by-election. Some suggested they will resign from their position. Are you in the NDC going to push for that to happen?
Interestingly, he was here.
Yeah, in fact, he was here with you. You were having conversation
with him. I was telling him that our next stop will be his constituency. We are coming for a by-election there. And he was laughing. And we said, yes, he thought we were joking. When I started showing him the figures and everything, then I saw that his temperature changed. Because we are going to hold him to his words. These are the things we don't do in Ghana, and politicians, they don't take it serious. He made an utterance. It was a pledge. He must deliver the pledge. I'm expecting him by Monday next week, when Parliament resumes. Speaker Bagwin should announce the by-election for that constituency. He would have tendered in his resignation. And then we'll go and take the seat. We are getting an additional seat from that constituency.
What did he tell you before he left? Because we saw that you were in a very hearty conversation with him all throughout. It was very unusual because we've been to a number of by-elections. Mostly when one party knows they've lost the election, they don't turn up at the coalition center. Did he tell you anything before he left?
Well, I mean, his people didn't tell him the truth before running here. I'm sure if he had gotten the indication that this was how the result, he wouldn't have appeared here. And then until I started showing him evidence, and then he realized that things were really that bad. But I can assure you, I was telling him that, look, you made the utterances, but he was trying to justify why they lost and what happened.
What did he tell you in terms of why they lost?
He was trying to talk of moneycracy and all that. And I said, my brother, you talking moneycracy, baby, NDC, moneycracy. When have we introduced moneycracy into our politics? We have not done it before. That is your stock of trade. That's what you people have been doing. And you think NDC, we are in power, we should do that? No, we are not doing that. We have won the election. The people have confidence in us. They are good work, and they have delivered.
Final question quickly. Your thoughts on the entire process, almost violence-free to a great extent, as a government, a feather in your cap?
Of course. I mean, this one, that's why I'm saying that. The President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, promised under his watch there will not be electoral violence. We will always have peaceful elections. He will not allow this kind of thing to happen in our elections, and actually he delivered it. Today you saw what happened. Very beautiful election. Nobody hacked each other. No incident. Only spot text of people who are there to heighten tension, but the police stood their grounds and make sure that they deliver this beautiful election for us. It's a cap in our feet. I'm sure they will start congratulating His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for standing by his words.
What time does your candidate come in here, though?
Oh, anytime soon you'll see him here. He will be here to address the media. We are just waiting the official declaration from the EC. Nothing is going to change. I mean, we pick the same results from the same police station, so we are good.
Right, thank you very much. And that's Rashid Tanko Computer. He is the Deputy Director of Elections of the NDC. I just want to bring in quickly the DC for Akwatia as well, Ahmed Umar Tutu. He's the DC for boss, just a moment. He's a DC for Akwatia as well. Just quick thoughts from you. You're the District Chief Executive for the area. I mean, talk to us about your role that you played in what is looking now more than ever like a victory for you in this district.
Thank you very much. Basically, everybody needs development. And when you look at Akwatia or the Nchembo as a whole, we are lacking development. And look at the channel, we have the president, and we need somebody who can join the president. That's the MP. So basically, everybody is crying for the MP. So we're able to tell the masses that we need development. And therefore, who can get a development is the MP. We have the DC, we have to get the MP and get the president. So people understood it very, very well. If you compare Akwatia to Kede and Asamekes, they are the competitor districts here. You can see that we are lacking behind, far behind. Most often, when we have a president, we don't have the MP. So it has to make Akwatia to go far, far, far behind. So comparing this district to other districts, you can see that Akwatia, we are far behind.
You have a very difficult task, if we can be honest with ourselves, because you made a promise to the people that you bring them development. Now you have 3.5 years to deliver that.
Basically, look at what His Excellency is doing. The pool is coming, going to develop. Currently, if you look at the common fund that is coming, it's basically for development. And look at the first quarter that just hit our account, it's for development. So we are in here to help the people to enjoy. We are not coming here to come and give promises that we can't fulfill.
What sort of projects, now that it looks like your wish has come true, you have the Member of Parliament, what sort of project should the people of Akwatia be expecting? If you go to Achim Kusi, you go to Achim Winchi, you go to the different areas, their roads are very dusty. In fact, I can't show my feet, but the roads are bad. It was one of the many things that people were complaining about. What can they expect from the District Chief Executive who has got his Member of Parliament now?
Thank you. Looking at the linkage of roads within the districts, they are not good at all. And coming into power, there's an agreement with the government that are going to give us the 24-hour market model. And this 24-hour market model is going to connect all the district, all the routes within the district, that we are going to have a good market. So with this 24-hour market model is coming, it's going to help us. And basically, if you look at the roads that is within the districts, most of the roads are not good at all. But with His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we are going to have our roads that are going to be constructed that will help to improve the economic standard of the people in the constituency. Looking at even what recently happened at GCD, they wasn't having lights for almost 16 months. But when the president took over office, they were able to have lights, and the economic situation of people have really changed. They were giving meters free of charge. They couldn't pay anything. So you can see that most of the burden of the people have been taken away from them. So basically, with me and the MP, we are going to improve the living standard of the people in the constituency. When we talk of job, we are going to make sure that we are able to create more jobs for people in the constituency. When we talk of markets, currently we are even planning to put a nice market at the Kodum Market Center, which is going to boost economic activities within the district. And again, when you look at Wenchi Township, we have a market over there, and therefore we are going to also enhance that market. We are going to make sure people come into those stores that we have over there. So we are going to make sure that the economic situations are boosted within the districts. So basically, with the MP that I've gotten now, I'll rest assured that
the people of Akwatia can hold you to this come the 2028 elections.
Exactly. 2028 elections, we are going to account to the people. Tell them we promise this and we're able to do this and that and that. That is what we are taking in 2028 elections. Basically, what we promise is what we are going to deliver. And from the word go, we start delivering most of the things that we're going to do. When you come to Akwatia here, basically our people are miners, you see, and we have other things that we also need. So basically we have to make sure that people mine in a respectful way, in a good manner, not any mining that will create a problem. So when we are able to enhance these activities, people are going to get job to do. We are going to create work to people. So basically that's what is happening, going to happen within the district.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. That's Ahmed Umar Tutu. He is the district chief executive for Akwatia and Alfred. We continue to be here. Just because we were on air, we couldn't catch the latest updates from the whiteboard of the Electoral Commission, but we'll be on hand to catch that when that comes to the next time. But we continue to monitor proceedings here at the Coalition Center. And I've seen just Richard Jakpa as well making his way here. He's been in terms of the details. We've seen Rashid Tanko computer display what is the provisional results from the NDC strong room. As to whether the numbers will be that close to it, we'll wait to see. Michael Otrebefi, who was here before and they were in a heart-to-heart conversation, no longer here. He says that he was amongst many other things telling him that there was a lot of monetization in the elections. We witnessed that in different parts of the constituency. We had people speak to it. Some people had their monies clenched in their face after they had received it and had gone to vote, amongst many other things. I'm sure these are conversations which will come up in the aftermath, because the questions will remain. The monetization of elections in this country. But back to you in the studio, Alfred, and we'll be back here again shortly with a bit more details.
Indeed. Eric Mawonagbeta, thank you very much. And he is our man at the Coalition Center together with the rest of the team, making sure that we update you every step of the way here on your Election Command Center. This is the place to be. That location in that constituency is the most crucial location right now in the Akwatia constituency, because that's where the Electoral Commission returning officer for the Akwatia constituency will make that official declaration of who has won this by-election, either the MPP or the NDC or the LPG. And as insignificant as that candidate for the LPG might be, we've seen a number of 0-0 for him, and a few times he's had some 2-3 votes going to his favor. But it's a straight fight between the MPP's Solomon Asmedu and the NDC's Bernard Beidou, as was expected. And clearly, there's a path that we see playing out right now at the Coalition Center. The reason being, we've heard the MPP as well make that point about their confidence of their winning. The NDC has also been touting the confidence of winning this. That ultimate responsibility of who wins lies with the returning officer. The constituents, the eligible voters there, have cast their ballot, would wait for the next few minutes or possibly an hour ahead of us, but the results are coming in thick and fast, trickling in by the minute, as we're seeing. And we have a dashboard here on your Election Command Center where we're collating the provisional results, and the emphasis is on the provisional results that we received from the polling stations. And the presiding officers have also been making the announcements and the counting process as we brought to you. But our dashboard on the magic wall is putting together the provisional results, just to give you a provisional picture ahead of that official declaration by the returning officer for the Akwatia constituency on behalf of the Electoral Commission, and Joseph Akabale is there. Now, the picture is shaping up, the provisional picture is shaping up quite interestingly, is it not?
Yeah, so far things are looking very good for the NDC candidates out of 50 that we've done so far. I mean, it's not a significant number, but we are still working the numbers, and we've seen the numbers beyond. We are just double checking, making sure that we have confirmed them at a certain level, even though they are still provisional before we put it out there. So these are the ones that we've been able to get to the level that satisfactory with input in a dashboard, just to have our viewers get a sense of how things are looking. So this is how it's looking. Bernard Bediako Beidu is doing 7,916 votes, which gives him 60.3%, as against the NPP's Solomon Kwame Asumado, who is doing 39.5%. In terms of votes, 5,190 there. So Bernard is in the lead by just 50, so there's a bit of significant number left. But what we are seeing in terms of the performance so far, one thing that we are trying to look out closely is the voter turnout. It does not appear that we'll do any different from what we've been doing in times past, unless the outstanding constituencies, there's a more improvement in it. And if it continues in that format, and earlier you were making the point about how in those stations where the NDC candidate does not win, even in those stations, he tends to close the gap a bit, as against the places where the NPP candidate manages to win. He's not that far apart from the NDC candidate. And so that gives us a sense of how things could play out eventually. So the logical extrapolation is that if things continue the way they are going from the 50 that we've seen so far, then we expect that the NDC candidate will emerge victorious. On the other hand, in the event the NPP candidate is to improve upon his performance and perform way better than he's doing currently in the 50 stations that we are looking at so far, then that could tell a different story. But from all indications, it does not appear that that is likely to be the case. And so it's 50 so far. The NDC candidate is in the lead. We are counting down and waiting for the Electoral Commission to do the final process. But at this point in time, we all know that after the political parties, they have a sense of how things are shaping up already. You remember in times past, the conversation has centered around the NDC's coalition system. You recall in 2016, serious questions were raised about the party's ability to track the process and make sure that they have the results available. On the flip side, people have also raised questions about, well, if the political parties are getting in that fast, how about the Electoral Commission itself? We know the double layer, the accounting system, and how the verification and the manual aspects that it plays that delay some of these processes at all levels. And that is a conversation that we could have entirely at some point. But for now, what many of you are looking out for is how things are looking out in terms of the results, and this is how things are shaping up.
Well, you talk about the voter turnout, and it's a very important part of the conversation. Here's a reason why. If based on the 50 provisional results that we've gotten from the 50 polling stations, the total of this is just about a little over 12,000, if what we're saying there. That's 5,190. Let's go back a bit. And we have 7,916. That's about 13,000, right? If you look at the total valid votes or the total registered voters in the Akwatia constituency, over 52,000. In 2024, the voter turnout there was a little over 36,000. If 50 polling station provisional results would give us just about 13,000, all things being equal, you'll not be wrong to say that the voter turnout will be lower than what we saw in the 2024 general elections. And that would not be strange because it follows the pattern of by-elections we have seen in this country. Now, the euphoria, the enthusiasm, the encouragement that people have to come out to vote during a by-election on a working day, a Tuesday like this, which is not a holiday, would definitely be lower than what you see in a general election as well, where you have both the presidential and the parliamentary elections going on.
In fact, this is the point I was coming to, that a lot of the time when we do that analysis, we tend to just limit it to just say that by-elections generally record low voter turnout. But it's an important point you make about the presidential elections, because there are instances where we see constituencies where presidential candidates, people vote more for presidential candidates than even parliamentary candidates. They just refuse to even put this, they just leave it blank sometimes, and that tends to happen. So the presidential candidate is often a magnet that attracts people to want to go to the various polling stations to vote. And obviously with by-elections, that factor is completely absent. They just have to vote at the local level for who they want to be the member of parliament, and that explains it. So again, Akwatia, like we've seen, it follows a similar zigzag pattern like the national voter turnout. But when we drew the lines and placed it above side by side with that of the national voter turnout, you realize that Akwatia generally has a much better voter turnout. And so I could say that, well, maybe in terms of the by-election, it could follow that trend, but just maybe the averages, it may do a little better because of how generally the people of Akwatia show up to vote.
Well, and if you look at the pattern and in terms of historically how things have been, and Kemeni, you look at the demographics of that particular Akwatia constituency, the economic profile of the constituency, you have majority being minors, businessmen and women who would definitely not leave their businesses to you know, come and spend too much time in the queue, right, to vote. And so you can understand why they would now have to juggle between attending to their businesses and then also making some time to come and vote, because it's not an election day. Plus the fact that a number of these persons who are minors would also, you know, be going to look out for their daily bread as well. And then you balance it out, or you juxtapose that with going out there to go and vote. So that would influence the outcome of what we are seeing. But if you look at what happened in 2024, it also would give you a clear idea of how things are playing out, especially because of the enthusiasm. A number of things happened prior to today. We had the funeral of the late Ernest Kumi few days before this particular by-election today. And earlier, we touched briefly on the element of sympathy. Musa Dankwa captured it in his 28th August poll. Sympathy was the last but one consideration for the people of Akwatia on what they're going to vote on. That was just about 4% of the respondents saying they were going to vote on the basis of sympathy. That's a departure from what we have seen in previous instances where the incumbent MP dies, and then you would have a by-election. In all the 8 instances since 1992 that an MP has passed and there has had to be a by-election, you have a sympathy there playing out quite strongly. And that could also be because this time around, the MPP has taken a detour from the previous instances we saw where they would field the partner or the widow or the spouse of the departed MP. Also West Wagon, we saw it play out in the central region as well. So now they say that, okay, well, let's go in for somebody who is there, is a miner, there's a mining community. Let's see if that's going to play to our favor. There are those who criticize the party for continuing on that path of having the spouse of the departed MP stand. But guess what? It worked for them, did it not? They had the sympathy play out, and these people won. The others also who look at other candidates, other persons who could have been able to represent the party in this by-election. Kejimfua, the National Women's Organizer of...
Within 10 seconds, name 3 mystic weapons.
Kilo, agreement in Holga.
Which weapon in Call of Duty would you say is the most underrated?
M16.
I'll give you some points. I'll give you in chambers, okay?
Outcome of that is not yet known, but if you look at the trajectory in terms of what we are seeing with the provisional result, could Jemfua have done any better than the Owo Mining Company's CEO Solomon Asemedu, as we are saying now?
Absolutely, and Alfred, you're hitting the nail right on the head and preempting this phase of our conversation, because as we do the analysis head-to-head of the candidates, the question will be whether or not the MPP could have had a stronger candidate, and we'll look at that as part of our conversation here just before we head back to the dashboard and bring updates on 18 more polling station results that have trickled in so far. So let's bring the conversation to the table quickly, and then I'll come back to you. Doc, you were making the point, analyzing what may have contributed to the NDC's lagging position. Again, I'm using lagging because official declarations have not been made yet. We only have 68 polling stations. It means we still have some 51 polling stations outstanding. And so let's talk about it. Did they present a strong candidate?
Well, from what is transpiring, I'm not too sure. So I've analyzed from the corporate entity called MPP and the individual called Solomon. The last thing on the part of the MPP is the fact that they have an impending presidential primaries, right? And we know that those who are well-resourced within the party, some are contesting for that particular position. So you do not expect them to go and expend their resources there for the time being. That apart, you see, instead of organizing the party elections from the bottom to the top, you are doing it from the top to the bottom. And I've told them that, look, the moment you take your presidential candidate, it is going to affect the body of, because it's supposed to be a structure. If you disorganize the structure, it will affect the unity. Because at the end of the day...
Akwatia is testament to that?
It is. There is no, that's why I said they went there uncoordinated. So at the end of the day, if any of these candidates should win, what that means is that they will make sure that national, regional, constituency, polling station, they have their people elected. Those who will not be elected, their people will be handed out. And that will not bring unity.
I see.
Now, okay.
I'm going to come back to you, then we do an analysis of the NDC as well.
Yes.
We'll come back and do that.
Right.
But let's bring in Dr. Norman now. Doc, I mean, on looking at the NPP, on the same subject, right? Was it an issue of structure or candidate choice? For instance, Alfred is just telling us, look, there were those who were naming Kate Jimfua as a better candidate than Solomon Asumedu, right? What didn't work well for the NPP?
Just as Doc was saying, as Oshri was saying, I believe that the NDC structure has collapsed.
The MPP structure.
Sorry, the MPP structure has collapsed. And they're trying to build it up top down, and it doesn't work that way. And it's not even a real top down. So for me, I think it is one of those things that the party does, which they have to move away from it. The candidate himself was not particularly suitable compared to the lawyer. You know, we lawyers, we have the gift of the gab. We can speak to people. We can speak with people. When you match somebody who doesn't have the gift of the gab in a competitive enterprise like this, by all means, the lawyer is going to shine better than that person. Lecturers, as we are able to speak quite well. So these kinds of elements, like we're going to see in Tamale, if there's competition between Professor Alidu and the rest of the people, you see that he'll be very eloquent, very straight to the point, and explain himself. In the case of the MPP and Akwatia, the candidate wasn't suitable. The profession of the candidate wasn't suitable because the whole nation is against Galamsey, except those who are involved in it, which is a minority. So they shouldn't have picked him. I don't know whether picking MPP wanted to stay away from the lady because of what happened in Ablekuma North.
Oh, well.
Well, it is a factor.
Why do you think that could be a factor, for instance?
Did they support the lady at Ablekuma North?
Because, you know, initially, in that circumstance, remember that the party had announced that they will not be a part of the elections because they were not happy.
It's a sexist announcement.
That's why
if it was a man, they wouldn't have done that, really. And part of the reasons why they chose the guy with the money is what Doc has just said. The people with the money are already preparing themselves to compete for the presidential position. So they will not give their money to anyone except if you can finance it yourself. And that's exactly what happened. And because of that, they just went for the guy with the money and not whether or not he's suitable. They didn't really care. I don't think they really believe that they will win. And I want to see Honorable Befi resign because he made this announcement. Because if he doesn't resign, his constituency, I wish there was a way that constituencies can file a vote of no confidence.
All right.
Yeah, seriously. Who compelled him to make that statement? That if MPP doesn't win, he will resign. MPP will not win.
Well, I mean, I don't think he's going to do that.
No, he should. Otherwise, the party should kick him out.
Why? Why should the party kick him out? I mean, he made a wager, he lost the wager.
Yeah, so why are you still there? It goes to the fact that there is no credibility within MPP as it is now.
Well, we'll give him benefit of doubt and see what comes.
But it addresses a much bigger issue. And part of the much bigger issue is what Solomon Asomadu has suffered. The party has no credibility. Even in his own hometown, he didn't really win overwhelmingly.
Yeah.
So if they were credible, he should have done much, much better.
When you listen to the party executives and the stalwarts who had attended Ernest Kumi's memorial event, you hear how they almost always at every speech lean into sympathy. But we see that the sympathy playbook didn't work here. Why do you think that is so, Doc?
First of all, if it was the wife of Kumi that had stood, the sympathy rate would have gone up. But I'm sure they wanted to move away from that because they will have to support her with money. And maybe she didn't want to waste so much money for doing that. And so they chose somebody else. Also, Ghanaians are becoming more enlightened about politics. Just because your husband was an MP doesn't mean you have a legitimate right to become MP. So I think it shows the intelligent level of the Ghanaian voter. Let us not take them or the Ghanaian people for granted because they don't believe that just because you are married to A, B, or C, when he's dead or she is dead, that you should become the legitimate replacement. We don't believe in the replacement theory at all.
Even the cynical aspect of that particular strategy has been the fact that others are suggesting then spouses could easily kill their...
No, we won't go there.
Yes,
we won't go there. I mean, it's
because if I kill you,
just as you said,
the party will pick me.
I mean, just as
that's why I said it's cynical.
Right, so we will not go there.
No, but that thing...
It's cynical and we will not go there.
That thing really irks me. You know why? It frowns on our value system. If somebody has become a widow, and you say the person should be actively involved in politics, it means that you are stampeding, right, that which identifies us. And it is very wrong. Besides, it's not like something that is hereditary, that you should pass it on. Maybe the party usually thinks that, well, that spouse is probably politically exposed before the husband died, possibly. And that maybe we are not aware that maybe their meetings, she used to attend their meetings and do all manner of things. So that person may be politically exposed. So they will take advantage of that. Other than that, it flies in the face of our value system. I don't think that we need to continue on that tangent.
I see. Now let's look at the NDC candidates. I'll start off with you, Dr. Asante-Okyere. He appears to be in the lead now. Not appears, but because he is in the lead at this time. Based on
comfortable lead.
Comfortable. Well, I don't know. You know, we have to be careful saying comfortable because because we've said, some people have said comfortable before and it didn't turn out comfortable. So we'll leave our comfortable. But out of the 119 polling stations, the Coalition Center has announced 68. I've updated their system with 68 polling stations, which means that they are now waiting on 51 polling stations. And Alfred and Blair will give us the figures shortly. But again, we still see that Bernard Bediako Beidu is in the lead. He's still leading Solomon Asomadu. What is working for Bernard?
Well, the argument is still twofold. You have a situation where, obviously, you cannot say that Akwatia, we are dealing with some people living on some island Not long ago, we saw the economy that the previous government was running, that is the central government. And I said here,
this is room 1221 live, where no question is too awkward.
Smear is not supposed to be painful. It is uncomfortable, yes, because there's something being inserted.
No topic is too taboo.
Erectile dysfunction is basically the inability to give an erection.
I am your host, Ivy, and we're here to have real talk on consent, safe sex, contraception, and so much more.
We take you to the hospital, get re-examined.
We've got professionals and resource people on board to bring you straight facts, truth, and answers to all your questions. Whether you're figuring things out, feeling confused, or just curious, you're in the right room. Welcome.
Is deteriorated, then obviously, since you are an import-driven country, right? Import-driven country, most of the things that you import will be what? Expensive on the market. They cannot in any way buy them. The businesses are going to struggle because they will have most of their wares unprocured, and people will not be able to patronize. So you will see that the economy will be contracting. It won't grow. Then we talk about interest rate. Now, interest rate should lead to the creation of jobs because, as President Kufuor will tell you, the engine of growth is the private sector. It's the private sector that is supposed to go to the banks, get loans at lower interest rate so that they will invest in their businesses, right, and create more jobs.
And all these things are working in the favor or have worked in the favor of Bernard?
I'm building a point from the previous government.
Ah, right.
Right? So we had that situation. That is the more reason why you saw unemployment rate soar up to 14.8. Because the economy was not expanded, the businesses were not expanded to create more jobs. It is tight. The final thing is your debt to GDP ratio. Now we hit as much as 80-something%. If you are talking about 100% and you are hitting around 81%, if you take, compensation, you take, your debt servicing and other things, this is what you have. If government is the biggest spender, their spending create jobs, supposed to create jobs. They're supposed to do roads, right? They're supposed to construct hospitals, construct schools. But here is the case. There is no allowance for the government to do so. That is the more reason why you saw poor roads not being done. Projects like Agenda 111 all coming to some kind of standstill because there is no physical space. Yes, that is the actual thing. Physical space for government to do so. You are going to lose the election. And you lost. You see, there is that interface, the middle class, the upper class, and the lower class. The lower class depends on the middle class. The lower class do not have access to the upper class. So if you collapse the middle class with this DDEP, Domestic Debt Exchange Program, now, it means that people will become more impoverished because that interface that is assisting those at the lower level is gone. You are going to lose the election. And you see, that is why they lost miserably. Fast forward, you have a new government. They have won massively. Suddenly, which I did not expect, you have a cedi outperforming the dollar and other major currencies. Suddenly, because of the stability of the cedi, you have seen a reduction in fuel prices, right? That has led to a reduction in transportation fares. Transportation fares coming down will affect ordinary Ghanaian because most people use commercial vehicles and trotro, right, to travel about. So once these things have come down, they will have to respond positively. That is why I analyzed and said that MPP was going to lose Ablekuma North.
At the time,
yes,
a lot of these things that you spoke about apply.
Thank you. So the point is that I've seen reduction in prices of so many goods and services. It is not a perfect situation. Now, inflation has come down. Food inflation has come down. So it means that though we are in a harvest season, we need to see how the lean season will also behave. So all of these indicators are positive. Akwatia people are not islanders. They are part of Ghana. So they will respond positively. So that is a central government influence.
On the candidates, Bernard Bediako.
Thank you.
Okay.
The people of Akwatia. Then you come to the candidate himself, his character, his demeanor, right? How articulate he is, the approachability. Is he approachable? Here is it, the voters, the electorate over there. Remember that in the 2024 elections, Mr. Kumi, if it is not disputable, edged over Mr. Yadom a little over 2,000 votes. This does not translate into voting for Dr. Bawumia. Dr. Bawumia beat Mr. Mahama, His Excellency, the current president, some hundreds of votes. So it means that the electorate, two things, they might have done two things. One, either they did not like Bawumia and voted for Mr. Mahama after voting for Kumi, or when they voted for Kumi, they did not vote the presidential.
I get it, but on the subject of relations with the constituency, that Solomon also is a treasurer for the constituency as well, so he also has relationship with the constituency. So I'm just wondering whether or not Bernard Bediako's lead at this point is only as a result of the goodwill the NDC has at this time, or whether it is because he himself is a strong candidate. I mean, perhaps at this point it's a little
too early.
Not too early, but a little too late to decide whether he's a strong candidate or well, too early, depending on how you look at it, right? Because if you are looking at 2028, you say too early. But if you are looking at the fact that he's already in the lead, it's too late for you to determine whether or not he was a strong candidate by himself, or it is the party performance that is rubbing off him. What do you think?
Bernard, it's a complex issue. And it's a combination of the popularity of the president himself, his political capital, his social capital, his high social acceptability.
But the approval rating for the president within that particular constituency is not even more than 50.
That's right. He has a higher.
Yeah, but it's still
based on Musa Dankwa's poll.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
but it's still valid.
It's not even up to 50.
So, and the expectation that he will be able to coalesce with the presidency, with the NDC, and bring development to Akwatia. He himself is also a factor. The fact that the people know him, the fact that he's involved in defending people. As a lawyer, if he was doing pro bono, defending people for free, that carries a huge favor for lawyers.
That's what worked for Mr. Bachman.
Yes.
And
Adenta NDC,
right.
Yes.
I see.
It's a
big
strategy.
thing. So, and I believe that he was doing that. A lot of lawyers do that in the communities in which they live. So, I believe it's a complex issue. It involves NDC factor and his own factor.
And you see, Kamini, before the point is that yes, character is important.
Yes.
I suggested that. Is it the case that we are seeing for the first time because he wants to contest? That is why he's now going into people's homes to greet them, shake hands. Or he has those qualities. It's very important, human relation. Is it the case that you even greet people when you meet them or at all? And is it the case that you are now coming to do so because you are contesting?
Exactly.
From a cynical perspective, like those looking at development project that you are doing now, you want to motivate them to vote for you. They will look at it from a cynical perspective.
Yes.
It will annoy them. Some it will annoy them and they will vote against you. Others will look at it from a positive perspective. But human relation is important in politics.
Very.
is important.
I see.
Because some of them, they say this person is arrogant, and that tag arrogance, right? Wherever you go, if that tag, if you end that tag, my goodness,
I'll let you.
You will struggle.
You tell us a bit more, because I want us to look at, again, we are in the period where there will be a lot of jubilation, jubilation that, you know, a losing opponent will consider taunting. And I want us to discuss just a little bit of what security should look like. But at the end of our conversation today, I also hope to answer the question of whether or not this is a referendum on the national executives of the NPP, more so, because we already know the things that have been brewing within the party, and the outcome of today's election could either be in their favor or against them. But what you're seeing on your screen at this time is what Akwatia constituency looks like now. The heavy traffic buildup, the pockets of jubilation in certain areas, particularly in places like Takorasi, where there was an overwhelming lead for NDC's Bernard Bediako Beidu. You see the traffic over there, long line of traffic. You're also seeing heavy police presence on the ground. The police has already told us that they will ensure law and order is adhered to. So occasionally that's why you see their blue red lights in the traffic. You see the men in black as well wading through crowds and walking through vehicular traffic as well. So there you have it, live pictures of what Akwatia looks like right now as counting is ongoing. Again, I told you that we have updated the numbers from the coalition center.
Tell us how too much money no don't watch him. It was swipe ya
Dial star 500 hash or visit the Telecel Play app to obtain and start winning in the Telecel Too Much Money promo. Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
Telecel, connecting energies.
And it also means that there are 51 polling stations more. What we know, and the gentleman will bring us the figures shortly, what we know right now is that the NDC's Bernard Bediako Beidu is still in the lead. You can get details of it if you can't wait for the gentleman to come on your screen. At the bottom of our screen at this time, those figures are running. You can take a look at that as well. But shortly, Alfred and Blay should be able to give us a breakdown of the latest figures that we're getting in right now. In the meantime, I'll come to the desk real quick because I want us to look at post-announcement security arrangement. We have said so far so good, right? But what are your expectations post-announcement?
I think IGP will leave quite a number of the policemen and women there for tonight and tomorrow, probably for about 3 days before they will be retrieved.
How about tonight?
Tonight also, yes.
When the announcement is made and the jubilation is full scale.
They are on duty. The police is on duty. And I believe that strategic locations have been assigned to groups of policemen and women to man those locations. I believe that almost every drinking spot has 2 or 3 police men and women overseeing that so that no violence breaks out. So considering what has been happening, I do believe that IGP will leave some of the policemen and women in place for maybe a day or 2 after the announcement is made, because that's when also violence also break out, and they will make sure that nothing happens. And that's why I said earlier, this is a pilot study.
And we have to make use of our 93 million cedis also, assuming that projection
96
is
million.
96 million cedis. Assuming that projection is the true fact of the matter.
It's bigger than that.
Right. You think it will be more
yes,
than that.
It is.
But we have to make use of it, right?
Yes.
If we are piloting this for future elections,
yes,
then would have to see real value for money.
We have to.
This cannot be replicated anywhere in any general election.
At all.
It is not sustainable. We
I
cannot
mean, you should have a
replicate it,
little
but
faith
it is
in the
just
police.
going to. We will replicate it, right, in about 10% of it in the national elections. But that being said, you see, post-announcement security,
now,
right?
I'm going to come to you to tell us about post-announcement security arrangement, because I even want, Dr. Norman to break it down a little further, right, in terms of what your expectation of the arrangement should be. But Alfred, I have been announcing for, a tad bit that we are seeing new numbers come through. What are you looking at?
Absolutely, and just a bit about the security situation. We'll touch base on the ground in a bit, just to have an idea of how things are playing out. But I tell you what, I mean, the integrity of the process also impacts on the security situation, because if the integrity of the process is low, then that would also create a fertile ground for the violence that we've seen characterize elections gone by. So far, we haven't had any of the parties raise any serious concerns about the integrity of the process right from morning up until now. So we'll see how things play out. Let's go to the coalition center. This coalition center is where the entire integrity of this process that started at 7 a.m. will end. And that will determine whether or not the political parties will affirm or disprove the integrity of this entire by-election conducted by the Electoral Commission. Eric Mayonagbata is just there with me right now. Mana, now we do know that the results from the polling stations are trickling into the coalition center thick and fast by the second, and the presiding officers, as expected, doing their job over there. Paint to us what's happening on the dashboard at the coalition center regarding the results coming through from the polling station.
Last update we got, I'm just gonna show that or go through the numbers with viewers. We've done 68 out of the 119 polling stations. Let me just try and zoom in a bit on the numbers as we've seen it. We've seen Asimedu Solomon, who is the NPP's candidate, polling 8,101, and then Bernard Bediako Beidu, he's doing 10,461. Then Owusu Patrick, who's the LPG candidate, is doing 49. We've seen rejected ballots at 127, and then the total vote cast based on the 68 polling stations at 18,738. We're left with 51 more to go. That number will go up pretty shortly, but we've been able to make ourselves or our way outside now, and let's just try and show you a lot more of the things I was describing to you a lot earlier. I told you that there were police officers who were manning a desk where, when the EC officials come with the ballot box and the material, they go there, their names are ticked to signify which specific polling station they are coming from, and then they make their way to the back. A lot of what I described is what we've just seen play out right now, just before our eyes, in terms of what is outside here at the Coalition Center. And I mentioned more at the Walker Club. That's where at GCD, that's where the coalition is happening at. I described the sort of security presence this place has been engulfed in, or is currently engulfed in, and that's it in your shot as well, Alfred, in terms of the level. I think my colleague Stanley Nible had indicated that there were a number of men who were marching towards this particular area. The only thing I told him was that I doubt they'll make it to the Coalition Center if we want to describe the sheer numbers of police presence we've seen here, and that's just a picture for you in terms of what this place looks like. It's heavily guarded, heavily policed, riot gear from the police officers present and waiting. Even when you make your way all the way through that final barrier I was talking to you about, where you have to have your name ticked, and that's where the pickup vehicles which accompanies the ballot boxes and then the presiding officers, they stop at that gate, and then the officials come in with the police officers to have their names ticked here before they go behind. Then they wait for their turn. Then they come into the desk which is inside, which we've been showing viewers, and then they tabulate, they declare, or they announce openly. They scream that the numbers out, and then that is tabulated, and then we get to see it after a number of polling stations come through. That is projected on the screen as well. And so this is what the outside looked like. Unfortunately, I couldn't show viewers a lot earlier when we interacted the 2 times, but this is what it looks like outside, and then the inside. I had described where the police personnel had been stationed. That's on my left side right now. They are stationed just a few meters away from here, and the field which I spoke to as well is just on my right hand side as well. The entire area is very well barricaded, and you're seeing the bars of the Ghana Police Service as well moving towards that direction, that left-hand side direction I was talking about. Now on my right, because I'm facing the area as well. But you see police officers all over this place, meaning that it will be a difficult task for anybody to want to come here and then be able to disrupt the process which is currently underway, Alfred.
About the 4 checks and a thorough detail you give to us there. It's very, very, very important emphasis on the measures that have been put in place at the entrance, even before you get to the Coalition Center. And that's what Dr. Ismail Norman has been mentioning. Let's go. Now, Marna is inside the Coalition Center and just within the immediate radius of the Coalition Center, and he's going to go back inside. But this is what's happening just outside of the Coalition Center. Let's go a bit further from the Coalition Center now, and Joseph Armstrong is there for us. As we indicated, there are 4 checkpoints before you get to the Coalition Center itself. Now, Joseph is at the first checkpoint area. That's way beyond the immediate radius. But that also paints a story, because there's a lot of activity there as expected, because a number of people who are sitting on tenterhooks right now waiting for the official declaration by the returning officer of the Electoral Commission in the Akwatia constituency. Joseph Armstrong Goldalogbe, tell me what's happening where you are. Hello, Joseph?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
Yeah, okay, so I'm stepping at the main entrance, heading to the Coalition Center, and we started to see bringing in new buses that have already been collected from the various polling stations, and we are now making the way to the Coalition Center. They can see them. The traffic station here is difficult for the police to control the traffic. We are making the relation to, you see, both of the special police force and that of the military position and the officers that are here into the police vehicle, and you don't have to they will not allow you access to take to the media as well. If you go here without accreditation, they are not allowed to to the Coalition Center. So that's what is happening here now. You can see many more of the military carrying the boxes, making their way to the Coalition Center. So this really good tune has been brought to the only vehicles carrying the boxes are allowed into the state. Here is this way to the Coalition Center without properly being set, and also the police ensuring
Well, I'm sorry, unfortunately, I'm losing you. So now we apologize for that cranky nature of the connection to Joseph Armstrong. But Armstrong, if you could just show us exactly what's happening, because you talk about the traffic situation. We see a number of these Metro Mass Transit buses as well making their way to the collation center. We understand these are the buses that are carrying some security personnel and also the presiding officers at the various polling stations. And we see the Ghana Police Service bus as well that has a number of police personnel also in the bus making their way to the collation center. You heard earlier the IGP, Christian Tete Yehono, make the point about the reinforcement that will be deployed to this collation center because it's an important, in fact, right now it is the most important location in the Akwatia constituency, this collation center. So we've seen some measures, security measures put in place at the collation center, a number of police vehicles filled with police personnel making their way to the collation center. Quite a number of them. You see a convoy of police vehicles there right now making their way to the collation center. And we understand some of these police pickups have the returning officers in there and police personnel, the reinforcement that the IGP talked about as well. We're seeing them make their way to the collation center. That's what you're seeing on the screen right now here on TV3. And it clearly tells you how serious this process in terms of the system structures, mergers, and also the strategy that the Ghana Police Service deployed. It's a round-the-clock 360 approach because before the elections, during, and at the last moment, as we are seeing right now, which is when the official declaration will be made by the Electoral Commission, it's a crucial part of this entire exercise. So a lot of concentration as well has been paid to how this process is going to end. And now we're getting to know that there are 4 different checkpoints before you get to the collation center itself. And every checkpoint has specific demands that they also look out for. That is the police personnel who are manning these checkpoints look out for. So we've indicated earlier that even just an ID card is not enough to have you get in. There's a list of approved individuals who are going to be allowed to go into this collation center. If your name is not on the list, the police personnel manning these checkpoints, 4 of them, have express instructions from the IGP not to allow you in. In fact, Mawana did indicate that a former member of parliament for the area, Alhaji Baba Jamal, had a tough time trying to get in because at the time, in fact, he had not been given the official approval to be at the collation center. That's how serious the police is taking this entire exercise of ensuring some level of sanity and orderliness at this collation center. So if you don't have any accreditation, approval, official approval to be there, showing up and showing your ID or thinking that the people would know who you are and what you've done in the constituency, that's not enough. They're going by strict instructions, and as a result of what's happening, we see, unfortunately, vehicular traffic that is building up at that area, and the people in Akwatia would have to endure this at least for the next, at least 1 hour ahead of us, all things being equal. From what we do know is that the results are trickling in thick and fast to the Electoral Commission Collation Center. The dashboard is capturing the entire picture that the presiding officers are sending in terms of the results to the collation center in that constituency where Eric Mane Gbetaye is. So shortly, we'll go back to the collation center. We'll show you the dashboard of the Electoral Commission at the collation center where the presiding officers, when they send the results from the polling station, it reflects directly on the dashboard of the Electoral Commission in the Coalition Center. So that's what's happening right now. And in fact, as a result of the traffic situation, the police personnel have had to alight from the buses. They are walking to the Coalition Center right now. And you see the Black Maria, this Black Maria van of the police service, Dr. Ishmael Norman will tell us the strategic installation of the Black Maria, because the IGP did indicate prior to today that the Black Maria is going to be there. This is a prison on wheels. And this Black Maria vehicle is the prison on wheels. If you mess up, they're not going to just put you in handcuffs. They will put handcuffs on you and put you in this van. This is a moving prison. Yes, that's what you have there, Black Maria. I don't know why they decided to name Maria. Maria is a nice name, is it not? But yeah, you know, yeah. But,
don't crack us up this evening.
Yeah.
But you know, I think one person was arrested earlier today and placed in the Black Maria. Now, because you said Black Maria, so it sounds really good. So we'll go with Black Maria instead of
Black
prison
Maria.
on wheels.
It's actually written on the van.
Yeah, I know. I know, but yes, you're absolutely right about whether or not its placement there is, you know, as part of police operations, did anything at all. Well, like, we know it did something, or whether or not it you know, it put fear in people is a different conversation, right? I wonder what you think, Dr. Norman.
Oh, I just love the name
Black Maria.
Black Maria. It shows that the police IGP here understands the concept of prison and punishment. It's not supposed to make you an enemy, but rather to, you know, mellow you and calm down and treat you like a mother. You know, Black Maria is
like, bring your mayhem to your mother. Exactly. Black Maria.
Black Maria.
Oh my, I like that. I like the thought.
Me too.
I like the thoughts behind it.
Unfortunately, a friend sent me a message. How come nobody was put in a Black Maria?
Oh, one person was.
One person is not probably enough for some people. They wanted to see a lot more. But there were two of them, which meant that one was for MPP and the other for NDC. Because if they are fighting, you cannot put the two of them in the same Maria.
Right.
Because the same mother cannot take care of them. So you have to separate them. And I just like the thinking that went behind all of that. So for this time around, IGP has really done well. But that's why.
Good job to the police.
It's a good job.
Good job to
Truly.
the police. But gentlemen, you have some figures for us?
Indeed. Talk about Black Maria. Joseph Akable just Googled it up. In fact, we just had to check.
If it already existed.
It actually does. And it complements the exact strategy the IGP is deployed with this van. What does the Black Maria mean?
Yeah, so I'm using AI. I actually said it for the AI to find out what it is. So it's a
disclaimer. I like that disclaimer.
Very, very important. So it's a colloquial old-fashioned term for a police van or paddy wagon used to transport prisoners or arrested individuals. And so the term originated in the mid-19th century in the United States, likely named after Maria Lee, a strong Black woman who ran a boarding house for sailors and assisted police in apprehending disorderly individuals.
Well, you know, so it just falls in place.
Yeah, understands punishment.
No, Black Maria. But beyond that, now we're seeing a developing picture now.
Yes, in fact, it's just to let our viewers visualize what Marina reported from the station. You know, Marina had indicated that even at the Electoral Commission's Coalition Center, they had 68 that are coming so far. And that is the 68 that we have on our dashboard as well, meaning that out of the 119 means 51 is outstanding, 51 outstanding polling stations. And by virtue of the 61, Bernard Bedia Akubedu is still in the lead, doing 55.8%, 10,461 votes, as against the NPP's Solomon Kwame Asumadu, who is doing 8,101. If you look quite closely at the difference, you see that it is kind of mimicking the difference in the parliamentary election results. And it's a growing trend that we've seen playing out right from the start. When we looked at the parliamentary results, the last election between Ernest Kumi and Henry Yadom Boakye, it was in the region of towards 2,000 or a little over 2,000 within that particular range. That was where it was. So far, right from the onset, even though the polling stations are growing and we are getting more numbers, we are still within that range, which suggests that the NDC candidate has definitely done very well, to the extent that He took over a party that had a deficit within that region, has now bridged it and gone beyond it. That is, if this trend plays out and it comes to that particular conclusion, then that would mean that he has done very, very well. And we know that the thing about winning the seat in a by-election sometimes is the party has an opportunity to change history. And earlier in the morning, the first coverage, the first team was making a point that Bimbilla is an example of one such constituency where Dr. Ibn Chambers had left to take an external position. Then the 25-year-old Dominic Nitiwu went in and won the seat for the MPP. And since then, he's been in parliament for that long, since the 2002 era.
But if you look at the trend as well, maybe if you juxtapose Bimbilla and Akwatia, the details, obviously, will be different. Okay?
Yes, absolutely.
But then again, it tells you a path that by-elections can take. Akwatia has a swing definition.
Not perfect in back-to-backs. Because if you look at the 2000 consistency, the 2000, 2004, 2008 slash 2009
but I'm looking at the consolidated results as we're seeing now.
Generally, yes.
The NDC has held it for 4 times, the MPP 5 times. So if we're looking at what is happening now in terms of the mettle that the two parties have in this constituency, you can share the spoil amongst them. But then again, you see that in terms of the local politics, as we say that all politics is local.
Always local.
So the personalities of the two, because Dr. Jonathan Asante-Okyere mentioned something briefly earlier about the personalities of these two. If you look at Musa Danquest's poll, they're talking about majority of the people there are now senior high school graduates and also tertiary graduates as well, or in the tertiary institutions across the country. They're looking at something different. If you leave the votes to the indigents and the people who are there in the local economy, guess what? Solomon Kwame Esumedo is going to have a field day because he's a miner. He understands their language. You know, this is a mining town, and I'm sure that's what influenced that decision by the MPP to field him. But if you look at Akwatia itself, that constituency, that town, has not benefited from the mining in the area. Look, this is one that we've been talking about for quite a while. You can go to Akwatia right now, you'll see a madhouse with a satellite dish on it. Okay? And this is a mining community where they'll be mining diamond, they'll be found gold, and so they would expect that at least there's some impact and influence on their lives. That's why the major issue that is influencing their decision on who to vote for is development projects. Because yes, there's a mining town. Yes, we have a miner. But how much of development has mining brought us?
You know, that presents a very big challenge for whichever candidate wins. And as we are looking at things going on, likely to be the NDC candidate. It will mean that once he picks it up, he has the opportunity to ensure that he brings a lot of development to that area just to make sure, because it means if he does not do well, he's likely to lose.
Absolutely.
And the trajectory that you trace about the decision by the MPP to settle on the mining businessman as against moving away from someone like Kumi, you go back again, you remember Amase as well, from Amase to Kumi. The question that is on my mind at this point in time is, it does not appear that the MPP is too clear in its mind as to how to manage that particular constituency.
About the personality they are putting there.
Yes, they are not clear in their minds in that constituency.
Because I must say, you can describe it as one who is a grassroots person.
Yes, in fact, you know, after when Kumi lost the first election after he had won the primaries, there are those in the area, when we went to the area and spoke to people, who said that they would have voted for Amase if Amase had been allowed to contest once again. Now, maybe that is what played into the hands of the MPP in deciding that, as against running a primary, they want to go for someone they think the people could relate to, in deciding that the Owo mining boss is the one they are going after. I know a legal practitioner, Bernard Oredu, who was part of the legal team for Ernest Kumi, who had previously contested against Amase and lost. He was part of those who were in the running to contest this time around. But once the party decided, he was part of the group that met with the party executive and decided that, well, they are backing the Owo mining businessman to allow him to contest the election. So it comes back to how the MPP may not have had a clear understanding of the politics, the local politics, whether they are still sticking to how it looks in the past and wanting to field a certain type of candidates. Then on the flip side too, the kind of challenge that it presents for the NDC, because the thing about winning such constituencies is you can have the opportunity to turn it around and make it your stronghold if you deliver development. And if you don't deliver development, it simply means that once the other party, they make the necessary changes, they can easily take the seat back because they have the comparative advantage anyway. And the MPP, they'll be looking at this. As a political party though, is it time, because what has happened since December 7, the question the MPP would have to answer as well is, it does appear that the perception that Ghanaians had about the party in December 2024 has not changed. Months on. At least if you are going to stick to Ablekuma North and now looking at how things are playing out in terms of the Akwatia constituency.
But there's one thing that's clear, that whoever is going to win this contest today is going to be a close one. I don't think it's going to be a huge margin of victory.
It looks like it's consistent with the national, what's played out in the main parliamentary results.
And so that's why the integrity of the process is key.
Yeah.
Because in such closely contested elections, when there is any question or suspicion about the integrity of the process being compromised, then it creates a fertile ground for, violence and skirmishes as well. So far, at least with our monitoring and interviews, conversations, you hear both political parties say the process has been smooth.
Yeah.
The ending of it, which is the crucial part of where we are now, and what's going to be happening at the coalition center, is also as important as the process itself right from the beginning.
In fact, 2024, the biggest challenge was at the coalition center. Yeah.
And that's why at some point, they had to move the coalition center from Akwatia to Accra. That's the
Turnout training school. Eventually, even a part of it went to the AC headquarters, the Greater Accra Regional Office.
And that was
the Greater Accra Regional Office.
That final declaration eventually, which was disputed as a matter of fact. So this process, the integrity and the sanctity of it is extremely important. And that's why the measures that have been put in place by the Ghana Police Service, especially for what is going to be happening at the coalition center, has to be watertight.
Yeah.
The process
you heard Mawina talk about how they are checking who is coming in, what box you are.
There are 4 of them.
You recall in 2024 when we were doing the coverage, there were some stations where individuals showed up. Some of the police stations, they showed up. People showed up and said, I'm a polling officer, I'm bringing results. And when they were asked to mention the specific polling station, they were found wanting.
In fact, that's somewhere in Accra. This was, we had the same situation in Tema Central as well. And that's why this was a subject of dispute. And so the irregularities that marred some of the constituency elections in the 2024 election is what I'm sure fed into the Ghana Police Service's strategy for this by-election. But it's important to know this, that if a by-election would have 5,500 police personnel deployed to solidify the sanctity of the process, we certainly cannot rely on this same strategy going into the general election.
I mean,
because we don't have
we can't deploy that number across the country
for 276 constituencies, and with the number of polling stations as we have it. This one had 30 police personnel per polling station to ensure that there's no violence. There's more that needs to be done to safeguard the integrity of our electoral process beyond just security personnel stationed at polling stations to ensure that nobody, orchestrates any act of violence. That brings up to the question about the Electoral Commission itself, right? And then what measures have been put in place to ensure that all actors, stakeholders, the general public, even and with what we were seeing, would have confidence and trust in the process deployed for the elections. It doesn't necessarily have to
it's a bigger
a security.
Yeah, I think it's a bigger conversation beyond even the capacity of the Electoral Commission, like you did say, all stakeholders. Because I remember even during the U.S. elections, I mean, we saw videos from the stations. I mean, they are virtually empty. You don't see armed men. You don't see uniformed men around. I mean, the people just walk in and vote. There are people who just mail their vote and they go about it. I think we are not anywhere near that level where people trust the system such that they can comfortably believe that, well, they can just vote, go home peacefully and trust the system. The levels that we have, logically, there shouldn't be any challenge because we start at the polling station. is declared, the sheet is filled and is made available to all the political parties. It is that sheet that moves to the constituency level, and all those sheets are brought together and the collation is done. So it means that the sheets that became popular as the pink sheet. So it means that at every level, there's a means of checking how things are looking out. And that is how come in the coalition challenges that we are referencing in 2024, in some areas, Ablekuma North, you remember ballot boxes had been taken to a certain school, the Kwashiman area. The next thing we saw, the place had been attacked, it had been set ablaze, parts of it were set ablaze, and some of the papers got burnt down. I mean, it got burnt completely. And so that tells you the fact that ideally, the system that we have, the layered system, should be such that we shouldn't be having such challenges. But unfortunately, they still persist. And that is how come when now the coalition centers now became the field where that is taking place. And so now it moved from winning at polling stations, as we had been told in the 2012-2013 election petition, to now you have to win at the coalition center, because you may have won at the polling station and gone home, but when we are accounting for you, we'll put a completely different figure there.
They always say that elections are won at the polling station.
Yeah.
You see, but then beyond the polling station, the coalition center also presents a challenge. So the evolution of our electoral problems demands that we would also have the electoral laws, strategies, and the processes, not just by the commission as well, but all other stakeholders also evolve to respond to the changing trends of our electoral process and the changing trends of our problems. That characterizes the elections as well, because like it or not, we have chosen democracy. So every 4 years, we know that we're going to go through this process of electing people to represent us in parliament and eventually have a president. The sanctity, the sincerity, the credibility of the process is as crucial as the outcome. So that's where my concern is. And that's why for me, yes, Dr. Ismail Norman is happy that, you know, the police strategy is working and we're all happy about it, but something more must be done beyond just the security strategy to secure the sanctity and integrity of an electoral process. If people would have to rely on the security to trust an electoral process, it presents a very, very slippery situation, which we don't want to get into. So that's the thinking that must go on beyond this point. But then let's look at the picture, Joseph. Because if you flip it around, right, and maybe let's look at the top 10. The top 10 constituencies with the highest number of
I'll get that for you
numbers
shortly.
in terms of the registered voters, because that also tells us what to look out for and how things are shaping up, because it appears that the number of the polling stations results trickling in at the coalition center are the ones with the smaller registered voters, because the ones with the bigger registered voters, that will shoot the numbers up. But tell us, what are the top 10 populous polling stations in Akwatia?
So the highest number, we have the Deba Grounds New Wenchi, that is 704. There's also the Presby Church New Wenchi, 699. Then SDA Basic School at Takrasi, 671. And RC Primary School, Buedua, 670. And what we can confirm so far is that the top 5 have come in so far. And so that is some good news, which it depends on which side you are on, that you consider it to be good news. Because if you are on the side of the MPP candidate and the top 5 has come already, then it will mean that the other ones that we are looking at, that may be outstanding. And if you look at the difference, the highest we have is 704. But if we go a bit further, you see that you are looking around 640 thereabout. It will only mean that what is outstanding, you just have to increase your performance and perform much better. But the point needs to be made strongly that voting ended around 5 p.m. already. So it means that whatever has been put in is already inside. It's inside the ballot box.
We don't have any records of any polling station voting ongoing at around 6 p.m. because a number of them had the voting process starting just a few minutes after 7 a.m. So clearly they indicate that you had a number of them closing or polls closing at that time of 5 p.m. And because of the low voter turnout as well, a number of the polling stations were relatively empty before the 5 p.m. Close of post time as well. But then it tells you, I mean, at a place like this one, okay, the Durbar Grounds, New Wenchi, the total registered voters there is 704. But what we saw with the results that came through from our colleagues on the ground, it was just a little over 400 people turned up to vote. So you had a shortfall of almost 300 people.
But I mean, again, in context, you see that is better generally than what we saw even in the Ablekuma North Rerun, for instance.
Absolutely.
Normally, we do between 40 to 50%. If you are likely for by-elections, we do 60%. But we are doing around 400. It's not the best, but it's fairly okay. And we've explained some of the reasons why or what accounts for some of these things. I mean, the presidential elections is very important. It's very attractive. It gets people to come out to vote. But again, it will mean that the political parties would have to also decide and have a way of managing their by-election campaign strategy. And that is very important. Possibly also, it depends on the timing as well. Because this time around, we have a situation where we're still in a very, we just crossed just the first half of the year, basically. We are now moving into the latter part, and we are now having a by-election take place. There will be another by-election that will take place, but we know that the MPP will not be participating in that particular election. I mean, with that one, the main contest would obviously be the NDC primaries itself. That will be the big event that will take place. But the point needs to be made that the political parties generally would have to do a bit more to get people out to come and vote when a by-election takes place, because a lot of the times it's your representatives who, for one reason or the other, has left Parliament, either by virtue of the person resigning, the person committing an offence, potentially the person has had to vacate the seat. But the point is that the seat has become vacant, and you have to fill that slot. And it's important that as many people as are within the voting population show up in their numbers to vote, to ensure that the person that they believe can deliver the development that they need, that person wins the election. So that is very important about the participatory nature of our democracy, and a very important cornerstone has always been the issues surrounding participation. But I mean, once again, our voters register, Alfred, it's always been a topical issue.
It's another conversation that we can always have. And you're so live here on your Election Command Center, the continuous coverage of the Akwatia by-election. Now, we're counting down slowly but surely to that official declaration by the returning officer for the Electoral Commission in the Akwatia constituency by-election to declare officially who has won this by-election. Would it be Bernard Beidou of the NDC or Solomon Asimedu of the New Patriotic Party? But with what we've seen so far, there are scenes of jubilation across some areas in the Akwatia constituency. What you're seeing right now, the scenes at the NDC constituency office, where a number of their supporters have thronged the constituency office, jubilating, pouring powder on themselves, just basking in that moment of what they believe is the victory of their candidate. But we're counting now to that official declaration by the Electoral Commission returning officer for that constituency. And Dr. Ismail Norman made the point about what would happen after the declaration. Is important as well, because the celebration mode must also be measured in a way that will not also create any fertile ground for violence, Kemeni. And that's where we get into the conversation, Kem, about the integrity of the process. And maybe Dr. Ismail Norman can help us a bit on this, about how to secure and assure the sanctity, sincerity, and integrity of the process without necessarily having to rely solely on security personnel. You know, so that on the general election day, we know we can't have 30 police personnel per polling station as we saw today.
Well.
So beyond that, how do we improve on the trust for the process?
Absolutely. I mean, those are fair questions and points you raise over there. And that's something that I'll take to the table at this time. If you're just joining us, it's still our continuing coverage of the 2025 Akwatia constituency by-election. In the studio with me, Dr. Jonathan Asante-Otre, who is to my immediate right. Next to him is Dr. Ishmael Norman, a security analyst. And Dr. Alfred has raised the question of security beyond Akwatia, security and safety and security beyond the declaration tonight. I think that's where we'll take the conversation from before we look at other political matters that are coming up from the ground. But also remember that as we have the chat here in the studio, we are still counting down to that declaration, and so we will lace the conversation and stay a lot more on the ground and bring you up to date on happenings at the Collation Center. Now, Doc, so let's start off with tonight, right? I know you said that they should look at places like pubs and in places where they would have called it taverns and the likes, right? Yep. But those are not the places we are seeing the jubilation right now. The jubilation, we are seeing open street, open spaces. What arrangements do you think the police should have? How measured should they be?
Okay. I believe that even Narcotics Control Commission should have sent people there undercover, because moments of celebration, when I'm red and other opiates can also become a factor in contributing to violence. And so I think the police has a big, tall order. I was looking at the street lighting of the Akwatia. I don't know whether it is center of town, wherever they are now. I believe that the people who are jubilating need to be very, very careful, because at night people can do all kind of damage to people, especially with a little bit of alcohol or whatever people take to be able to enjoy the moment. But the presence of the police is good, but we don't want somebody to be knifed or even with a broken bottle, somebody to be hurt and all of that. So I think there may be a time that they need to let the people go home. Because if they keep going,
ends the jubilation.
The jubilation has to be toned down, because the final declaration has not been made. The police should not also only be in the main street. We have seen, for example, in Louisiana during various activities, the people do rape people in isolated road, and spaces between buildings. So the police have to be very, very, very alert. Pickpockets also find such moments very good time to practice their trade. And of course, commercial sex workers also come around. And so all of these activities have to be taken into consideration. I believe that the Black Maria should not be preserved only for political offenders, but also for just average criminals and other people who offend the laws. They should take all of that. But I think today, tomorrow, you have to be really dense in the head to go and commit a crime or hurt somebody, assault somebody, with that many policemen and women in that vicinity. So, but the jubilation, the party, if it's the NDC people jubilating in the street, the party is about time. It's almost what? It's late. The party should stop them. It's 9 o'clock. If they are playing music, they should stop and tell the people nicely to go home.
I don't know if that will work.
Well, because too much of everything, even when a soccer match, after a soccer match, and people are jubilating, sometimes it results in violence. You know, not only in this country, in many other places. So too much of everything is also bad. And political victory is no victory. It's just the beginning of what you expect to see. So if you have danced for like an hour, it's enough. Go home, find something to do.
Especially the underage children.
Especially the underage children. And I see a lot of young women wiggling their bodies and a lot of young men also doing the same. I am not particularly, I don't know how to dance, so I don't.
But it's time for them to go to bed. That's
yeah,
what you're
it's
saying.
about time for them to
especially
go
the
to
younger
bed.
ones.
Yes.
Especially the young ones. But Dr. Ochre, is there, I mean, looking at how things have gone so far, is there a true source of concern? Is there any germane reason to be concerned about after declaration is made? Because it seems things have gone well so far, so good.
Come again.
So what I'm saying is that, do you think there is any germane reason for us to be concerned about post-declaration security, considering that things have been smooth so far? Okay. Even the jubilation is measured, nobody feels taunted, nobody is being taunted.
So that is where I wanted to make a point earlier on, and then I think we had some...
We had to go on the ground.
After the election, there is no contest. The friction comes about when there is contest. So now that it has become so obvious that your candidate did not probably win, they will even take part in the jubilation. Those who lost will be part in the jubilation, I'm telling you.
They're dancing.
They're dancing. They will take part. Because it may even surprise you that those who were supposedly in the camp of Mr. Solomon probably did not even vote for him. They even acted as moles to rather get information and then send to the right candidate that they had wished to do so. I think that this post-announcement security is equally important as the pre. Because there are other people who may easily go beyond, the threshold of happiness and go into the extreme, the excitement, and then caught up in that euphoria, may do certain things unthinkable, only to realize tomorrow that this is what I did. I think that the police must still be looking out for those flashpoints, right, in that particular constituency, and can easily ask them to leave those spaces so they do not cluster. You see, they must be dispelled so that they can take their naps as early as possible. That being said, people can do their own things in their own homes. That is something that is allowed, but convocation in the public spaces, we must see some kind of limitedness. But that being said, it is very difficult if somebody is jubilating, to say that in a free,
free country
where I have
you've had enough jubilations, so go home.
Yes, this is a very difficult thing. Just that we may have to even use this particular platform to urge them to jubilate in moderation. All right, and then stay away from taunting the party that might have lost. I'm using my diction advisedly because we still not have the final declaration officially according to cabinet. So I have to use it advisedly.
Thank you.
So my point is that...
thank you for listening to advice.
From provisional results, the NDC candidate is by far leading for now. Because if you look at what the late Kumi had and what he has had, I mean, you could see that for now, the 2,000 deficit is adding over 3,000, which means that in actual fact, this guy has really given the party, I mean, technically about 5,000.
Now, because you are in a hurry to announce results, I think that shortly we'll go back to the collation center and find out if there's been any updates on the polling stations that have been officially declared by the returning officer there. In the meantime, let's stay on the subject of security outside of tonight, because Blair and Alfred raised the issue of, and again juxtaposing to other jurisdictions, more advanced jurisdictions in terms of you know, the electoral process, right? That you don't openly see involvement of security as we do now. I remember that in the lead up to the by-election today, and today, you know, over here today, you have even made the point about 5,500 personnel being too many for, you know, a small constituency, you know, in terms of comparison to other places. 5,500 on the ground, right? So then the question now becomes, is there a point where, and perhaps I should also add that in the lead up, people were worried that this could translate into voter apathy, because I see so many security people there, and the psyche is that something could be happening. So, you know, the point now will be whether or not we are spending too much on security, impacting voter turnouts here and there occasionally, because we could have an election, a seamless election, without openly involving security. But the question will be how. What would you say to that?
I think Ghanaians need sustained education about election. So the National Center for Civic Education has to get a bit more active. Ever since Madam Nkrumah's time, where she publicly complained about lack of funding for that agency, it hasn't changed. And so they are not able to prosecute their mandate the way that they want to. I believe that if we truly, this NDC government is about all-inclusive government, diversity, inclusivity, and equality. Let us provide enough funding for the National Center for Civic Education so that they can educate Ghanaians about election violence, how to conduct yourself properly. If we have freedom and we don't provide education to people about election, then that freedom to vote doesn't mean very much. The amount of money we spent on security on this election, Akwatia election, by-election, some of that money could have been given to the National Center for Civic Education to educate the public so that the violence, the heavy presence of the police would not have been necessary. I believe that just as we train doctors, lawyers, PhDs, masters, whatever, we can train the bulk majority of Ghanaians about election violence and expose them to the consequences of it so that people will learn to comport themselves. If we don't invest in anti-election education, violence education, we will always have to depend on the police, the security agencies to do this. So we need to do that. Moving forward, now that this deployment is still in effect, at least IGP should withdraw them gradually. So that until there is absolutely no noise left behind for anybody to erupt, for any violence to erupt.
Why gradually? Is that protocol, or there is an actual reason why you think that withdrawal of personnel should be gradual?
When you have been in occupation of an area, when you are withdrawing and you withdraw too rapidly, you create an instant vacuum. And some opportunists may step in and abuse the situation.
Like what happened in Afghanistan.
Exactly. I felt it was too far, so I didn't want to use the example, but it's true. Yes, it is very true. So there should be a gradual withdrawal so that at least over a week you do it, so that the normal policing activity, community policing activity will continue. Visibility policing and all of that will continue. Yeah, so if we are able to do that, then I believe that IGP will become one of the most talked about trending entity in Ghana.
Isn't it interesting that my senior brother is saying they should do a gradual withdrawal approach, isn't it?
Yes.
But he's the same person who has calculated the cost.
Yes.
That is likely.
Well, two things can be true.
Now, who costs out? Who costs out? You bring yourself.
Two things can be true at the same time. Is that not the case?
And then the man will become a household name.
Yes.
You want to eat your cake and have it.
No.
Security
I want to
is
eat
a
my
costly
cake
enterprise.
And improve upon how to make it.
Security is a costly enterprise.
It is a costly
That's
enterprise.
a new one.
You see, if you look at it this way, look, the Boko issue is a multifaceted, complex issue. But it boils down to the issue of leadership over there and land as well. So it is very complex. But if we were able to get the security architecture right, I think we'll have come a long way to solving that problem. That being said, a delay in collation by the EC in itself is a security threat to our elections.
Yeah.
It is a security threat to our elections.
We should have had declaration by now?
Certainly. That is why I have written that the EC is incurably incompetent when it comes to collation of results. See what happened in 2024. This delayed collation is what occasioned this pocket of violence in some of these polling stations and constituencies, so to speak. How can the two main parties have their collations done? They know in advance who has won and who is defeated or who has lost. The electorate, those who took part, they are jubilating.
Already.
It means they have done their collation. But the official institution that is mandated to do so is keeping some of us in the studio because they have not been able to come out with official declaration. Just a single constituency. What is this? And why, on what basis will they have to? But you see, on this issue of security and what they took to Akwatia, I'm saying that if we use this type of security in our fight against Galamsey, will it really exist?
No.
Is it the case, cynically, that we are not entirely solving the issue of Galamsey because of some kind of benefits, some miscreants within the system are getting? Is that the more reason why this thing is still a force that we have been battling over the years? This Galamsey fight, I have said, I gave 6 propositions how to solve it. You give them moratorium that in the next 2 weeks, everybody must pack off. Now, if you don't, and we come, it means that you are at war with us. Thirdly, we are now going to do a surveillance. We'll survey the areas and get live feeds of what is pertaining. 4, before we deploy the military to these places, because definitely are going to have miscreants.
True.
Still engaging in this because of the economic benefit. Then they will not go without body cams. They should go there with body cams. That we will have a central point, like what the US do when they were entering Iraq.
Yes.
Accompanied by the media, wearing body cams. Whatever you said.
Also to be fair, the police has got a new chief now, who's now working closely with the stakeholder ministries to implement a plan. So I think that the point now will be whether or not that plan will be put to work as soon as possible, as quickly as possible. And we look forward to what we'll hear in that quarters in the coming days, right?
Yeah.
But you raise a very key issue about the Electoral Commission and they are consistent lagging behind in the declaration of results.
Yes.
At this point, Dr. Norman, can we continue to say that it is due diligence they are trying to do?
They are trying to do due diligence. Because our system is manual, it makes it very difficult for it to be expedited. Because 1, 2, it is exhausting. And I feel sorry for the men and women that are doing the counting. You know, so we need to improve upon the entire mechanism.
But the argument to be, it is that same system that the political parties themselves are using, but they are able to declare result. They are able to know the outcome of the election hours before the Electoral Commission announces, and it won't be the first time. And we have acknowledged that that space of time creates a tense security atmosphere.
It does. The longer the declaration takes, the more violence it triggers. But there is, I believe that they are following the protocols that they have established at the Electoral Commission. And if we don't like that, then we need to work around it to improve it. And I was actually wondering why the MPP man had not considered defeat, as Honorable ex-President Bawumia did.
Ex-Vice President.
Ex-Vice President Bawumia did. I believe that the Electoral Commission sometimes is a little bit slow. And, you know, they have to bring everything to the coalition center. That also slows down everything, in spite of the help of the police. Because by now, they finish at 5. It's now past 9 o'clock. Why?
You see, this thing, they are not going to recount the ballots. It is just
from all the 119.
Numbers.
I know.
So we are, unless there is a problem that somebody will say, well, I'm filing for a recounting.
I know.
Then that can take place.
And we haven't had any of that as of now.
But what they are supposed to do is the collection of the numbers.
From the pink sheet.
From the pink sheet, yes. The collection of the numbers.
Yes, I know. I don't understand why it takes so long. But I think...
You want to give them benefit of the doubt?
I want to give them the benefit of the doubt.
After so many times of delays?
Because it's characteristic of them, of the Electoral Commission. And I was hoping that they will assist the police to deliver a really, really efficient system.
In the era where we did not have advanced technology, like the period of Dr. Farijan, we never experienced a delayed collation.
This level of delay.
Like Charlotte was saying, we never experienced this.
That is correct.
We have advanced technology. There was none these BVDs, you brought advanced ones. Why this?
Let us not go into that.
Why this? And if they cannot see that this in itself is a security threat to our electoral process. Look, in 2020 elections, the EU observers, as part of their report, they stated something. They said that the process leading up to our election, the voting, everything, tick, tick, tick. The problem, according to them, is coalition.
Yes, of course.
So they were expecting, as part of their recommendation, that we should work on that. So we expected that in 2024, we are going to have advanced system of coalition. What did we get? We rather got a worse form of coalition that led to pockets of violence, people dying out of this.
I know.
Why?
So in this instance, we haven't heard of BVDs causing problems because, again, it's just one constituency.
Yes.
We haven't heard of machines shutting down because these numbers have to be transferred through the system to the constituency level. And so is this human delay?
Yes, it's human.
To what end?
To what end? That's a crucial question or fair question to ask.
It's a human factor. And we can improve upon it if there is the will to do so. Because by now we should have known the result.
That is why I said that the EC is incurably incompetent when it comes to what? Collation of results.
You've been thinking that a lot. Someone would easily think that you have started a campaign against the Electoral Commission head.
Well, I mean, I have said that time without number. I have said that time without number. You cannot tell me that, for example, you are getting mathematical computations wrong when you have machines that we can use to do so.
With all due respect, many lawyers don't know how to compute too well. And she's a lawyer.
Well,
I'm not saying she doesn't.
I will not give her the benefit of the doubt on that. That is why you have competent, competent ICT guys, right, to assist you, so that you are just the final, person to make proclamation. That is it. How come? May the soul of the Dr. Manebo rest in perfect peace. He was one step ahead of the EC.
He was.
At any point in time. Punching holes. That's why I asked the MPP. So your election director of elections, what's the name?
Tanko.
Not the MPP.
MPP, yes. Evans Nimako.
What was he doing? All of these people, they should be yanked off.
Oh.
They have not helped the party in any way. All of a sudden, now that you're in opposition, you are rather realizing that the EC is incompetent.
I see.
But you never saw these errors that the likes of Tanko Computer, Dr. Manebo were punching holes, telling the EC this and that. That is why we saw a public display of the EC, right, with this register. It got the time that we had to do what they had to do, re-registration. And all of this was supposed to ensure that we had a credible register that will ensure the peace of our democracy.
Well, this one, registry is not part of the problem.
Absolutely.
The problem is the counting,
which
the
is
coalition,
taking
and it's taking too long.
Because every other thing was either in time or on time.
Exactly.
So we should have heard something concisely.
Yeah.
From the Electoral Commission at this time.
Yeah, because it's getting close to some of us our bedtime.
No, but Dr. Santiocho, because you brought in the issue of the NPP executives, and I note that you singled out, the director of elections for the party. But let's look at it generally, again, because he's not here to have the opportunity to respond to anything that you may say. So, I asked earlier, right, whether or not the outcome of this election itself is a referendum on the national executives of the party. Dr. Norman, what do you think?
Which party?
Of the NPP.
Definitely. Everything a member of a political party does, no matter how distant it may be, reflects on the main party. The buck stops with the national executives of the MPP, and they were there, and some of them were there, and so for me, they can't run away from the outcome of this election. If they had supported their candidate better and thought about it strategically, maybe they could have done much better. But again, the infighting in MPP is going to continue for a very long time.
Right.
2028 is not the end. It's going to get worse when they are going for their primaries, and that will stay for a very long time. The damage they are going to do to themselves is going to stay in the party way past 2028.
You see, you need to learn the history of the MPP. They are liberal conservatives. They believe in some kind of seniority. Now, once you have turned the tables, right, upside down, you have created instability.
Yeah.
So you take, for example, the late Professor Edubuahin, right? When Kufuor was coming in, he was told that was not his time. He should be his time. He did. Then Kufuor comes. Akufo-Addo is coming in, and he's told that, made your time. And he did. Now, when it goes to Akufo-Addo's time, now you are bringing Alan to jump him. Then the man cried foul. The party listened to that.
You bring in Baumia to jump Alan.
Well, the party understood that. Then they gave him the mandate.
Yeah.
Alan threw in the towel, and you said that when his time is due, you will do what? You will support him.
Yes.
You have done 8 years in opposition, 8 years in government. Is it not the time for Alan to come? You have jumped, you have succeeded. in jumping him to Bawumia. So you have died in the wool MPP people who think that Bawumia is an alien. As much as he may lead the party, he is a tenant trying to become a landlord.
How is that? I mean, yeah, that's not. I don't think that is.
Look,
no, hang on. I don't think that
where
is a fair, description of the place.
It is figurative.
Of the place. Then you should explain yourself, because if it's figurative, it opens it up to all kinds of interpretation. So, what do you mean by that?
The point is that still people do not consider him as inherently MPP. Like his umbilical cord, right, can be traced to the MPP. It is just by sheer luck or fortune that he found himself in the midst of power brokers of the party.
Exactly.
Right? That helped him to get to where he's gotten to. And he has become a household name within the MPP. Look, a presidential candidate, according to Global Info Analytics data, that is just around 52% internally. It's going to be difficult for him to win the national elections. And I told them in the lead up to 2024 elections, you could not even make 70. When your opponent, Mr. Mahama, was making 98 point something, what that means is that the factions within the NDC are limited. In actual fact, there is only one faction, because President Rawlings is late. President Mills is late. The oldies now decided to what? To gather around Mahama and push him. That's why you saw the Martin Amidus, the Guzitandos all coming on board. That helped Mr. Mahama in unison.
Well,
that apart.
I mean, today the NDC is the exemplary party. But let's not forget, 2016, 2020, how they also suffered and struggled to put their bases together, to put their rank and file together. They may be exemplary today, but then it will mean that it is a condition the parties suffer anytime they are in opposition. But that is a discussion for another day.
Yes.
Let me rein you back in. Right?
Thank you.
Let me rein you back in. If this be a referendum on the national executives of the NPP, what will it be saying about the executives in terms of their ability to put the party at the top, their ability to win an election?
The resetting agenda must equally get there.
The NDC's resetting agenda.
Yes, they should also reset.
They have to use a different word.
Total reform. Look, there are certain individuals, right? They have the pedigree to bring some changes within the party.
Sure.
A person like Kobene Japan, I don't understand why he still wants to be the presidential candidate of the NPP. You will not be voted for.
No, but is he still in the running?
Of course.
Oh,
he
I
is.
See.
They will not vote for you. That is a reality. I don't know if he has money to spare. That's why he wants to. Because perennially, from 2000...
You don't say that. He has the right to want to be president.
Yes,
you can disagree with it. But he has the right to want
I see him. Look, when he was going for general secretary, I was among those who spoke to MPP guys that if you don't vote for this man to be the general secretary of your party, then I don't see your real focus. And they voted for him. Unfortunately, we know what happened. The rest they say is history. But if you have Kobene Japan as the chairman of the MPP, he will bring the right reforms.
Not as flag bearer.
Not as flag bearer. And he will win that hands down. Or the late Ayawaso West Wagon's brother, Ejakun. Ejakun can be the chairman of the MPP, right? And will rein everybody in, crack the whip, to ensure that the party, and he holds clout. I saw some names, Global Analytics names that they proposed. The former general secretary that lost, John Boedu, His name has been proposed for chairman, and other unknown names as far as I'm concerned. If you find yourself in a position and you really want to bring the party to the level that will gain, acceptability within and without, you need people who have clout, people with principle, people who have resources, they have the networking, right? That will bring, today, let the national executives crack the whip of discipline. Nobody will listen to them.
Why?
Because they don't have the clout anymore.
They don't have the clout. Okay. Now, I hold on to that thought, whatever you were going to say next. We want to go back onto the ground. Mawana Agbeta is engaging Rashid Tanko Computer, who's Deputy Director of IT and Elections for the NDC. Here's that conversation.
We're going to win this constituency because the team put together to work for the constituency did yeoman's job. We were mourning. We didn't start early. And they were all over the place, making all manner of promises and accusations upon accusation. But we have our plan. I told you, when my boss died in the morning, he gave us the blueprint, 7:45, as how to win the Akwatia by-election. Then by midday, we were told he died. So we implemented it to the letter to make sure that we win this election and win it massively. Thank God, the people listened to the good work of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. His performance as a president for the 8 months has inured to this kind of resource. Because the people saw that, yes, this is a better Ghana. The Abampapaba prices that we used to buy here, they were saying it. Bag of rice, 1,000 cedis. Now they are getting 600. Farm inputs, prices were so high. Now it has reduced. So they wanted to deliver a verdict as a confirmation of the performance of the government. So we are not surprised. And we said it, that we are going to win. They thought we were joking.
Many thought this would be fiercely contested. I mean, I was at Winchi. I've been based there for quite a while when I was here at Akwatia, and then I've moved to other areas. What was the strategy in terms of the campaigning? Because from what we're understanding, the difference could be in excess of 2,000 votes. You have the projections from your strong room. What could have done the magic for you in terms of turning some of their strongholds into yours?
I'm saying that. I told you people time and again, NPP doesn't have stronghold any time soon that we go into any election. They don't have strongholds. They don't have. 2024 revealed their secret that the perception that they have strongholds in some constituencies, that myth was broken in 2024. We flipped about 20 of such constituencies. Kumanov was one of them. When we went there for the 19 policing, we told we were going to flip it. And we did same. So when we were coming here, I told you people, the media, that look, don't be saying Akwatia they have strongholds and strongholds. We have a strategy. We considered all the 119 polling stations as red zones, up for grabs. Depending upon the strategy you implement, you can flip it. Because the people are also rational human beings. They want development. What is the essence of voting for a party that will only give you press conference? I mean, that is what they are concerned themselves to. You vote for a party that will bring you development. And they saw that, yes, the party that can bring you that development is NDC. And you have a president who knows what it's about. He has shown enough to the good people of Ghana that, look, this is a president you can trust. So they were voting with that mind. And that is why we dealt with them. We dealt with them on that thing. We have gotten all the 119.
You've gotten all the 119. What are the numbers looking like from your strong?
From our coalition, we are at 18,177. That's 54.10. Whilst MPP is 15,249, 45.39. I told you.
What's the voter turnout like based on what you're looking at?
Yes. I will look at the other part, the whole data, and bring out the voter turnout. But I'm sure it's well valid. Yes. The victory street is here. It's here. They can see it. It's here. We have beaten them hands down. There's no indication. Nothing is there. Very clear. 119 polling stations. NDC has won with 54%. Yes. They can see it.
Show that to the population.
We have done it. They think we are here to joke. Look at it. Look at it.
I want you to show that to them.
Yes. This is what we declared.
Yes, like you projected. We've had other people within the NPP speak tough, speak big in the lead up to this by-election. Some suggested they will resign from their position. Are you in the NDC going to push for that to happen?
Interestingly, he was here.
Yeah, in fact, he was here with you. You were having conversation
with him. I was telling him that.
Well, we've had to cut into that because the moment we've been waiting for has arrived. Alfred, what am I talking about?
Well, exactly. So you're talking about the full complement of the 119 polling station results, and we have it at the Coalition Center. We're going to cross over to Eric Bawana right now because the dashboard of the Electoral Commission at the Coalition Center now has a full complement of the results across the 119 polling stations in the Akwatia constituency. Mana, tell us what's happening where you are. And we'll just establish that clear connection to him right now. But here's what we do know, that the dashboard at the Electoral Commission, the Coalition Center in the Akwatia constituency now has the full complement of the 119 polling station results. We're going to show that to you live right now from the Coalition Center in the Akwatia constituency, so that you who's watching us right now will be the judges for yourself based on what you're going to see from the constituency Coalition Center of the Akwatia constituency. In the right now we're crossover in the Eastern region. Eric Mauna is connecting with us right now. Let's cross over. Mauna, now we understand that we have the full complement of the polling station results at the Coalition Center dashboard. Tell us what you're seeing now.
Alfred, that's just changed to display the 119 polling stations, but I can just as well just share with you that all-important screenshot that I took and shared with the rest of the team. The 119 out of 119 polling stations. We're seeing the full list currently being displayed on the screen. You see Funeral Grounds, Kusi, Presby Primary School, Kusi, Presby Church, Kusi, and the respective numbers, some of which we're yet to make full meaning of. But when all of that is put together, it displays a very simple mathematic which becomes English for all of us to read as to how all of this has panned out after a very interesting race between the two leading parties. It reads quite simply as this. Asumadu Solomon, total votes, 15,235. Bernard Bediako Bedu, 18,199. Owusu Patrick, 82. Rejected ballots, 303. Total votes cast, 33,819. Total number of polling stations, 119. Number of polling stations with valid entries, 190. And that's it on your screen right now. I was reading from my phone, but we can see it on the screen right now. Number of polling stations with failed validations, 0. Number of polling stations yet to enter results, 0. This is the provisional results directly from the Electoral Commission, who've been doing the tabulation. We had Dr. Rashid Tanko Computer, I should say, speak a lot earlier and mention that they had their results and this should have been done a lot quicker so that we could get out of here. Now that is done, and the word on the street is that Bernard Bediako Bedu is on his way here, where the presiding officer, the person in charge of this election, will then declare him the victor in this by-election, which has caught the attention of the entire nation all throughout the morning. We've been following through my colleagues, Judith Brown, Christian Yale, Stanley Nible, Joseph Armstrong Godalogwe, Godwin Asidiba, George Quainin, Yvonne Nikwe, scattered across the Akwatia constituency, 119 polling stations, trying to cover as much grounds as possible. It all comes to this, this projection on the screen by the Electoral Commission, which means just one thing, that the NDC has nicked the seat from the NPP in excess of 2,000 plus votes as well, from what we're seeing. If I could just work the math quickly by way of what I'm seeing, this is what it looks like. And all of the strife, all of the commentary, all of the campaigning, visiting as many polling stations as possible, speaking to the people, sending the message through, deploying teams, having a strong room to gather or to collate your own results, amongst many other things. It all comes to this, because you can collate all of your results, but if the Electoral Commission's provisional data does not show that you've emerged victorious, then your work has come to a naught. And this is why we're having just reps of the NDC present at the Coalition Center here at Akwatia. They have known for quite a while that they've emerged victorious in all of this, but that confirmation will come from just one institution, which is the Electoral Commission of Ghana, and the officials will be expected to come through shortly as well. I've seen the regional director of the EC here seated. He's been a part of the team that's been tabulating all of this. Dr. Sribokweku, we saw him yesterday. He's been around. He, more often than not, is very much present during these by-elections and where things of such nature are required. But that's what the result is like right now as we continue to await the arrival of Bernard Bediako-Baidu, who is the NDC's parliamentary candidate. Then perhaps that final declaration can come through. We've showed you what it looks like outside, how well guarded this entire place is. I just got a quick word with the DC for the area, who says that their candidate is coming and is coming to be declared victorious in this election. And that's what we continue to await here at the Akwatia Coalition Center, Alfred.
Very interesting detail there. And as we await the declaration of the official declaration of the results you just showed to us on the Electoral Commission's dashboard, this is the Electoral Commission's own dashboard at the Constituency Coalition Center in the Akwatia constituency. That's where my own eye is. So the results we've just displayed to you, we are awaiting the official declaration of these results by the returning officer of the Electoral Commission in the Akwatia constituency. Mana, now just paint to us how the situation in this Constituency Coalition Center strong room is looking right now. If you're seeing any of the officials of the NPP, where are they right now? What's their countenance? What are they saying about this results you've just showed to us? And for the NDC, we just had Rashid Tanko Computer as well. But talk to me about the NPP. What do you see in terms of their reactions to this results that you've just showed to us on the dashboard of the Electoral Commission at the Coalition Center?
Right, Alfred. Right. In terms of the presence of the NPP, I think what we got was, when we were here earlier, we saw Michael Otrebefi in that hearty conversation where I'd actually mentioned that it was quite strange knowing by-elections and having participated in terms of covering it for quite some time. You rarely see the two political parties, as the NPP and the NDC, at a coalition center at the same time. It suggested at the time, when we didn't have the full picture, that things were a bit tight, but eventually we saw that Mr. Otrebefi had to leave the area because the conversations and the confirmations began to come to him as well, and it looked quite clearly that things had not gone their way. And so as typical as these situations are, they don't stay around for their opponents to gloat and celebrate in their faces. They leave they leave the floor to allow their opponent to celebrate to the best of their abilities, and that's what it's been. There's not been the presence of any of the national executives. We've seen the minority leader has been in and around. We saw second deputy speaker as well at the Winchi Presby Church as well, where he was with a number of individuals. There were members of parliament on the minority side as well, who are all present. They've not made their way here. It was only Michael Otrebefi that we saw and witnessed having a conversation with Rashid Tanko Computer, and then he as well made his way out. For the NDC, we're seeing former members of parliament, we're seeing the DC, we're seeing members of the party in different capacity coming in here as the time has gone by. It's become a lot more calm because they are very much aware of the fact that the job has been done for them. And so we're hearing a bit of a noise outside. I'm not too sure whether or not it's the candidate who's making his way in just as yet, but this is the situation. And perhaps I'll ask Philip that if we could just go outside and then catch a glimpse of, if I could look outside to see if really he's the one making his way in here. No, not quite just as yet. We'll await his presence, but for a lot more of these persons, job done, looking forward to the candidate coming, and then that declaration can be made for them to go and then celebrate properly with their supporters who've been absolutely ecstatic in the streets of Akwatia, where the party office is not so far away from us here.
Mawana, really, as you did mention a number of times, Michael Otrebefi, the new jobbing member of parliament, Mawana, you did indicate that you saw him talking to Rashid Tanko Computer. He has come under some extreme scrutiny, and has been the focus of conversation both on social media and in studio, because earlier Dr. Ishmael Norman had indicated that he should either resign or the MPP should sack him if NDC wins this by-election. He had earlier indicated that he was going to resign if NDC wins. He's going to resign as Member of Parliament for the new Jabin constituency. What we're hearing is that he has apologized. He said he went too far, and so Ghanaians should forgive him for saying that he would resign if MPP loses this by-election. But with what we are seeing now from the Electoral Commission's own dashboard, it's safe to say that as we await the official declaration by the Electoral Commission, the provisional results, as we have seen on the dashboard of the Electoral Commission at the Constituency Coalition Center, has Bernard Baido as the winner of this by-election, the provisional results, as we're seeing, right? We are just waiting the official declaration by the Electoral Commission there, but that's what is happening right now. Mauna, is there any indication of contestation by any of the parties there, raising any concern, any question about the results as we have seen on the Electoral Commission's dashboard?
Constituency Secretary, organizer as well, Mr. Minta, who's been with him. Bernard Bediako is here now. He's come, seated, awaiting that declaration. He's doing a few handshakes. He's drenched in a bit of powder from some of the supporters. And Mr. Baidu, I'm sure we'll get a few words from you a lot later, but for now, he will have to sit and wait for the officials of the Electoral Commission to now come around. Obviously, he's very much aware of what has happened and the fact that he's headed to Parliament for the next 3 years and a few more months. A bit of emotions on his face as well, because when we spoke to him yesterday, he said that he was confident of the work that he had done and that he was going to try and to the best of his ability, close up on the work that's been done. But he's come and that reality has hit him now, and possibly we'll try and get a few words from him just shortly, if that's possible. Mr. Bediako, yesterday we spoke. He says he wants to finish. He says he wants to finish after that declaration. Then we can get a few words from him. We just wanna get a few words. We just want to get a few words, and you can understand. Everybody wants to speak to the victor because, I mean, his story will best be told. And if you've listened to the many adages, they say that the victors celebrate, and then the persons who don't emerge victorious, they get to explain. His tale possibly will be the sweetest, because as cold as the night is here at Akwatia, there will be a lot of warmth in his heart, knowing that he will be a member of parliament when the next session of parliament commences, and he will be heralded by 184 strong members of parliament on the side of the NDC. He will be joining that, and that will make it 185. In terms of the composition of parliament and what this means, you've heard the analysts say that this doesn't quite change anything really with respect to what is supposed to happen in the composition of parliament, because the NDC's majority has been quite resounding for a while now, since the Ablekuma North elections was declared in their favor as well. But we're beginning to get the final words as well now from the officials of the Electoral Commission. We'll listen in. Rashid Tanko Computer closely monitoring. Let's listen to him declare these final results now.
Oh, please. You can't see even for the results. I have the mic.
Officers from the Electoral Commission, security services, political party leaders here present, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. By the grace of God, we are done collating the parliamentary results of Akwatia constituency by-election. Here are the vote cast. Solomon Asumedu had 15,235 votes. Bernard Bediako Bedu of NDC had 18,199. Ousu Patrick LPG had 82 votes. I repeat, Asumedu Solomon NPP had 15,235. Bernard Bediako Bedu NDC had 18,199. Ousu Patrick LPG had 82 votes. Total valid votes 33,516. Total rejected ballots 303. Total vote casts 33,819. With the figures mentioned so far, Director, with your permission, I, Eric Osu Jamfi, the returning officer of Akwatia constituency, declare Bernard Bediaku Bedu as the parliamentary candidate elect, MP elect for Akwatia constituency. Thank you very much.
That's namesake. Congratulations. Let's hear from you. I spoke to you yesterday. You were confident of the work that you had put in. Talk to us about the feeling today, having been finally declared victorious in this crucial by-elections.
Okay, so yes, Ebenezer, this is how far the good Lord has brought us. You have said it all. The confidence has always been there. It is not just mere confidence out of nothing. It was born out of the good work we had done. After engaging the people, we read their reaction towards the message we gave them. And we saw that it had really imbibed. They gave us a hope, some hope of a sort, which hope has resulted to what we see today. I mean, we've always been very confident. I told you, I don't know whether, I told you guys that we've been in this game for a while. If you are in it and you are losing, you will know, except maybe if you don't want to be honest yourself. I told you what we were working out at that moment I spoke to was with regards to the gap. But as for the win, what are we witnessing? We've won.
We had a lot in the lead up to this election. The NPP spoke quite greatly. At some point in time, the vice president made certain claims. They said you shouldn't have been in the race, amongst many other things. When you were hearing all of this, what was going through your mind at that time?
For me, I've always said that, you see, when you are going to such contests, there are a lot of things you will hear. But I don't focus on tangentials. The focus is on the main ball. My focus is to have my message delivered, the people accept it, and then they take it up and work to make sure victory is delivered. Indeed, you see, some of these comments, if you are not careful, you'll be swayed by them, and then you go outside the main target and then be dealing with, well, let me put it this way, unnecessary stuff. Because, you see, I shouldn't have been in the race as in what? I mean, that I was disqualified or it was an illegality on my part or what. And so we've gone past that stage. Elections were held. We have the results. Sorry? Development. We've always said that, you see, Akwatia's name has always been with regards to mining. You can't take away the mining, okay? We only have to do it lawfully. That's what we're going to work on. Where we are now is a GCD property. Hitherto, just before Dramani Mahama came to power, the place was in darkness. If you recall, we did the same coalition here and we had to put on some solar panels and all the lamps and all that. Today, and it wasn't because of the by-elections, it was even done before. Today, we have electricity. It is the first step towards getting GCD back on track, which can employ thousands of people. There are other things we are looking at. Essentially, it is about development, and we will make sure we deliver.
You promised to revive GCD?
Yes, we've made that promise. It didn't come from, it came from the president. And of course, it's a central government policy. And we need to remind them and then make sure that they do the needful. I'm grateful. We would have an opportunity to talk more about some of these things. We are grateful for the opportunity the people of Akwatia has given us. It is a clear mandate, and we would not take it for granted. We will make sure we give them the best of representation and serve them well. We are grateful for...
Thank you.
I'm good. There was nothing like that.
Thank you. That's Mr. Bediaku Bedu. Tanko, just quickly, we've seen it all play out now. Talk to us about how it feels like now.
What you got?
Well, that was what the exit poll projected, 53. But we said we're going to work and make sure that we get more than that.
Please, out. Bernard, out.
Please. So,
okay, so Rashid Taco Computer was asking that
yes.
The projection was 53, but you got 54.
Of course, we worked towards it. We told you that we were going to get 54%, more than that. That was projected. The projection was 53, but we finally got 54 plus. And you can look at the difference. As projected, there's no difference between our own coalition and that of the EC coalition. The same, it came to the same, no difference. That tells you that we are on top of issues, and you saw what happened. We have worked for it. We have a credible candidate, and we have good message, and the people bought our message. And so we are not surprised. People thought we were just binding figures around, but the figures actually shows that we worked according to the figures that was given to us from the polling stations. Damn organic. Damn organic. Damn organic. I mean, you saw it. We worked for it. For the past 2 weeks, we've been crisscrossing the constituency, talking to the people, went to churches, mosques, and marketplaces to make sure that our messages go down to the people. And they bought the messages. They've seen the good work of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and they've returned the verdict. And they've joined the ruling party. Of course, who doesn't want to join the ruling party? They've seen it. I told you they rigged the election in the 2024 election. Today, the results has exposed it, that clearly MPP didn't win the election.
So what about allegations about the fact that you used some national security personnel to intimidate them, especially with the deployment of heavy police personnel here? It also indicates that is the reason why some of the people did not come out to talk.
I'm happy you said allegations. It's an allegation, so we keep it as allegations. You saw what happened. It was the police who handled all the polling stations. Nobody was intimidated. Nobody was prevented from voting. People went out there. He's a director of special duty at National Security Secretariat. This election is a national security issue. You heard utterances from remnants of our opponent threatening hellfire, saying that there was going to be showdown between them and the police. And you think the national security should fold their arms? Then tomorrow, then you media will be asking that go and arrest people so and so, like Howard Kumsin style. We didn't want to have any Howard Kumsin style here. And that is why there was a top-notch in terms of deployment. They signed the pink sheets. They signed the pink sheets. Their coalition agent was here with me. Yes, they accepted the results. I can give you a copy. They've signed it. They've accepted it. In fact, they have graciously accepted defeat. And they've seen that the NDC deserves to win because we've worked for it. And the people realize that you don't vote for a party that will only deliver you press conference. You vote for a party that will bring you development, employment for your youth. And that is what we have done. And clearly, we have to give thumb up to the good people of Akwatia, executives of our party, led by our national chairman and the general secretary of the party. In fact, they've been here for the past week. They've not gone anywhere. Leadership of the party, all executives, slept here, worked across the distance. So the victory is an organic victory, a victory for the people.
Yeah, we go to Tamale. To what extent is the NDC willing to go?
It's not only Tamale. We are going to Michael Befi constituency.
He says he's apologized and he went too far.
We're not accepting it.
You're not accepting his apology?
We're not accepting the apology. He must resign. If he doesn't resign, Ghanaians will not take politicians serious. We must be serious. They must hold us to our words. Whatever comes out from my mouth, they must take me serious. I can't just stand here and make allegations, say certain things, and then within 24 hours, do you know that he came in here when we were about to start the coalition, beaming smile, telling me that we were winning the thing, until I showed him on my phone that, my friend, you have lost the election, I'm coming to your constituency for by-election. Then he started perspiring. That's the time he got to know that things have changed. And then he quickly ran and said, he's not going, he has to apologize.
I mean, some were saying it will become a rubber stamp parliament if we don't take it.
The framers of the 1992 Constitution saw the need to put in what is known as Representation of the People Act. What does that mean? Representation. Every constituency must get a proper representation in parliament, not numbers. We are not talking about numbers, we are talking of representation. Who is to represent you in parliament? And that is why independent who can represent without political party. And so if a constituency deem it fit to have a candidate standing on the ticket of a political party. Why not? Do you deny them that opportunity and say because we have numbers, so they shouldn't send such a person to represent them? Michael Bay, if he will come to his constituency, we are going to test that one. So Ghanaians, now you go and cause trouble and apologize. Is that what we are saying, honorable members? When you are called honorable, everything of you must be honorable.
But the General Secretary I spoke to also says that some of your members, including members of Parliament and ministers, have made worse statements than that of Michael today. And Ghanaians have not told them to resign from their positions.
I'm saying the gentleman made a categorical statement. I will resign.
But he apologized.
Let us go and test their strength in that constituency and see whether that's a strong hold of the MPP. That's why he could stand and say he will resign. He was here with us. We are going to hold him. If he doesn't resign, we will write to the Speaker of Parliament. And he must apologize in the floor of Parliament so that the whole public will see who he is, so that they know that certain activities of people like that should not be countenanced by Ghanaians. They must allow decency in our politicking, so that Ghanaians will respect us.
Thank you very much, Tanko. That's Rashid Tanko Computer, and possibly that's how we will draw the curtains. And you see a lot of the media persons moving, trying to make way for us to get an understanding as to what's happened. The area has been almost cleared. It's been almost cleared now, and we're just trying to find a way to wrap up from us here at the Constituency Coalition Center. It's 10:07. That final declaration has come through now. The officials of the Electoral Commission as well are packing up to be able to leave. So that's it from us here, Alfred. Unfortunate, we can't get any of the officials of the Electoral Commission. There's an EC official who says he wants to share his story. Boss, which polling station were you at? What do you have to say after everything?
I worked at Wenchi, a very tense place, but the elections there were very peaceful. We didn't encounter any challenge, and so far so good. I'm the return officer for Kede constituency. We came to help them, and the mechanism we put in place, we ensured that everything was okay, and now we are enjoying the fruit that have come. Hopefully, we have struck a success, because everybody expected that Akwatia was going to be like virtually a war zone, but we didn't encounter anything like that. So we thank you, the media, too. You have done well. In fact, you have done creditably well. And the security services, all of them, BN, NIB, PID, the CID, the police ASF, the military, they have all done well. And the political parties, they comported themselves well. And you see, during the process, we didn't encounter any challenge at the police stations. 119 police, they never encountered any challenge. It showed how they comported themselves, how they cooperated with us. So we thank them for supporting us to achieve this success.
I didn't actually want to speak to you, but thank you very much for speaking to us as well. As a returning officer from Kede who came here to help put things in order at Akwatia, where this by-election has concluded, and they have a member of parliament elect who is in the person of Bernard Bediako Beidu. Alfred, we here can wrap up. Like I mentioned, it's been a lot of individuals who've been coming together and seeing to it that everything here goes smoothly. A lot of thanks as well to Philip, my cameraman, who's been helping us, helping me personally all throughout this very interesting journey. Back to you in the studio.
Wonderful. Great job right there, Eric Mawana with the team there. Thank you so much. And now the die is cast, the picture is clear, and now the people of Akwatia know their MP-elect. That's the man behind me right there. That's Bernard Bediako Beidu, BBB. Polled some 18,199 of the valid vote cast as against Solomon Asmedu of the NPP, some 15,235. Now, let's stay in the constituency a bit. Judith Brown is there for us, and she's on the streets of Akwatia right now. And Judith, let's connect with the celebration right now. What's happening where you are?
and so Alfred, I'm right here on the Akwatia stretch, and if you know, this stretch leads directly to the collation center, and there's a lot of jubilation happening right here. You can see a myriad of people who have gathered. They have been shouting at the top of their voices. You can see a car right now loaded with members of the NDC in the constituency. They are jubilant. They are so happy that their candidate won, that is lawyer Bernard Bediako. They have been singing frantically, lawyer Beba. That means no matter what you do, the lawyer is going to be is going to come, or is going to be MP. And so it's a very jubilant mood here. We're going to try and engage with some of the voters here, the constituents, who are very happy ever since they declared the results. I have someone here with me. Hello, what's your name?
My name is Phillips.
And do you support the NDC or MPP? Has your candidate won?
I will not say I support whether NDC or MPP, but I'm a true Ghanaian who stands for democracy, who wants a true reflection of democracy. So when I realized that our late brother is gone, definitely there should be a by-election. And if by-election, who are we bringing on board? MPP is in opposition. So choosing a candidate or an MP from MPP, how is he going to help the development of Akwatia? Then it will be better we all go for somebody whose party is in power, so that you know how politics plays in our country, especially in Ghana here. So it will be better we pick somebody with a ruling government so that he can be able to help us to develop Akwatia.
You believe that you voted for lawyer because you believe he can better lobby for projects to be done and for more developmental projects here?
Sure. We want development. That's why we vote. That's the reason why we vote. So voting for a lawyer, since his government is in power, we will get a lot massive development here. And the youth in Akwatia can also get something to do. Okay? So that is why we vote, and that is why I voted, and that is why my friends and my colleagues voted.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
That is why.
Right, and so you heard them, they want development, and that is why they voted for lawyer Bernard Bediako. We have some more supporters here who are going to share really their reasons for voting. You can see clearly they are from the NDC, they are donned in the party paraphernalia. Hello, what is your mood now?
I think we are happy. As you can see, I came all the way from Tawa West. That's Accra. We came to help. I think I came here 3 days today. We all came to help campaign, and we wanted victory. And now we've gotten victory, so we are all happy. At least when you go on the social media, you see everybody posting about Akwatia, because no one knows Akwatia. But because of this by-election, we've all come all the way from Accra to come and observe Akwatia, and we are all happy. As you can see, everybody is happy. The youth are happy because work is coming. Work is coming to Akwatia, so they are all happy. That's all.
What is your interest in Akwatia, especially when you came all the way from Accra? Why are you interested such that you drive all the way, about 3 hours drive, just to get here to support this candidate?
You know, they were claiming this seat as their seat, so we can't take it. And we said, okay, then all the youth organizers in Accra, as you can see, Green Army, we are all youth organizers. So we came all the way from Accra to tell them that this seat is not for them, it's a swing seat. And right now we've taken it, I don't think we'll get it again. We'll hold it tight and we'll give it to them. That's all.
Right, and so they say that once they have taken this seat, they do not believe it's going back to the MPP. They're going to hold it tight. We're going to speak to some more supporters. What's your first name? Send our feeling, we mood to say.
I say, Menaji, if you obase and a buy with Menaji,
Okay, I believe we can see the MP, he just passed by, and the jubilation is massive now. He's in his car, he stuck out his head and began to wave to the people, and you can see them so happy, shouting in their numbers that their MP has finally been declared the Member of Parliament for the Akwatia constituency. And so they're really happy, and they're hoping that he's going to bring development to them, as has been their wish. We're going to follow them towards lawyer Bernard Bediako, who just moved in his car of the jubilants, he's left the place, and so we're trying to speak to some more celebrants as to why they're so happy that he has won this particular seat. You can see some of them, they're wearing flyers on their dresses with him on. Even children are running all over. And so we're going to speak to some more of them who are in the constituency and are jubilating still, wearing party paraphernalia, and they're so happy. Hello. Hello, you're live on TV3. Please, what's your name? What's your name, please? Okay. We're going to speak to some more people. Hello, you're live on TV3. Can you tell us your name and why are you happy today?
I'm Richmond. Me, I'm not happy because
why?
Because I'm a fan of MPP, and me, the reason why we lose this election, me, I will not lie, it's because of our leaders. Our MP give us our MP give them their money instead of them to share their money. They didn't share their money.
So are you saying that they engaged in vote buying?
Yeah.
But they did not share the money they were supposed to give. So some of you got and some of you didn't get?
It's not like that too. NDC people were sharing 10 million, 5 million. Instead of MPP people to share money, the leaders want to use their money in their houses. Instead of them to share their money, they were giving the people who supposed to vote 20 cities and 50 cities. But I don't blame the MP.
So you are saying your party did not share enough money?
Yeah, my party did not share enough money.
Interesting. So we heard one of the voters here. He is blaming both parties for vote buying, but he says his party didn't share enough money as expected. We're still going to engage some of the constituency and the voters. They're still in a very jubilant mood. Hello. You're not feeling okay. Okay, I'm very sorry about that. We're going to engage some more people. But as it stands, they are very happy, they are very jubilant.
Right, and just Judith Brown there interacting with the jubilant constituents of the Akwatia constituency. A number of them are all chanting the songs of victory for the Bernard Bade, who's been declared by the returning officer of the Electoral Commission in the Akwatia constituency by-election as a member of parliament elect. It's a private legal practitioner, also now taking over from another member of parliament who almost became also a lawyer as well. I'm talking about the late Ernest Kumi, unfortunately. But Kamini, this bit about the conversation of Michael Ochebefi and the declaration that he had made. But let's stay in the constituency just a bit further, because Joseph Armstrong Gold-Alogbe is connecting with us from another area within the constituency, and the celebration is all round. Joseph, tell us where you are, and we see the celebration already, so if you can talk to some of them where you are right now.
You are not from this town? Yeah, I'm from Asawasi, Muntaka Umbare constituency. You came to support? We are in charge of Bodia Presby Primary. We are here to support Bernard, and by God's grace, what the good work of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and Bernard Bedu, that is what we've seen. He have shown them that, you know that we projected 53%, and actually the Akwatia people said that no, they will not give us 53%, rather 54%, because of fuel prices, oil prices, rice prices, even their lorry fare. It has impacted them.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let me talk to other people. What? As you say,
for you,
who will come out?
That will be Accra.
Who's who Accra?
Accra.
About 2 hours.
That be a person for the buy.
We don't pay for the buy. But as let me talk to a few of these ones here. Madam, what do okay. No. Wait.
Every season,
Boss, hey, listen. So I can see you are all in a jubilation mood.
Very, very happy. I'm very, very happy. We've won this seat.
We've won. We told them we are going to win.
What's the message?
The message was development. Akwatia people need development, not any other thing. And if you need development, you have to vote for the party in power, you know, so that we can
That's why you voted NDC?
Yes, they have to. We have to vote for NDC. Yes. Yes.
You have something to say?
Come again.
You're also in a happy mood?
Yes, I'm in a happy mood. I'm very, very happy this evening, because looking at NDC right now, NDC is an attractive party right now. I will tell everybody, like MPP people, everybody should come and join NDC. Because if you are MPP by now and you are still following the MPP, then I don't know. I don't know, because right now, NDC all the way. When I came here, I was a little bit nervous because people were like, we win, but me, I trust my party. And we've won, and I'm very happy.
So one other issue here is the NPP parliamentary MP that says that he's going to resign immediately. This election goes in favor of the NDC candidates. Many people are calling that, well, right from here, they are going to move straight to his constituency and demand that he walks the talk. Let me take you close to where all is happening now. And you could see even motorbikes would have to turn back because they are not getting space to even move around. Whoa. Boss, about Otubi.
The fashion there be man to be. Fashion there.
When you're be sure the phobia.
Every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
I'm sure the NDC will go home.
Me NDC ni. If you come
I want to about.
General mosquito buy. General mosquito buy. General mosquito buy. NDC is in GIP. General mosquito buy. I see NCS the Kaime Kasabre. Oko team number 2. The quality. They won't prepare more than Jimmy. And Jimmy can't call me. I feel it. Or Sony and Johnny Manuko. Yanja or Sony Manuko. Never say Canity.
Well, so supporters here at the NDC constituency office in a very, very happy mood, and they blocked the road. Earlier we saw the NDC candidate who is waiting patiently for him to be declared as the winner of this just ended by-election. We saw him also marching from one place to the other in a convoy, jubilating, and it's all fun here at Akwatia now. These supporters you see here today are saying they are not going to sleep. It's going to be an all-night jubilation, and they will continue from tomorrow and continue to jubilate because this is what they look forward for right from the 2024 election, but they didn't get it. But this time around, they have it, and they are going to jubilate till the next day. Let me get more people here to talk to us. They dance to the tunes here. Madam, I know better.
Hey, Wunda. 247.
It looks like General Sedun Ketches sign has taken over the entire place. As all the supporters here, you can see them.
But we first thank God. After that, we give glory to our President John Dramani Mahama, the entire national executive, then the regional executive, all the regional executives in Akatamanso. We give great thanks to them. It's very serious. Afonyo Michael. On down the tracks in all, you know. On down the tracks in all, you know.
Party is on here at the NDC constituency office here, right here at Akwatia, as these supporters have vowed not to sleep. Obo powder pano. Obia obo powder. Okay, one can wo.
Okay, one can wo na fra.
When you pa.
When you abro so.
Now when that's up say, now can it be winning.
Sir.
No when that's up.
Sir. Ebutunjuma. Ya kwa ina. Keba so ya kwa ina ye. Ako mantabu kwa ina asai. Watu galansa asai yenso ina. Bla 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 bla. Watu galansa kasa.
And then Sunday in 1 week about a campaign. You work with the 2 months to 1 week and you have a campaign. At one of warrior, you have got tamale, you got tamale, you got tamale. I find your Marco, obey a steady, but cannot go to obey respect here.
I don't know how we get here. They are not before the you can see clearly from the police stations. This week, notice that all the other places where this is challenging, that they have lost the election. Means it's true, it's real that they have lost the election. So we'll go after them. Yeah, we'll go after them. And we are trying to warn to New Jersey South MP that the New Jersey MP told us. The New Jersey MP told us that when the NDC win, he's going to resign. We are daring him to resign. If he don't resign, we will force a New Jersey South MP to resign. Because he said it. He said we should mark his words. But we are telling him that today, tomorrow we want to see him saying, holding a press conference, telling the NDC that he's resigned.
He said he's sorry. He said he's sorry.
Master,
he said he overreacted.
Don't bring that one. He said it. He said it that he's going to resign when NDC win this seat. So today we have won. We dare him tomorrow to hold a press conference to tell the whole Ghana that he's going to resign. So we have another by-election at Abrekuma South.
FM Fang Basua, your Ashanti region, Ashanti Kokos National Chairman. Asma Yakanya say, MBP, you know, I might see camera. What I say. The fiction echo, Galamsey site, or we go to Galamsey, you have got no 24 hours. Tell me to be. Say Galamsey, yes, Gafimudia, and then last. And Yakanya say, your boy, you rather talk about for Basso. Former governor, former finance minister. About a 4 hand bus, maybe first until they buy it. If I have a power piano, you have Basso. That MPA even for lawyer. When you will be there, just for you will shadow for any company for you. Obalogo, Obadofi, Obawo.
Well, so it appears that the supporters here.
Well, so you cannot blame them. They are all draped in powder. That's how they'll be celebrating the victory of Bernard Bedio, who is a member of parliament elect for the Akwatia constituency on the ticket of the NDC. And with what we saw, the NDC right from the get-go, that beaming with that level of confidence indeed, as you see right now, based on the results as was declared by the returning officer for the Electoral Commission and the Akwatia by-election, Solomon Asimedu. Some 15,235 of the valid votes is what he polled us against Bernard Bedio, the MP-elect. 18,199 of the valid vote cast. There was Patrick Owusu in there, the LPG candidate, 82. And Kamini, the sport ballot was more than the votes that the LPG got in this by-election, as we saw it play out in there. But there's a lot that has been talked about when it comes to Musa Dankwa, Global Info Analytics, and the projections that they made going into this by-election today. In fact, this morning, he put out what he said is the floor and the ceiling of the outcome of today's polls. He said Bernard Bedio, the floor in terms of his projection was 53%. Kem, we just worked the percentages, and based on what the Electoral Commission has announced, the 18,199, if you work it against the valid vote cast, we're talking about some 54% thereabouts. So Musa Dankwa is just, plus or minus 1% shy of the actual results based on what he put out this morning. It's a very, very interesting development in the outcome and what we're seeing. And if you see as well how data-driven conversations have influenced elections right from what we saw in 2024 up until now, there are many who also say that influences the tensions as well, so as to not have an emotionally driven conversation, but one that's data-driven that can be referenced as well. And the Ghana Police Service has been mentioned a number of times about the measures that have been put in place as well to secure the integrity of the process. But we have the man on the telephone, do we? Kim.
I had assumed that you were going to take that conversation, right? But let's speak to Musa Dankwa. Musa, I'd like to believe that you feel even more vindicated at this point when you write that, predicting Akwatia was much more difficult for you. Talk to us about that. What made you put that out?
Thank you very much, Kameni. We've been to Akwatia twice. There were certain points in the data that showed that NDC was going to win. At the same time, there were certain indicators that showed that it could go the other way. And my worry was among certain demographics, which we believed were not being candid to us. In the first instance, they were not being straight. In the last poll, they came back, and in this morning exit poll, they were doing the same thing they did 4 weeks ago. So I was a bit nervous on that. But you see, when you're able to triangulate and catch them out, you're able to see that, okay, these people were not being candid here. And at that point, I knew NDC was going to win.
I see. Let's dig down into the numbers, right? Bernard Baidu is winning by over 18,000 cedis. He's trailed by Solomon Asumedu with some 15,000, right? When we look at these numbers comparatively, what story is it telling?
It tells you that Baidu did extremely very well. He was coming from a deficit of 2,060 votes compared to the last election. For him to win, he had to claw back that deficit and then make up for the numbers. What we saw today was that he made that 2,000 and got additional 4,000, meaning he got extra 6,000 compared to Akwatia in the last election. For Akwatia, this is very significant. Akwatia, with the exception of Amaste, who won by a big margin, you hardly win Akwatia by that kind of margin.
I see. I have just been told that I've been mixing money and votes, so I said some 18,000 cedis. I meant 18,000 votes, right? But in terms of the gains for the NDC, what does it look like?
I mean, it gives NDC a foothold on the constituency. 54% is quite a number they can build on, and I believe that makes them a strong candidate to retain the seat in 2028.
I see. And then you also said that the swing to Bernard Baidu is some 6,097, coming from 2,060. Deficit to a winning margin of 4,034. These numbers, these are differences or the gains of the NDC, is that correct?
Yeah, that's the gains NDC made. And you see, the gains came largely from the account voters. Because among the account voters, which they were about 76% of the voters, NDC was 49.9, NPP 60.5. They split the vote and then they swept the minority ethnic groups in the area.
I see. It looks like, work is cut out for Bernard there based on the outcome of your recent survey. What are the things that you expect Bernard to start working on together with the local authorities there from what the people have told you they need the most?
I think the development is a big issue for them. The roads is very important. Even though we saw evidence that NDC in some areas started doing some roads, and that was going to cost them. And I was even shocked that NDC was doing roads in the midst of by-election. As who authorized that, I'm totally confused. Because you don't do this in modern Ghana. You don't go to the areas where there's by-election and start building roads. They will punish you for that. I believe if they hadn't done that, they would have gotten more than what they got. So the roads are priority for the people, and also decent jobs. There are about 60% of young people who vote in Akwatia are graduates or senior high graduates. What job opportunities can there be for them in the area will be the biggest challenge to the MP.
The flip side of that will be what the NPP should be learning from this, not only for the Akwatia constituency, but to be able to transfer that knowledge also for their preparations towards 2028, which means the decisions they take in their own internal elections. What are the recommendations?
No, I wouldn't recommend. But you see, when they declared the seat vacant, they didn't handpick anybody. It is always good to have internal contest. It is always good to have internal contest. If you don't have internal contest, you wouldn't know the best candidate you can put forward. Now, going forward, I would urge each of the political parties, when they are putting forward the candidate, whether by acclamation or what, they should do a survey to see the strength of that person. Because what NDP did in Akwatia was clearly counterproductive.
I see. Now, we also saw, again, perhaps this will be the final one to you. We also saw in your survey how the approval ratings were slightly higher for the candidate Bernard Bediakon than it was for, the president, John Dramani Mahama, in that constituency. I know you have explained that already. But with this win, does it change what that was before the election? Is there work that the NDC needs to do before they field a presidential candidate in the future of 2028?
What so is just a unique in that area, in the sense that people were a bit disappointed probably in the last few weeks as to what they are saying in terms of the economic front, and that impacted the president. But elections are coming from national elections. So you can't really put by elections side by side with national elections. But I think it is noting that if the president, the overall government performance, it helped Asumit as well. It has helped Bedu as well. So perform and body.
I see, Musa. On the lighter side, we have been told that at this point you'll be able to predict day and time that, Jesus Christ our Lord will return to us. Have you done that work yet?
That is outside my remit. That's not scientific. That is more.
Oh my goodness. That is just by the way, and I promise my Christian brothers and sisters, I meant no harm or offense with that. But Musa, thank you so much. It must feel good to know that once again you were right.
It's my pleasure.
All right, then Musa Dankwa is with Global Info Analytics. He's head of global research with Global Info Analytics. Gentlemen, you have been listening to that conversation, and I won't repeat it at the risk of offending my Christian brothers and sisters. So, but people are just excited, right? People are just excited for the outcome that, once again, Musa Dankwa, after all the vilification, right, still got it right. Almost on the money. Right on the money, really.
Absolute. And, it's refreshing when you have data-driven conversations, because then it cuts out all the noise, the speculation, the assumptions, the insinuations, and so it gives you some basis to play with. So that's a very good development in our body politics or our democracy, because then if we're going into a context like this, as media, if there's data to run with and to play with, then we're asking questions based on what the people say they want, as against what the politicians are saying.
Yeah, I mean, the difference with the polls that he puts out is the information, the quality of the information that is in there.
True.
And more often than not, I make the point that people tend to focus too much on the outcome, the final predictions. And sometimes it's a lesson for the political parties. We know how some political actors have made it their points to go after individuals who engage in such polls. I mean, sometimes the comments they make, you only have to read a document to know that they've really not read the document in detail as they ought to. Because if you've read the entire document and you are following through with the trend and the analysis that is putting across, you will not come to
I tell you what,
the conclusions that you are coming to sometimes.
tells me, and this one is in private, and I have his permission to say that some of them who bastardize him in public actually call him in private, asking for some more engagement and some data support to get understanding. So, but that's
and the point, you know, earlier in the day, I made a point about the inconsistency with the approval thing, and he explained that, well, it's an isolated case. Those are the things that you expect the political parties to note and work around, because it gives you a sense of how things are playing out there. And I like the point at which he landed on substantively, that there are very serious issues that the MP-elect would have to deal with from the poll. I mean, clearly there are issues of development, there are issues of the economy, there are jobs that are also serious concern. Galamsey is also another issue of concern. And the importance of dealing with these matters is the fact that the party has an opportunity to consolidate its hold of this particular constituency and change whatever narrative exists or does not exist, and an opportunity for them to win a seat one more time. And that is what they'll be trying to do. He's won a seat very early. I mean, we are still in the very first year of the John Mahama administration.
Absolutely. And, you know, we talk about illegal mining, because this is a mining town. A question was asked of them when he was granting that interview. He said, now this administration wants to now regularize that the illegal action or activity of Galamsey. So that, if done well, will play to his advantage. Because, come to think of it, if there was a huge, effective crackdown on the illegal mining going into today, probably things would have been different.
You know, earlier I was telling Kemini about the Great Consolidated Diamond Mining Company.
Absolutely.
I have been to that facility before. I mean, it's not the vibrant mine it used to be. It's an entire community on its own. Large community with hospital, their accommodation facilities, a whole community over the schools, clubhouse, everything there. I mean, unfortunately, the mines are not as active as they were many, many years ago. And so all those are matters that would have to engage their attention. And it will come down to central government. Central government would have to take the deliberate step of helping some of these members of parliament who have gone out of their way and been able to win seats in areas that prove difficult or have been able to win seats in such a manner. They must help them to be able to bring development to their people. Rather than that,
we're coming to you on this as we round it all up, because the development project is the topmost priority of the people that Musa Dankwa polled in that survey ahead of today. And so now that a member of parliament elect from the governing party has now taken the mantle to represent the people of Akwatia in parliament, it behoves on the government of the day to fulfill that promise, the expectation of development in a mining town that has been deprived of development all the while. And Musa was talking about who sanctioned the late construction of the roads in there, because then he says, look, the Ghanaian electorate is growing, and so these kinds of last minute developments would not necessarily influence who they're going to vote for. Maybe it could have been different, but
I wanted to ask Kemini. Kemini, do you know what is happening in the videos? Do you know what is going on? Do you know what they call it?
I have no idea. What is
that's the Soloku. The Soloku.
The what?
Soloku.
Oh, I see. I see. So that's what we are seeing right now.
That's what we are seeing. Where the music takes place, people dance around. I mean, by the time you are done, you just be so tired. You just go and sleep.
I see.
What's going on here?
Listen, our viewers don't have an idea why we are laughing.
No one is going to explain. We're handing over to you now. You still have Doc with you, Kevin.
We call it Atasa.
Anyway, listen, let's end it now. We have about 10 minutes to go, so we'll spend the last 10 minutes having a conversation. Before I listen to my guests here, because I have with me Dr. Jonathan Asante-Okyere, let's go back and look at that declaration of Bernard Bediako as MP-elect for Akwatia.
Officers from the Electoral Commission, security services, political party leaders here present, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. By the grace of God, we are done collating the parliamentary results of Akwatia constituency by-election. Here are the vote cast. Solomon Asumedu had 15,235 votes. Bernard Bediako Bedu of NDC had 18,199. Ousu Patrick, LPG, had 82 votes. I repeat, Asumedu Solomon, NPP, had 15,235. Bernard Bediako Bedu, NDC, had 18,199. Ousu Patrick, LPG, had 82 votes. Total valid votes, 33,516. Total rejected ballots, 303. Total vote casts, 33,819. With the figures mentioned so far, Director, with your permission, I, Eric Osu Jemfi, the returning officer of Akwatia constituency, declare Bernard Bediako Bedu as the parliamentary candidate elect, MP elect for Akwatia constituency. Thank you very much.
That's namesake. Congratulations. Let's hear from you. I spoke to you yesterday. You were confident of the work that you had put in. Talk to us about the feeling today, having been finally declared victorious in this crucial by-elections.
Okay, so yes, Ebenezer, this is how far the good Lord has brought us. You have said it all. The confidence has always been there. It is not just mere confidence out of nothing. It was born out of the good work we had done. After engaging the people, we read their reaction towards the message we gave them. And we saw that it had really imbibed. They gave us a hope, some hope of a sort, which hope has resulted to what we see today. I mean, we've always been very confident. I told you, I don't know whether, I told you guys that we've been in this game for a while. If you are in it and you are losing, you will know, except maybe if you don't want to be honest yourself. I told you what we were working out at that moment I spoke to was with regards to the gap. But as for the win, what are we witnessing? We've won.
Okay. We had a lot in the lead up to this election. The NPP spoke quite greatly. At some point in time, the vice president made certain claims. They said you shouldn't have been in the race, amongst many other things. When you were hearing all of this, what was going through your mind at that time?
for me, I've always said that, you see, when you are going to such contests, there are a lot of things you hear. But I don't focus on tangentials. The focus is on the main ball. My focus is to have my message delivered, the people accept it, and then they take it up and work to make sure victory is delivered. Indeed, you see, some of these comments, if you are not careful, you'll be swayed by them, and then you go outside the main target and then be dealing with, well, let me put it this way, unnecessary stuff. Because you see, I shouldn't have been in the race as in what? I mean, that I was disqualified, or it was an illegality on my part or what. And so we've gone past that stage. Elections were held. We have the results. Sorry? Development. We've always said that, you see, Akwatia's name has always been with regards to mining. You can't take away the mining, okay? We only have to do it lawfully. That's what we're going to work on. Where we are now is a GCD property. Hitherto, just before John Dramani Mahama came to power, the place was in darkness.
So that's MP-elect for Akwatia constituency, Bernard Bedi Akobeidu, addressing the press for the very first time after his declaration in the constituency. We'll see how things play out, going forward. But still here with me is Dr. Jonathan Asante-Otre, political scientist. Political analyst, indeed. We are all tired, aren't we? But give us your final thoughts on this, right? We now announced it's come to an end.
Yeah. Well, for me, from the beginning, it was more or less like a topsy-turvy kind of a thing. And based upon my analysis, I realized that based upon what the central government was doing, the character trait of the person who had been nominated by the NDC, naturally I said that the NDC was slightly ahead of the MPP. Indeed, it has come to pass that he's won. His demeanor, his character, has superseded that of his opponent. And if you listen to him carefully, quite articulate, quite focused on what he intends to do. Well, a bit of my hesitancy is that they can't stop mining. And that what they're interested in is that mining should be done legally. So the underlying word is legally.
Right. Why do you have hesitancy in that?
We say in local parlance that camouflados, we don't even get there. We don't know the right, camo.
Batacariados.
Batacariados, rather. So we don't even know who is wearing the right mask for us to bring out the distinction. So if indeed he's going to insist on legal mining, well, I think it is fair and good because such an area, that is their mainstay, and some farming as well. So that is good. I think that it is still a feather in the cap of the NDC as the mother party. The party has stayed away from scandals that we used to see and hear on a regular basis in the previous government. And so you could see that this is still a matter of the goodwill that, the party still has as far as Ghanaians are concerned. It is a lesson for the MPP that, look, you could see that the NPP is sinking. Their fortunes are dwindling. It's because the image that they have as far as the media is concerned has equally sunk. And I don't know who might have advised the director of communication, for example, to think of boycotting a platform like Media General. Really, then you are not a serious political party. Because...
You think that contributed to...
Yes, because their media presence is limited. And they should let somebody do a media analysis for them. If they can ask Musa Dankwa, if they don't dislike him, to do that for them. Because whoever might have advised, because I remember they boycotted Joy as well. And it took Malik, what's the name? This man, Kukubako, to say that who really advised them on that. But later on they came back. So, when it comes to media presence in this country, I mean, everybody knows that media general is big. So
a lot of lessons to be learned.
Yes, if you think that it is inherent to your benefit, I think that they should begin to, tickle themselves and realize that they are in opposition and that they have to reorganize themselves. And they should not be antagonizing anybody. You should rather be in the good books of everyone, right? Because the good OC, even when it rains, it still takes it.
Well, the best part is our platforms are always open for any member of the MPP that wishes to engage with us. We have made that clear from the very beginning. Now the ball is in their court to take action. But thank you so much for staying with us the last 7 hours or so. It's been wonderful sharing the platform with you. But hand over to the gentleman on the other side as we wrap up. It's been a very long day for us. We've been here through since 4 p.m. And it's about 11:01 now. So thank you. It's been nice doing this with you. Thank you to at home, wherever you're watching us from, for your attention and audience this evening. My name is Kemini Amano.
And I am Alfred Akanse.
I'm Joseph Akable.
Good night.
Jamamre any yamanie ninyina ewon sapram onua sankofa festival training mu onua TV afashe edeye komaso yepa ewo onua sankofa festival training mu no Jamamre any yamanie yede na di kire ama wiase nyina hu se Ghana yede no edimu pa enti ene entra ewo onua TV na afia afashe bia no yemfa mra wakwan so nkokra so onua TV eba na afashe dia eyeyen emfa woni kwantintin bia yebebo awuram na afia yede afashe no abro ane entra ne kamum nafi amamre ne amane ya tumunchiri ye dia chire wiase nyina onua TV ya dwene wo ho pa
onua sankofa train nyumeko maso yasen eyo Gina tomato mix Pomo Ecobank officer oye guy
Ebusuani asende ehyiemu ewo nia doctor so ya Charles wa pomodin e wa honya na e asudie se apeboa amanya apomodin pa bra kwento yi wutu no hia apomodin pa
Your acute pain and chronic pain. And will be what Obeka Sonia Cab and Quincia. It be 10 years ago. Then